Good morning to everyone. I kindly request that the introductory video of the regional conference be broadcast.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
I'm happy to announce that this morning we will be beginning under the Vice Chair of Ecuador, the Acting Vice Minister of Agro-Livestock Productive Development, Dr. Joanna Jacome. Dr. Jacome, you are now given the chair.
Buenos días a todos los delegados de los Estados miembros, observadores oficiales y portavoces de actores no estatales. Antes de proceder en el orden del día,
Before going ahead with the agenda for the day, I'd like to address the floor to the Secretary, who has a brief announcement to make. Thank you.
To display the agenda of day 2, and I would remind everyone that the agenda is published daily in the 3 official languages on the Regional Conference app. So if any of you would like to consult it, it is available on the Regional Conference app. Thank you. Chair.
presento la agenda para su aprobación.
To introduce the agenda for approval by member delegations, emphasizing that, like yesterday, the summary of the chair will be issued at the end of the day, incorporating the 3 items in today's agenda. I invite delegates to express their views on the agenda.
Ningún comentario, Presidente.
There are no comments, Chair. As there are no objections, the agenda is approved. Continuing with the agenda, it's time to review item 9, the priorities for FAO in the region under the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031, which corresponds to document LARC38. This session focuses on discussing FAO's programmatic focus for the biennium 2024-2025 under the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031. The proposed priorities are informed by the Strategic Framework 2022-2031, the medium-term plan reviewed 2022-2025, and the country programming frameworks to support countries to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. The proposed results are the product of an extensive consultation process in which a wide range of government actors, civil society representatives, parliamentary fronts against hunger, the scientific and academic community and the private sector have expressed their views on the challenges and opportunities to transform agri-food systems in the region. The Assistant Director General and Regional Representative, Mr. Mario Lubetkin, will present the document, preceded by a brief introductory video. Please note that the plenary will be open after the review of the next item. I kindly request you to show the video presentation.
We need better production for the
FAO
people.
Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. And
Contribute
it's for the
13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. More efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the four betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet, which means the region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agricultural production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor, especially in countries with better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Ahora invito a Mario Lubetkin,
Mario Lebetkin, FAO's regional representative for Latin America and the Caribbean, to present the document. You have the floor, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Vice Minister, ministers, vice ministers, representatives of the 33 countries that make up FAO and the Latin America and Caribbean region, representatives of civil society, the private sector, academia, and parliamentarians. It's an honor to address you on the second day of the senior officers meeting of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean to look at the various challenges of our region and guide our efforts towards a common dynamic and more operational approach for the definition of Latin America and the Caribbean activities promoted by FAO. We talked yesterday about the various activities in close connection with your input. Over the past few years, we highlighted an increase in relief from hunger. But there were, of course, conflicts and the adverse effects of climate change and the adverse effects of COVID-19. These events have had an impact on job creation, inclusion, investments, among other aspects that could indeed hold us back towards the achievement of the SDGs. Also, we're dealing with high and soaring food costs, especially in a region in which the cost of a healthy diet is perhaps the highest compared against the rest of the world. And in 2024-2025, we have indeed identified 4 main challenges which are going to affect in a different way the sub-regions impacting the agri-food systems, and we need to respond and be prepared. I'm talking about low economic growth, persistent poverty, inequalities, urban and in the countryside, effects of climate change and degradation of ecosystems, to mention a few. As we said previously, Latin America and the Caribbean was one of the few regions in the world that was able to reduce the prevalence of hunger. Nonetheless, there is no doubt about the fact that we need to advance towards a more inclusive, more efficient, more resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems that will have a positive impact on people and the planet. And so we propose for your analysis the following regional priorities in support of the 2030 agenda in order to achieve better nutrition, better production, a better environment, and a better life. And the first regional priority is efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production. The strengthening of forestry and other dimensions and the sustainable growth of aquaculture and fisheries are a way to mitigate the degradation of ecosystems. It's crucial to articulate strategies that will foster the actual dissemination of innovative practices and technologies to move towards a sustainable agriculture, the blue transformation, and to guarantee the equitable access of small-scale farmers to resources, emphasizing the importance of the digital agriculture. We will also promote the intensification and expansion of aquaculture as well as fisheries. We will try to improve access to land, rights over natural resources, and financial resources or services for vulnerable groups in order to foster sustainable practices in agriculture, in land and water management, pest control, conservation of seeds, and the reduction of contamination. We will also use digital technologies, especially those of SMEs, and we will try to strengthen for small-scale farmers technological transfers, adapting them to the new trends in agriculture, and indeed helping out those who are most in need. We will also give priority to the sustainability of animal husbandry and ancestral knowledge, as well as nature-based solutions. We will also implement actions under the International Year of Camelids as an alternative of livelihoods for rural families that will contribute to economic growth and others, indeed retrieving its socio-cultural value. The second priority is to end hunger and achieve food security and nutrition. Under this approach, we will promote healthy diets for all. We will work with global, national, and regional institutions to design the implementation of policies based on evidence that guarantee equitable access to healthy food. And this also means implementing the plan of CELAC, the Plan for Food and Nutrition Security and the Eradication of Hunger, which was pointed to yesterday and in the document. We also recognize the efforts of the G20 Working Group for the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which was presented under the Brazilian presidency of the G20. And FAO will provide technical support to contribute to this endeavor. We will try to improve nutrition of the most vulnerable and broaden social protection mechanisms through specific policies to reduce inequalities and promote healthy dietary habits. We will also guarantee safe food by strengthening food control systems and tackling antimicrobial resistance in a comprehensive public health perspective. We will continue also to implement measures to reduce food losses and waste by contributing with the different actors of the agri-food system in order to develop sustainable and effective solutions. We will also try to improve international and interregional agri-food trade by fostering a more efficient system in the region and strengthening the inclusion of small-scale farmers in international markets. The third regional priority is going to look at sustainable management of natural resources and adaptation to climate change. In this respect, we will support countries to adopt and implement policies to provide for responses to mitigation and adaptation to climate change, including access to climate funding, encouraging compliance with international engagements and commitments in order to provide information for national reports. We will also encourage the use of regional platforms like the Climate Platform in Agriculture, LACA, and the Platform for Technical Assistance and other protected areas along with the regional partnership, the regional soil partnership. We will also work to improve water management, soil management, and the restoration of ecosystems like forests, coastlines, by restoring biodiversity in productive systems, by integrating principles and including different approaches, including agroecology. We will help members to implement local policies for nutrition by involving SMEs, the agri-food industry, and associations of producers. This will contribute to promoting access to healthy diet through a better link of, or a better connection between the urban and the non-urban setting. Also, we will have to take into account different aspects. The FAO is ready and willing to provide technical assistance if needed to prepare COP30 in Brazil in 2025 and COP16 on biodiversity in Colombia in 2024. The fourth and last priority will seek to reduce inequalities, rural inequalities, poverty, and promotion of resilience. In summary, reduction of inequalities, poverty, and promotion of resilience are crucial goals to guarantee rural development in an integrated fashion. We highlight the importance of strengthening agri-food systems to promote better inclusion, resilience, and local communities by strengthening the participatory governance of the rural setting. FAO hopes to tackle these challenges by promoting gender equality and the empowerment of rural women and inclusion. We will strengthen policies that will strengthen economic opportunities by promoting innovative capacities to transform the rural setting. We will also implement policies to include rural actors, including women, the elderly, youth, and indigenous peoples, to make sure that they're involved in planning and decision-making. In this priority, the Hand-in-Hand initiative is a key tool to increase investments in agriculture and rural development and strengthen the generation of national and regional public assets through the reporting of statistics, data, mechanisms of governance, policy dialogue, investment platforms with international donors. We will also drive measures to better tackle the food emergency by providing technical assistance, early warning systems, post-crisis recovery, and by strengthening community preparation in the case of adverse events. We realize that this is not going to be easy, and that's why we propose a greater harmonization of FAO's approach in the region and the need to continue to foster capacities and the institutional procedures aimed at planning. We will implement innovative mechanisms to streamline project approval so as to achieve a more efficient, more sustainable, and a better performance. As to knowledge management, we will try to develop and implement effective mechanisms to generate information and implement actions to disseminate products and learning tools. We engage to strengthen our FAO campus program to develop capacities, innovation, and transformation of agri-food systems. Also, we will formulate a new generation of the country framework planning exercise with analytical methodologies to propose specific solutions that are adapted to the needs of each country. We will also use FAO's technical knowledge to bolster the transformation of agri-food system. We will continue to apply the strategy for investments for 2020 and 2030, focusing on resources coming from different partners. We will also obtain funding for various countries and improve the capacity to communicate both internally and externally. We have come to a point at which investment in agri-food systems is crucial, especially in regions where there is a food insecurity, hunger, and inequalities. There is evidence that the cost of inaction to combat food insecurity and hunger could be threefold the cost of investments for the development of agri-food, with significant losses in terms of health and economic growth, perpetuating cycles of poverty from one generation to the next. Also, unsustainable agricultural practices threaten the sustainability of agri-food systems and hence the right to adequate food. The transition towards a more resilient and more sustainable vision will require a new approach, which will prioritize goals that can be implemented in the medium and long term, and that will rely on the implementation of strategies and investments with a high transformative value. 2024 might become a decisive year, a turning point in the region to achieve a comprehensive transformation of agri-food systems, having an impact on people, on peace, on the planet, and indeed achieving the SDGs of the 2030 agenda. We are left with little time between now and the time in which we have to implement the SDGs to put an end to hunger. We have to indeed embrace solutions based on evidence and agriculture that will close social, environmental, and economic gaps. The recommendations issuing from this session and from yesterday's, of which we took note, will be important to define programs for FAO through the setting of priorities that can adapt to the needs and demands that you will express, you representing the 33 member countries. We will continue to work with the spirit of cooperation to identify optimal solutions that will help us move towards a better production, a better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life for the people and the planet, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Gracias, señor representante regional. Notamos que hay manos
Thank you,
levantadas.
Regional Representative. I can see that there are hands raised from Argentina and Peru.
Recordamos que la discusión en plenario
Please let us note that the plenary discussion will come after item 10, as per the agenda for the beginning of the day. Argentina has the floor. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. We feel it is apt that the document identifies common cross-cutting pillars that set out the general needs of countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, such as innovation, technology, conservation of biodiversity, family farming, and reducing food loss and waste, among others. However, and above and beyond FAO's initiatives, we feel it is fundamental to look at members' specific needs and also look at what approach and support mechanism FAO would propose to work on these areas. We would like a bottom-up approach. For instance, the document does not include biotechnology, gene editing for seeds, and other important initiatives for countries. There are important fields in tackling drought through seeds that are resilient to water stress, for instance, and genetic improvement. Therefore, we feel that there should be proposals for sustainable irrigation mechanisms, given their key role in tackling droughts. When it comes to water, when it comes to paragraph 18 and its table, the concept of water governance has not been multilaterally agreed on. Therefore, this approach is outside of FAO's mandate. Under specific SDG targets and indicators on sustainable water resources and water efficiency. Well, that is addressed there. Also, the bioeconomy, which many countries have addressed as a priority, is not included. There are several factors that do affect our production, such as deforestation. At the same time, we are surprised to see paragraphs 7, 10, and 18 mention concepts and narratives that have not been agreed or addressed by FAO's governing bodies, and therefore have not been agreed upon on a consensus basis. For instance, some practices are identified as damaging. Also, there is a redefinition of some types of food as intensive, also ignoring the key role of animal protein. These are all issues that could be further delved into. There is no single solution. Everything is important. There are many solutions. And all of this can be boosted through fair and transparent international trade based on the WTO's rules through Codex Alimentarius and the e-Phyto system. We would also like for the Secretariat to clarify what amount of funding will be allocated to the so-called accelerators. We agree with the importance of innovation and technology and data. However, we would like to know what FAO's real capacity is in financially supporting our countries and in fostering technology transfer, for instance, through cooperation. I would like to note that to date, FAO has yet to designate a chief scientist, and the regional plan of action has yet to be defined. In the same vein, we would also like to know the disaggregated details of how the TCP budget will be allocated. For instance, for our region, when it comes to FAO corporate initiatives for our region, when it comes to establishing viable priorities, it is fundamental that we first know what the real funding capacity of the organization is. We take note of the document, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Muchas gracias al señor representante permanente de Argentina.
Thank you very much, Permanent Representative of Argentina.
Será después del siguiente ítem y se procederá a dar la palabra a Perú y a Panamá.
We'll be giving the floor to Peru and Panama during the plenary discussion after the next item. A point of order, if I may.
The plenary discussion is supposed to take place after the next item. If you look at the agenda that's available to you, we will proceed to the presentation of the recommendations of the Regional Commission, and after that, we will have a plenary discussion of the two items, priorities and the recommendations of the regional commissions. So with that, I would kindly request that we move to the next item for the sake of time. And I would like to thank very much our chair, I understand now, and our regional representative. I understand now that we will be changing chairs to the vice chair, second vice chair, delegated by Paulo Teixeira of Brazil, who will now assume the role of chair, Mr. Claudio Garron, the permanent representative of Brazil, alternate permanent representative of Brazil. So I now give the floor to the second vice chair, Mr. Garron. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Following the agenda, it's time to address item 10, a review of the summary of the recommendation of the regional commissions, which is contained in document LARC-24-INF-12. FAO regional commissions are statutory bodies of the organizations, which provide recommendations to the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean and the FAO Program of Work. In this session, the decisions and recommendations for the Latin American and Caribbean Forestry Commission, the Commission on Livestock Development for Latin America and the Caribbean, the Commission for Small-Scale and Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture of Latin America and the Caribbean, the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission, and the FAO OEA CEE EECA Working Group on Agricultural and Livestock Statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean will be presented. To all presenters, I ask that after your interventions, you remain connected so that you can hear the comments and recommendations from delegates, observers, and spokespersons. We begin with a summary by Ms. Ana Gabriela Saavedra, a specialist in Forest Control Administration, Forestry Direction of the Ministry of Environment, Water, and Ecological Transition of Ecuador, President of the Latin America and Caribbean Forestry Commission. Ms. Saavedra, you have the floor for 5 minutes to make your presentation. Ms. Saavedra?
De hoy y poder presentarles el resumen de las recomendaciones que salieron a partir del informe de la 33ª Comisión Forestal de América Latina y el Caribe. Mi nombre, como lo dijeron,
33rd session. My name is Gabriela Saavedra. I work for the Environment, Water, and Ecological Transition Ministry of Ecuador. It is a real pleasure for me to be able to take part in today's meeting. Next slide, please. We will be providing you with a broad overview of the 33rd session of COFLAC. It was held here in Quito, in Ecuador. We held the meeting from the 26th to the 30th of June, 2023. We sent out invitations and we held the meeting in hybrid modality. 21 countries took part, as well as 3 UN agencies and 4 and 9 international organizations. In our opening event, we had our then minister, we had our forestry direction represented, the FAO Forestry Division, the COFO chair, and the current COFLAC chair as well. The chairperson was elected during the board meeting, and the vice chairs were elected from Trinidad and Tobago, Panama, and Argentina, as you can see up on the slide. Next slide, please.
Perfecto. Dentro del resumen que nosotros podemos exponer el día
In
de
the
hoy,
summary that we can provide you with today, we have included the recommendations for the regional conference. There are 2 important salient matters that we highlighted during the session, which we feel are strengthening intersectoral coordination, for instance, with the view to making production and conservation compatible with agricultural and forestry practices. We need to promote agriculture and forestry value chains that avoid deforestation from the very outset. This includes an analysis of legal vacuums in the region. It's also important that we manage social environmental conflicts, especially over land tenure. We must also manage and prevent wildfires in a more efficient manner through an integrated fire management system. Next slide, please. Another salient issue during the meeting has to do with promoting the importance of trees and forests in food production, biodiversity, and quality of life. How can we improve this? By promoting agroforestry and silvopastoral systems, for instance, through incentives that can be provided. Also, we felt it would be necessary for other countries in the region to incorporate the tree component in urban and peri-urban areas. We are talking here about urban agroforestry. These are the main recommendations that we came up with for the regional conference. We also have recommendations for FAO.
allá en la región, pues hay temas importantes que
There
como
are some important matters that countries highlighted that would require FAO's support for more efficient work on the ground. For instance, encouraging participation on the part of local communities and indigenous peoples, including men, women, and different generations in initiatives and investments related to wood and non-timber forest products, as well as restoration efforts. We would also ask that FAO provide a coordination channel with other agencies and organizations that are already emerging in the region. It is important that this be taken into account. For instance, we have the Amazon Corporation Treaty Organization, ACTO, the Technical Forestry Group of the Central American Commission for the Environment and Development of the Central American Integration System, and the UNFF. And this is in order to access climate and environmental funding. We also feel it's important to promote sustainable wood and non-timber value chains, including innovation in production and harvesting systems, and the development of small and medium enterprises, as well as fostering legality and traceability are important. An assessment on the potentials of the circular bioeconomy should be conducted so that we can look at where countries stand in terms of the bioeconomy and how we can achieve better implementation of this knowledge. We want this approach to take hold in the forestry sector, including micro enterprises and all types of forestry groupings. We also hope that FAO can continue promoting and collaborating with regional efforts for integrated fire management through the exchange of knowledge and experiences. For instance, the Global Fire Management Hub, FAO could be an excellent promoter of this exchange of knowledge among countries in the region. Last slide, please.
Perfecto. Después queremos que exista un respaldo a los países a través de herramientas.
We also feel there should be support to countries through tools, methodologies, and capacity building to expand forest restoration efforts, to share best practices and monitor their progress, and provide access to funding mechanisms in this domain. Also, biodiversity should be safeguarded by promoting the use of forest-based foods, developing methodologies to assess the risk of introducing alien species that could become invasive species, and support to regional networks of Southern Cone countries on invasive species. Last, South-South collaboration should be supported through existing regional networks. Distinguished colleagues, delegates, Madam Vice Chair, that was our summary of the report that emerged based on the many interventions of countries in the 33rd COFLAC meeting. Thank you very much. I'm ready and willing to take any comments or address any concerns on the part of the distinguished audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saavedra. We took note of these recommendations for the forestry sector. I understand now that we will hear the presentation by Ms. Johanna Giacomi, Secretary of Livestock Production of Ecuador and President of the Commission on Livestock Development for Latin America and the Caribbean. Livestock was one of the themes that GRULAC members requested to be included in the regional conference agenda during the consultations with you over the last few months. So this is your chance to hear about and discuss these important subjects. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. You have the floor, Ms. Giacomi.
Mi nombre es Johanna Jacome, subsecretaria de Producción Pecuaria.
Johanna Jacome, Deputy Secretary for Livestock Production. My country took up the chairpersonship of CODEGALAC for this biennium. Our goals are as follows: discuss and reflect on the main sectoral challenges for livestock in the region so that we can develop recommendations and work plans, support countries in the design and implementation of public policies and programs for sustainable and competitive development of the livestock sector. Let's look at the background. In Quito, from the 11th to the 13th of July 2023, we held a hybrid meeting with 20 countries from Latin America and the Caribbean. Some of the topics covered included regenerative livestock farming, traceability and certification, health and trade, animal genetic resources, and the role and challenges of small-scale livestock farming.
The recommendations
we came up with for the regional conference were, including in its biannual work program, the recommendations of the 16th Commission on Livestock Development for Latin America and the Caribbean in matters concerning technical cooperation for the livestock sector, supporting country efforts to promote dialogue, exchange experiences, and mobilize resources from different sources that would favor more resilient, sustainable, inclusive, and competitive livestock production. As for our recommendations for the FAO program of work, these were as follows. Support countries in generating evidence on the contribution of regenerative livestock or other sustainable livestock strategies. There should be indicators on productivity, biodiversity, and carbon sequestration indicators that would allow for their implementation based on objective evidence, and this could be a relevant input for future strategies. Second, facilitate regional dialogue between the public and private sectors to promote the development of joint strategies and projects to improve traceability and access to certifications by producers of all types and sizes. 3, support the strengthening of official veterinary services so as to strengthen epidemiological surveillance and sanitary regulations on animal diseases that are prioritized at national and regional levels. 4, support the identification, systematization, and implementation of successful experiences, knowledge, best practices, policies, technology, resources, and others that favor the sustainable development of small-scale livestock farming, making the role of rural women and youth visible, and that can be replicated and or considered in other countries and or territories. 5, support the mobilization of resources from different sources to enable the implementation of strategic actions and programs to improve partnerships, access to markets, credit, and progress toward a more resilient, sustainable, inclusive, and competitive small-scale livestock production sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Giacomi, for these recommendations from the Commission on Livestock Development for Latin America and the Caribbean. We continue now with the presentation of Ms. Olga Barquero, Chief of Institutional Coordination of the National Institute of Statistics of Chile, who led the meeting of the Working Group on Agricultural and Livestock Statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean. The presentation will be made in 5 minutes. Ms. Barquero, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias por la introducción. Mi nombre es Olga Barquero, estoy a cargo del área de cooperación institucional del INE. Agradecería que me
Cooperation of the National Statistics Institute. Can you see my screen properly? Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Great. As the chairperson just said, I will be presenting the results and outcomes of the 31st session of the FAO OEA site CIE-ICA Working Group on Agricultural Statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean.
El objetivo de este grupo
The aim of this working group
y apoyar a los
is
países
to work on and support countries in analyzing the state of agri-food statistics in the region and to provide advice to members in making statistics standard and
tanto nacionales como internacionales
supporting national statistics experts, for instance. In the last working group, the last working group meeting was held in 2023 in Santiago, Chile, from the 28th to the 30th of March. We held the meeting in hybrid format, which meant that some countries attended in person here in Santiago and other representatives and delegates from other countries took part online. Some of the key topics discussed during the meeting were presentations on the progress made since the 30th session held in 2021. We spoke about measuring food losses, monitoring food prices. Given that the pandemic was drawing to a close, this was quite a relevant topic. Some methodological advances in reporting on SDG indicators to do with agriculture specifically, the vision for the World Census for Agriculture 2030, and the use of alternative and new data sources for reporting on indicators to do with agriculture, with a focus on sustainable development indicators, among others. After that session, we held a virtual session on the 12th of December, where we went over the progress seen throughout the year on the recommendations made during the 31st session. This is just some information so that you can try to easily visualize the countries that took part in the event. In the 31st meeting, 3 countries attended in person and with virtual delegates. 11 countries took part in person only, and 16 countries participated virtually only. In the follow-up meeting, as I was saying, in December, a total of 23 countries from Latin America and the Caribbean attended. I'll now go into some detail on the recommendations made that we are presenting today for the conference's follow-up. These are addressed to the conference on the one hand, and there are other types of recommendations too. I would like to here speak about the importance of continuing to support countries in the use of alternative data sources for agricultural statistics that could be used to obtain better statistics in agriculture. The second point has to do with the change in the name of the Commission. As you might have seen initially, the name is quite complex, so the proposal is for the name to change to Latin America and the Caribbean Commission for Agricultural Statistics, or LACAS. The second proposal was for the creation of a new working group for agricultural statistics in the Americas. I would just like to say that this proposal was put forward in September last year and was adopted in the Statistics Conference for the Americas so that the group can work during 2024-2025. This working group is led by Brazil and Ecuador, and the aim is to come up with an assessment on the state of markets in Latin America and the Caribbean in the livestock sector and agriculture sector. Last, there was a proposal to establish a formal mechanism for reporting on the work of this working group to the Statistics Conference of the Americas, or CEA. These are states with shared objectives. The idea is therefore to avoid duplicating efforts. Last, given that we're running out of time, we had a few recommendations that have to do with the implementation of FAO's program of work. We will be setting up some online events where we will be discussing interest in agricultural statistics, the implementation of the Agricultural Integrated Survey Program. The aim is to continue to provide technical support and capacity building to countries on how exactly to improve their administrative registers for agricultural statistics, as well as for quantifying food loss and waste, which was a major issue for the debate. The next session, the 32nd session, will be held in 2025 at the National Institute of Statistics of Paraguay. That brings my presentation to an end, Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Barquera, for those recommendations.
Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture of Costa Rica, and President pro tempore of the Commission of Small-Scale Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture for Latin America and the Caribbean. I invite all participants to pay close attention to this important presentation. You have the floor, Minister Mendez, for 5 minutes.
Very good morning to all. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Mr. Jaime Mendez Barrientos, Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture of Costa Rica, President pro tempore of the Commission for the period 2023-24, who much to regret cannot be present, it is my pleasure to provide a summary of the 18th meeting of the Commission. My name is Jose Aguilar. I am an aquaculture and fisheries officer based here in Santiago de Chile, and I will continue my statements in Spanish as originally planned by Mr. Mendez. Quisiera brindar primero algunas reflexiones importantes en el marco.
Important remarks in the framework of this meeting of the Commission. I would briefly like to highlight that given its high nutritional value, aquatic foods have great potential in improving nutrition and addressing food security issues. They are a major source of omega-3 fatty acids and micronutrients. Also, aquatic foods are more accessible for many vulnerable communities, while also supporting the livelihoods of communities that depend on oceans, rivers, lakes, and their resources. Just to provide you with some background for this meeting, in the 18th meeting of the Commission, the Secretariat provided a summary on the Blue Transformation Agenda. Next slide, please. It highlighted that this program priority area is the vision and process through which FAO, its members, and its partners can guarantee and truly enhance the contribution of aquatic food systems, therefore marine and inland systems, to food security, nutrition, and healthy, accessible diets for all. Next slide, please. Blue Transformation has 3 clear goals. 1, sustainable agriculture intensification and expansion. 2, effective management of all fisheries. And 3, improved value chains. The aim of all this is to guarantee the social, economic, and environmental viability of aquatic food systems. Next slide, please. The 18th regular meeting of the Commission was held from the 29th to the 31st of March, 2023 in San Jose, Costa Rica. In person, delegates and 25 in-person delegates and 50 members took part. And there was a workshop on other effective area-based conservation measures, a capacity building workshop, specifically discussing marine fisheries in Latin America and the Caribbean. There was also a regional closing event of the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture, IAFA, in Latin America. The meeting came up with a work plan for the 2024-25 biennium and issued Commission recommendations to FAO's Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Next slide, please. On the recommendations to the FAO Regional Conference, these are a summarized version so as to make this presentation briefer. The recommendations and program of work are set out in detail in the report of the Commission. Next slide, please. There are 6 recommendations to the FAO Regional Conference in total. Briefly, aquaculture extension, social protection, decent employment, other area-based conservation measures, climate change adaptation, inland fisheries, and small-scale artisanal fisheries and aquaculture. Next slide, please. The recommendations for FAO's program of work. In summary, well, there were 8 in total, and briefly what I can say is that they addressed inland fishery resources, statistics, questionnaires on compliance with the Code of Conduct. Climate change was also highlighted. Next slide, please. Aquaculture extension programs, innovation and sustainable technology, combating IUU fishing, and agreements on the protection of biodiversity in marine areas beyond national jurisdiction. Next slide, please. The report of the 18th meeting of COPESALC is available online at this link on the screen. Last slide, please. Very quickly, I would like to mention the closing event for the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture. Next slide, please. This is the very last one. During our meeting, FAO held the closing event for the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries for Latin America. The event was an important source of recognition for men and women involved in small-scale and artisanal fisheries and aquaculture, and for all workers in the sector who significantly contribute to a world free of hunger. The work done during the International Year included key recommendations to continue to support the sector. I would like to highlight that although the celebration has ended, it does represent a new era for support to small-scale and artisanal fisheries and aquaculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aguilar, for these recommendations. I'm certain that Mr. Mendez would be quite proud of your presentation.
On the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission, but there seems to be a problem of with whom will make the presentation.
Chair,
Yvette Wadi Die.
No, Chair, it seems that the minister has managed to connect.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So hopefully that he will be able to be present.
Thank you, Secretary. So I understand the presentation will be by Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining of Jamaica. Your Excellency, you have the floor for 5 minutes. Your Excellency.
Mr. Green of Jamaica. Minister Green.
Morning, Excellencies. Minister Green is not quite ready for the presentation. If we could just move to the next agenda item and come right back to him, we would appreciate that greatly from Jamaica.
Kindly note, Jamaica, that this is the last presentation of this section, so we would be then moving to the plenary discussion. Would you be in agreement that the Secretariat make the presentation if he's not available? Or we can begin the plenary and try to come back to it afterwards, if you would advise.
Hola, aquí estoy yo.
Okay.
Just a second. Jamaica is ready for make the presentation, or shall I move to the secretary for the presentation?
No, it sounds like Jamaica is not ready, but would like to make the presentation. Therefore, the proposal is to open for the plenary of the two items, and then we will return.
Excuse me. I think Jamaica
is saying is connected, but is not in front of the. That's WhatsApp. Is not in front of the computer, but is connected, but not in front of the computer yet. Almost there.
So what we're talking about, 1 minute or 10 minutes?
Yeah, 30 seconds. I mean,
okay.
Almost
so I think
there.
the best solution is to wait for half a minute.
Yes,
for the minister to
Thank
reach
you.
his computer.
Thanks so much. Yeah.
In the meantime, in anticipation of the plenary, just because there's always a gap, if there are governments who eventually will be wanting to raise their hands, we encourage them to do so now. That way it will be faster later as we wait for the minister to connect. Thank you.
President, excuse me. The Minister of Costa Rica of Fisheries is online. Could you give him the word, please? Give him the floor.
Minister of Costa Rica, Mr. Mendez, I understand that because you were, como ya le llamó y no estaba, se presentó en su lugar a la secretaria de COPESALC.
Yes, I think that this is Claudio, this is the president. I feel that while we wait for Jamaica, and since His Excellency, the Minister of Costa Rica is online, and if we can make a very quick presentation, like 1 minute or 2 minutes, taking into consideration that the full presentation has already been made by an FAO expert, I think that we can leave with that.
Yeah, ¿me están escuchando? Hola, hola.
Escucho perfectamente, señor ministro.
Perfectly, Minister. Good morning then, Minister. Since the general presentation was delivered already by an FAO expert, I'd like to ask you, Excellency, to make a quick presentation of 2 to 3 minutes to the plenary. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I do apologize for the technical glitch that we experienced here. But I'd like to take this opportunity to greet everyone and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My colleague made an excellent presentation, but I think that what we all need to consider is the commitment that we've taken on to generate the necessary conditions to achieve the transformation that we need in fisheries, especially artisanal fisheries, and the inclusion of agriculture as a fundamental element of recommendations, which underpins the FAO plan. We believe that the mechanisms that provide assistance and further development need to be characterized by resilience and access on the part of artisanal fishers to be able to mitigate the effects of climate change. I'm not going to go into great detail because the presentation has already been delivered, but we would like to emphasize the commitments that we would like to take and that need to be geared towards providing visibility constantly to the actors involved in fisheries and aquaculture, because we need to have a clear idea of the space used for aquatic and fisheries activities. They need to be coordinated. And with this, in the interest of time, I'd like to thank you. And once again, I apologize for not being able to deliver the presentation, but it was due to a technical issue. And we would be happy to host the next meeting of COFI here in Costa Rica, where we hope to be able to make our voice heard within pre-COP, and so that we can express our individual interests in the broader framework of the global conference. Thank you once again. I don't want to take up too much of our time, and I'd like to give you the floor once again. Thank you, Minister, for attending, and I'm so sorry about the technical issues that we had in the past. We'll try to improve.
Minister Green is available to make his presentation on the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission. Your Excellency. I'm not hearing anything. Mr. Green?
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, perfectly well. Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, just allow me to share my screen. So if not, the Secretariat has the documentation. Okay, that's perfect. All right, thank you again. Apologies for having the team wait. I am Floyd Green. I am the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining from Jamaica, and I am the current chair of the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission for the 2023 to 2025 intersession. So we'll go directly into the presentation. I guarantee we'll keep it within the 5-minute mark. So we could go to the next slide. So for this period, our mission is really to promote the effective conservation, management and development, and the sustainable use of our marine resources. I think hopefully the entire technical team and the entire FAO appreciates the importance of WCAP-C in relation to the sustainable use of our marine resources. And everything we do is in alignment with the 4 Better, which is the strategic program of the FAO, to ensure that we have better production, ensure that we have better nutrition, better environment, and of course, a better life. That clearly ties into all that we need to do in relation to blue economy and in relation to blue transformation, which really promotes a boosting of fisheries and aquaculture and challenges us as an organization to focus a lot more energy on the aquatic food value chains and ensure that we promote nutritious food and resilient livelihoods. And that has been the focus. So we would have taken that focus into our last meeting, which was held in Barbados. And we can move to the next slide, which was held in Barbados, which was the 19th session of our commission. It was held in Bridgetown, Barbados between the 6th to the 8th of September. And in fact, is by far our most successful session of WCAP-C, and I think is a testament to the fact that more of our countries are appreciating the need to focus energy, resources, time on our blue economy and on blue transformation. It was our largest showing. We had 110 delegates from 21 member countries and 1 member organization, which was the European Union, and we had 11 partner organizations. And our plenary was inclusive of our regional closing event for the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture. In fact, we were able to spend a lot of time looking at the strategic reorientation of WCAP-C, right, and in ensuring that WCAFC is truly living up to the mandate and the needs of our member states. And as such, coming out of that, there are a few recommendations that I will share with the technical team. And I would pause here to say I do appreciate the approach being taken by the FAO in this regional conference by pulling together our technical teams to be able to have these deep dives into a number of areas so that when ministers gather, we can focus our attention on the action items. So I'll go into the recommendations. Next slide. So I think it is critical, as we know, the world faces a challenge of illegal and unreported fishing. And it's even more severe in this region, in the Caribbean and in Latin America. And one of the challenges that a number of our members have are the ability of them to gather statistics, fisheries statistics. So it is critical that as an organization, the FAO and our regional entities highlight the importance of fisheries statistics and data in combating IUU fisheries. Again, a number of our small island states have been challenged by having the capacity to gather those statistics. And as such, it goes to our second recommendation, which is that it is critical that FAO support the regional small-scale fisheries and aquaculture coordination committee. Again, committee played a pivotal role through WCAFC in ensuring that we celebrate the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture and the 10th anniversary of the voluntary guidelines for secure and sustainable small-scale fishers in the context of food security and poverty eradication. Now, it is critical that we not just talk about it, but clearly it starts from having the discussion, but that we highlight the importance of resource availability for fisheries and aquaculture to the next regional conference, especially as WCAFC prepares to enter a new phase of its strategic reorientation, which is the practical phase, the action phase, where we implement the strategic direction that have been put forward. And I'm almost finished. Just a few more recommendations. Next slide. This is the final slide. Next slide. So again, the recommendations as we look at the FAO program of work and we look at the regional conference, we want the FAO and our regional teams to support members in adapting their national context and implementing the Commission-endorsed instruments and relevant conservation and management measures of other international fora, especially the framework of multilateral governance of shared fishery resources. It is critical that the FAO support members in the analysis and monitoring of sargassum. Sargassum has come up as a big challenge for Latin America, the Caribbean, and again, we need some support in relation to the resources and in relation to WCAFC to help the region manage and monitor the implications. Finally, we have to consider the international agreements that are being entered into on the law of sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity. While a number of our member states have gone on the road, the challenge is when they have the resources to implement the new requirements that come under these headings. So it's critical that as we look at our regional session, that we pay attention to these matters. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your day.
Just a small point of order. We understand that the interpreters have been having some trouble with the translation, and so we would like to request, the interpretation, excuse me, we would like to kindly request the speakers to speak as slowly as possible and as close to the microphone as possible. So apologies if people missed a certain part of the last presentation. Over.
Thank you, the Secretary. Mr. Green, Your Excellency, thank you for sharing these recommendations from the Western Central Atlantic fisheries. I now would like to invite government delegates to comment on these two items, 9 on FAO priorities and 10 on the summary of the recommendations of the regional commissions that we just reviewed. Please virtually raise your hands if you wish to speak. I reiterate the importance of keeping interventions short, if possible, no longer than 3 minutes. I understand that we're talking about 2 different items, but I appeal to your consistency for that. I will ask the Secretariat to inform when you reach 3 minutes, and then you can conclude or go up to 5 minutes. We have a rather long list of interventions. The first one is Peru, followed by Panama and Guyana. I will go on updating the list as we go on. Please, Peru, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We are thankful for the presentation of the updated information on priorities of FAO in the region, consistent with the strategic framework for 2022-2031. Peru is a very mega diverse country, and this presents a lot of opportunities, but also vulnerabilities, as, for example, the impact of climate change on agri-food systems. We share the concern for food security, especially in the region, and the challenges set forth in the shared document. Food security may be affected by the effects of climate change, political and social conflict, the entry of illnesses and pests of an economic nature that affect the production chain, and especially considering that a lot of producers are family farmers, women, and many other vulnerable groups are involved. Now, this is really important because of the links that it has with a lot of other issues. It's really important to generate specific tools for the sustainable development of systems that have a population that is dependent in highly vulnerable areas where animal raising and livestock is the main economic activity. However, they are also very important for the supply of income. Also, these groups are very highly vulnerable in the face of climate change. We have to do more. In the case of livestock, we can better manage livestock systems. In other words, we can provide a better management in order to reduce food waste and loss and control the emission of CO2 and greenhouse gases. We also need to have a systemic outlook on the natural synergies of the components of the ecosystem. In the face of the threat of ecosystems resources worldwide, we're trying to indeed do something to support camelids in order to promote the economic inclusion of the communities. And that's why we welcome in 2024 the establishment of the year for camelids. And this is a way to promote the sustainable management of camelids in our region. Another important point is to provide for integrated management of our communities and land, along with the ecosystem-based solutions that need to be embraced. Equally, it's really important to develop accessible mechanisms of funding, and in a context of climate change, which is increasingly intense, so that producers can be compensated early on. Finally, our country is trying to eliminate hunger. We can't do this alone, and so we are engaging with all actors like FAO that work in the same direction. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Daca, for your presentation. I'd like to now give the floor to Panama, to be followed by Guyana and Brazil. Thank you, Chair. Panama would like to bring to this discussion a topic of extreme importance, and we would like it to be one of the priorities of the FAO in Latin America and the Caribbean in the strategic framework in 2022-2023. And this is a technical support in order to access innovative funding earmarked for the environment. In a crucial moment in which we're tackling environmental and nutritional challenges that are interlinked, it's fundamental that we work together in order to push forward sustainable and comprehensive solutions in the region. We're pleased with the document that highlights the main priorities of FAO in the region, aligned with the strategic framework of the organization. They include strengthening resilience of food systems, promoting environmental sustainability, improving nutrition and food security, and fostering social inclusion and gender equality. These priorities these are essential to tackle the multidimensional challenges of the region. In this context, Panama believes that the access to innovative environmentally earmarked funding emerges as a powerful tool to drive sustainable development in the region, and it has to be interconnected with funds for the development of family farming, amongst others. Through innovative financial approaches like green bonds and the investment funds for a positive environmental impact and other mechanisms, we can mobilize critical resources to support projects that promote conservation of natural resources, combating climate change and the transition towards more sustainable and resilient food systems. We therefore urge FAO to take on the global leadership and tap into opportunities of innovating funding, such as the voluntary carbon markets, because we feel that they'll contribute to achieving environmental and nutritional objectives. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. And now I'd like to give the floor to Guyana. And let me remind you that comments are on items 9 and 10 of the agenda.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Impacted by the global challenges such as conflict, energy insecurity, climate extremes, and economic shocks, Latin America and the Caribbean region have experienced high costs of nutritious food and growing inequalities, which pose severe challenges for food security and nutrition. However, the regional commitment and support from FAO, much is being done to transform our agri-food system to ensure that they are more resilient and that nutritious food and healthy diets are affordable to all. Our regional efforts to boost production and productivity are also being strengthened by member states' commitment to the removal of barriers to trade among countries in the region. The establishment of the Guyana-Barbados Food Terminal in Barbados is a demonstration of one such commitment. While the focus regionally seeks to ensure there is easy access to market and collective effort to create an environment to ensure food sustainability, we must continue to pursue an agenda that will focus heavily on training young people and women in every agriculture initiative to garner an inclusive and integrated agri-food system. Guyana wishes to endorse the 4 regional priorities put forward by FAO. 1, efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production with outcomes focused on data, evidence, normative and standard setting instrument, knowledge, innovative technologies and good practices, and advocacy. 2, end hunger and achieve food security and nutrition. Specifically, we look forward to the assistance of FAO to implement the CELAC plan for food and nutrition security and eradication of hunger by 2025. 3, sustainable management of natural resources and adaptation to climate change in light of the high risks that climatic events pose to the agriculture sector. And 4, reduction of inequalities, poverty, and promotion of resilience to be able to combat the effects of extreme climate such as El Nino and La Nina phenomenon. We must strengthen our statistical system and early warning on agri-food system for better decision-making in the region. Guyana look forward to FAO providing integrated support towards the implementing these regional priorities and also providing support for the resource mobilization to implement the program of work 2024-2025 in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Director General. Now I give the floor to Brazil, followed by Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Brazil expresses thanks for the reports. The speaker is barely audible. We also support FAO's regional priorities. We have the following comments. Family farming plays a key role in agri-food systems. In Brazil, it represents 77% of farming establishments, which take up 23% of farmland in the country. Policies to strengthen family farming and artisanal fisheries are a priority for the region, and this should be defined more clearly in the strategy. It is essential that we speak of technical assistance, access to markets, funding, and added value for family farmers in all their diversity. On priority 1, Brazil suggests that research, investment, and innovation and extension be set out as a cross-cutting priority. This could strengthen the links between institutional markets, family farming, public food programs, and international trade. We feel that the development of assessment indicators that incorporate the social dimension of food and nutrition security is urgent. Also, this is essential when it comes to transforming food systems. Chair, we welcome FAO's support in terms of the work on the Amazon. This allowed us to come up with a better strategy for food and sovereignty and nutrition, recognizing the social diversity in the Amazon. It will also be fundamental for further developing the organization's work. On regional priority 3, Brazil would like to highlight the importance of the forest bioeconomy in preserving forests, combating climate change, and in developing the region. We would simply like to highlight how urgent it is to mobilize resources and to cooperate toward the sustainable use of ecosystems as per Target 19 of the Kunming-Montreal Framework. Chair, and regional priority 4, it is key that we focus on the gender approach and empowerment of rural women. This should be cross-cutting as it is transformative for all sectors. There should also be a focus on indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, and other small-scale producers for sustainable and inclusive rural development. On the fact that hunger is on the rise, we would like to say that it is important to also focus on urban food security. Partnerships with civil society should be underscored in this domain, especially the initiative to provide food to suburbs of major cities. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam de la Monica, for your presentation, for your statement. I will now give the floor to Chile, to be followed by Dominica and Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to all from Chile. Can you hear me? Thank you for the presentation on the results and recommendations of the regional commissions. Unfortunately, message from the interpreters, the audio is quite poor and insufficient for interpretations purposes.
Disculpa, Chile, ¿sería posible hablar un poquito más lento?
Chile, could we please ask you to speak a little closer to the microphone? The connection is a little wobbly.
En la región existe un bajo consumo de estos alimentos y altos índices de malnutrición, razón por la cual es importante trabajar en promover el consumo de pescados, moluscos y algas, los cuales, dadas sus propiedades nutricionales y su bajo contenido calórico, los convierten en superalimentos, en pro de una mejor nutrición. La transformación azul requiere una pesca sostenible. Sin embargo, los principales stocks siguen descendiendo por la pesca excesiva, la contaminación y otros factores. Razón por la cual instamos a la región a trabajar en pro de un ordenamiento pesquero eficaz por normas que contemplen el enfoque ecosistémico, con una gobernanza participativa, considerando la mejor información científica disponible. Instamos a la aplicación de las directrices voluntarias de FAO y a adherirse a medidas internacionales como el Estado Rector del Puerto, en pro de una mejor producción y un mejor ambiente. Además, reconocemos la importancia de avanzar hacia el desarrollo de una agricultura sostenible, en especial de la agricultura a pequeña escala. Para esto, instamos a los países a utilizar las directrices de la FAO como instrumento para expandir la producción y fortalecer los niveles de bioseguridad de la agricultura. En el ámbito comercial, es importante trabajar en perfeccionar y modernizar las cadenas de valor, ampliando el acceso a los mercados y a la información, considerando siempre la inocuidad de los alimentos. Invitamos a los miembros a seguir trabajando en pro de la igualdad de género, ya que aún existen brechas salariales, machismo, discriminación, entre tantas otras. Para esto es importante reconocer y visibilizar el rol de las mujeres en toda la cadena de valor, tanto de la pesca como de la agricultura, en pro de una mejor vida. Instamos a los países a trabajar en pro de la transformación azul sin dejar a nadie atrás. Para esto es importante contemplar la pesca artesanal y la agricultura a pequeña escala como proveedores de alimentos saludables, reconociendo la importancia de la labor que realizan hombres y mujeres de estos sectores, destacando la labor de recolectores y recolectores, y de los hombres y de mujeres trabajadores de tierra o actividades conexas que cumplen un importante rol en la agregación de valor. Para terminar, mencionar que es importante seguir trabajando con el apoyo de FAO, en especial en la implementación de la hoja de ruta de transformación sur, en las directrices voluntarias de la pesca a pequeña escala, en preparar a las comunidades costeras ante el cambio climático, en fortalecer el papel de la mujer y en la lucha contra la pesca ilegal. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Jorquera, por su presentación. Now I give the floor to
Thank you very
Dominique.
much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dominica wish to thank the Secretariat for the report. Dominica, in principle, supports the priority areas of FAO, but we do wish to make a few comments. I greet you from Dominica. We call ourselves the nature island of the Caribbean. I say this to say that natural resource management is critical for us in Dominica. And so how do we manage our natural resources? It's going to be critical for Dominica. And looking at the whole issue of climate change, sustainable agriculture, and how we transform our food system, that is of priority, and Dominica supports the FAO movement. Mr. Chairman, another critical area for us is how we access funding, green climate funding, and I support Argentina in getting innovative way on attracting climate funding. That is going to be critical for small developing states moving forward. The blue economy, blue transformation, we in the Caribbean, we are surrounded by ocean. Majority of the island states are surrounded by ocean, and we have to get innovative way to take advantage of the blue economy. So importantly for us in the OECS, the blue transformation is critical, and how we provide that technology to advance aquaculture and small-scale fishing. Mr. Chairman, as well, food and nutrition security, Dominica and the rest of the OECS support the initiative and the priority area. Healthy diet is important for us. And so how do we build, and I would recommend that FAO strengthen the linkages between the three sectors, education, health, and agriculture, to form a tripartite strategy on how we improve healthy diets in it. I also believe that we need a united front. When we are together, we are united against climate change. And Mr. Chair, one of the areas I strongly, where we can share best practices, share technology. I think that is greatly needed in Latin America and the Caribbean. Argentina would have some technology. How do we share that information and come? So that is very, we talk about priorities, but these are the information platform that is required when we talk about management of pests and diseases. How do we share this economy. Research and development is an area fundamental. How do we in terms of capacity building to improve technology utilization? It's not to have the technology, but how do we build capacity to use that technology? And so research and development is going to be critical for us in the Caribbean. So I think, again, we also have to support the regional offices on how are we going to meet these priorities. I think the FAO regional offices have to be strengthened in terms of human resource and dating. So with these few words, I think we're able, and if we come as a united force and strengthen our human resource and all the capacities that we have within the region, I think we will do it. So thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Permanent Secretary. I now move to Antigua and Barbuda, followed by Barbados and Colombia. Antigua and Barbuda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Antigua and Barbuda welcomes the presentation from the Secretariat and also the recommendations from the Regional Commission. Antigua and Barbuda is known as one of the most arid countries in the Caribbean and perhaps throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. This is coupled with all the vulnerabilities associated with SIDS, and this places significant pressure on Antigua and Barbuda's ability to fulfill its mandate of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, as agreed. Antigua and Barbuda supports and aligns itself with the 4 regional priorities which are being proposed by FAO, which are in keeping with the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 2031 in support of the Sustainable Development Goals through the transformation of a more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable approach for the 4 betters. Concomitantly, Antigua and Barbuda has significant interest in improving its development of its blue economy, given its high ratio of ocean to landmass. Further, Antigua and Barbuda endorses the medium-term plan and the approved biennium theme 2024 to 2025 water resource management for the 4 betters, with significant emphasis on better production. Water for agriculture is viewed as a cross-cutting issue affecting the potential for agricultural expansion and development in Antigua and Barbuda. The availability and access to water has been identified as the main limiting factor in Antigua and Barbuda to increasing crop and livestock productivity and improving the viability of farming and therefore farmers' livelihoods. In this light, we welcome Regional Priority 1 and 2 with a focus on soil and water conservation and sustainable use, driven by the 4 cross-cutting progress accelerators towards meeting the strategic development goals and the 4 betters, all within the backdrop of the digitally transforming the sector. Antigua and Barbuda, with the invaluable assistance of FAO, will endeavor to promote the integrated use of digitalized farm and community-level information, drone imagery, satellite data, to more comprehensively analyze risk and enhance quality and timeliness of decision-making. Also, to digitize production and marketing information systems will go a long way to facilitate better production planning and reduce food losses and waste, and better connect smallholders with the markets. We also endeavor to develop traceability systems which will contribute to the evidence-based decision-making and early warning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antigua and Barbuda. We now go to Barbados, followed by Colombia and Guatemala. Barbados, you have the floor.
I greet you, Beverly Wood. I greet you from the Ministry of Agriculture in Barbados. We note the FAO's regional priority areas and support them. I will speak specifically with respect to food and nutrition. I note that they want to improve and look at the policies related to nutritional content. And I would like some emphasis placed on strengthening laboratory capacity to be able to analyze the nutritional content of foods, especially in the areas of dietary fiber, trans fatty acids, which we want not to have in foods at this time, as well as vitamins and so therefore, I think that that will support the effort in providing healthy foods for Barbados and the region. The other area is that we note FAO's development of the food control assessment tool, and we look forward to their guidance in its use to help us to strengthen our food control systems. And again, that will ensure safe food for all. In Barbados, we are also considered a water scarce country, and there are efforts being placed on the reuse of wastewater for agriculture. And therefore, we would want some focus on how to be able to assess the impact of wastewater reuse on our soils. We also note FAO's work towards soil and soil analyses and their efforts in being able to assist Barbados and the region in providing a Caribbean soil network, and also to be able to assist us in strengthening our laboratories to be able to analyze soils and be able to use them in agricultural production. In all, therefore, then, Barbados supports the priority areas and look to see if some of the focus can be on the areas that I spoke about. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, your audio got cut right at the beginning when you said you supported the priorities.
Oh, okay. Yes, we supported the priority areas, and we were looking specifically at priority area 1 and priority area 2. Were you able then to hear my statements with respect to those areas?
I think the problem might just be in our auditorium.
I received the full speech in my place. I received it. I was able to hear it all. I don't know the other members.
Claudia, we cannot hear you. Just one moment, please.
Yeah, that the problem is there.
Sorry, just one moment, please. We're still working on the audio.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test.
We think the problem might be in the auditorium. Is that correct?
We think so.
It's not just in the auditorium. Okay, just one moment, please.
Yes.
Claudio, could you speak for a moment just to see if it's working?
Yes, I can hear everybody speaking from the auditorium and also from the presentation.
Okay, thank you. So I think it was just the final part of the presentation.
You know, if you can tell us which part was not heard, I think I can give the floor back to Barbados.
From the time she said, at the end, we support the priorities, and then something.
If
That was the
Barbados
only part missing.
can repeat its presentation from that part on, we'll be very thankful.
Okay, right. Yes, Barbados supports the priority areas that FAO has presented, and we look forward to the proposals that I made with respect to priority areas 1 and 2. In priority areas 2, where they were going to strengthen national dietary guidelines, food and nutrition education. I stated that that should be supported by strengthening the laboratory capacity to be able to determine the nutritional content in food. And with respect to priority area 1, where there's a focus on soil, we said that we note FAO's work with respect to the establishment of CARSOLAN, which is the Caribbean Soil Network, Laboratory Soil Network, and therefore then we look forward to that work with them in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbados, and thank you for your patience in repeating the last part of your presentation. Ahora tiene la palabra la delegación de Colombia, seguida de Guatemala y Bahamas. Colombia tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor vicepresidente. Y
Thank you
muchas
very
gracias.
much, Vice Chair. I also wish to thank FAO for the recommendations and documents. Our region is no doubt facing pressing challenges that jeopardize the achievement of the SDGs by 2030. We're one of the most unequal regions in the world, and our people are very vulnerable, such as indigenous peoples, smallholders, and rural women who are more exposed to the consequences of environmental, food, and economic crises. In addition to this, rural poverty, the impact of climate change, ecosystem degradation mean that it is not only necessary but also urgent to advance the identification of strategies and actions in the context of our realities and priorities to tackle common challenges in our region and the world. The 4 regional priorities put forward by FAO are a worthy starting point to advance the sustainable transformation of agri-food systems in our region. This transformation has and will have an impact across all SDGs, including, of course, ending poverty and hunger, but also reducing inequality, a more sustainable management of our natural resources, and more responsible and sustainable production and consumption. On regional priority 1, efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production, Colombia feels this is of the greatest relevance, and we welcome the inclusion of equitable access for smallholder farmers to resources as a PPA. Colombia is committed to reducing existing inequality in rural areas through a rural reform, which will make production more efficient and sustainable and allow us to achieve total peace, which has historically been hindered by unequal access to resources and land. Also, digital agriculture, which is included as another PPA, is a key theme for Colombia, which has been working on efficient, digital, and technologically equipped supply chains so as to develop our rural areas further. We are seeking to ensure that e-commerce generate efficiency, security, and transparency in trade processes and supply chains in rural areas, especially for smallholders. We hope to be able to work hand in hand with FAO in this domain. Next, on the urgency and pertinence of regional priority 2, ending hunger and achieving food security and nutrition, this is clear for all of us. Access, availability, and food safety, as well as the reduction of food loss and waste and guaranteeing healthy diets for all, are key themes in our policies and our National Development Plan, which places the human right to food at its core. Now, on sustainable management of natural resources and adaptation to climate change, we welcome the inclusion of biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture in this regional priority. This year, Colombia will host COP16 on biodiversity. We look forward to a global, broad discussion on the challenges we face so as to improve and protect biodiversity and ecosystem services. Agroecology, the bioeconomy, and adaptation and mitigation for climate change in agri-food systems are also work streams we hope to work on, given that the climate crisis is the most pressing threat to our food and nutrition security. Last, we are fully available to advance the regional priority on reducing inequalities and poverty and fostering resilience. There cannot be real transformation of our agri-food systems if we do not reduce the immense inequalities that exist in rural areas and cities. Reducing poverty, fostering gender equality, and empowering women in rural areas are priorities for Colombia. We thank FAO for the 4 initiatives and express thanks for the support provided to the members in our region in applying and implementing regional priorities, bearing in mind states' specificities. Guatemala now has the floor, followed by Bahamas and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Guatemala would like to make some recommendations to the program of work. Livestock production is a fundamental part of agri-food systems, given that it nourishes a large part of the population, provides livelihoods, and provides economic opportunities to its stakeholders. Improving efficiency is essential if we are to produce more with less.
I think we lost connection with Guatemala. Secretary, can you hear me? I think we lost connection here.
La ganadería, la eficiencia puede alcanzarse las pérdidas. ¿De acuerdo? ¿Me escuchan?
Yes,
you
you can
hear me
continue.
now? It is difficult to hear the speaker. The interpreters will do their best.
La sanidad animal con enfoque preventivo.
Animal health through a preventive approach can contribute to the development of value chains and efficient systems with maximum profitability, contributing to the food and nutrition security of consumers. Zoonotic diseases enhance risk across the board. Therefore, we must tackle them in order to improve the living conditions of the population, among others. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank FAO for a strategic partnership with Guatemala. Thank you, Guatemala.
The Bahamas, followed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Bahamas, you have the floor. Bahamas, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go on.
Chairman, the Bahamas supports the 4 regional priorities for FAO under the FAO Strategic Framework up to 2031. Bahamas recognizes the concerns of its regional counterparts and is always willing to better understand the challenges they face and to help develop short, medium, and long-term strategies to help solve common problems in access to healthy food to its people. Chairman, as our colleagues in Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, and other SIDS expressed a few minutes ago, we too are uniquely surrounded by oceans. This introduces a unique and not simply context-based set of challenges. As in our case, 90% of the Bahamas is marine, and 80% of our landmass is within 1 meter of mean sea level rise. We cannot retreat to mountains and transition agricultural farms to elevations we do not have when 25-foot waves from climate-induced events hit our soils. Therefore, climate change and integrating climate change in our day-to-day practices, our planning, is very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you to Bahamas for its presentation. Now I'll call upon St. Vincent and the Grenadines, followed by Costa Rica and Mexico. St. Vincent, you have the floor.
We, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, would like to support the FAO's 4 areas for further development in agriculture in the region. However, we would like to see emphasis placed on food security and safety. And this would touch on issues such as soil and water management, increasing the use of technology, which would facilitate data collection and information management for transparency along the value chains. We are also interested in enhancing the blue economy, as in the case of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are placing emphasis on expansion of the whole fishing industry. We would like to see more emphasis on research and development, as well as capacity building. In the area of climate change, most definitely. We are also very much interested in support for a liaison officer at the OECS Commission to work on the FAO strategy as well as the CARICOM 25 by 25 plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you to St. Vincent. Ahora tiene la palabra Costa Rica, seguida de México. Costa Rica
Costa
tiene la
Rica to be followed by Mexico. Costa Rica, go ahead. Thank you very much. I'd like to speak on behalf of Mr. Fernando Barquez, the Vice Minister of Agriculture and Livestock. Chair, receive warm greetings, you and all the members of FAO in attendance. So we're grateful to consider the FAO regional priorities for the next biennium, and we acknowledge the effort made by FAO to consolidate and define regional priorities, which are reflected in the document that was previously shared. We recognize the work carried out between FAO and Costa Rica for the purpose of identifying priorities, and this is through the joint work in the development of the country strategy plan. For our country, the regional priorities, as for example, efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production, and hunger and achieve food security and nutrition, sustainable management of natural resources and adaptation to climate change, and reduction of inequalities, poverty, and promotion of resilience are areas in which we need to bolster our efforts in order to be able to benefit from technical assistance and increase the livelihoods of our producers and farmers. For the case of Central America, we would like to be part of the programs and projects developed in the Central American Dry Corridor, of which we're part, and whose importance is fundamental for the region, given the vulnerability of the Dry Corridor itself and our vulnerability with respect to climate change. Moreover, we're thankful for FAO's support in staffing the Executive Secretariat of CCAP, which is extremely significant given the understanding that can be provided of the issues affecting the region. Also, as part of the country commitments, we're interested in continuing to support the cross-cutting themes, for example, the inclusion of women, youth, and other vulnerable groups. We also would like to foster the resilience of vulnerable groups, and this is going to be reflected in the public policy of our country's agriculture sector 2023-2032. Finally, we'd like to thank FAO for the support provided in earlier years, and I urge FAO to continue to support our country in the areas indicated. Also, we would like for FAO to unify the various efforts going on in the various countries of the region. Thank you, Costa Rica. And now I'd like to give the floor to the delegation of Mexico. Thank you very much, Chair. We'd like to thank FAO for the presentation, and we believe that the regional priorities identified in the paper are significant, and they do capture the main challenges that we face when it comes to food security, rural development, and sustainability of the environment. In particular, we'd like to emphasize the importance of driving technological innovation in the use of water and soil for agriculture, given that underlying sustainable food systems, that these are the main resources, i.e. water and soil. So their adequate use through technological innovation would be a condition for the sustainable development of resources. We also need to avoid the contamination of ground water and aquifers. This is a necessity today. Also, we need to eliminate food loss and waste and post-harvest losses. This has been tackled elsewhere in international fora. Hypothetically, we believe that by indeed avoiding food losses and waste, we could nourish a large part of the hungry population. Hence, this issue would really translate into quite a saving in terms of natural resources. Another issue would be the implementation of bioeconomics and the circular economy with the involvement of the agri-food supply chain actors in order to contribute to the transformation of food systems, to the adoption of technologies to promote investments and the generation of local jobs and the use of raw materials that haven't been used thus far, and therefore encouraging the resilient use of resources to provide services demanded by society. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico.
St. Kitts and Nevis, you have the floor. St. Kitts? I don't see or hear St. Kitts and Nevis.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go along.
Yes. Greetings again, everyone. St. Kitts and Nevis wholeheartedly support the proposal presenting the priority areas and eagerly anticipate their implementation. However, similarly to what Antigua mentioned, it is crucial for us to highlight our nation's pressing water issues. We face significant challenges in water management, which require urgent attention, and there is an urgent need for expertise within our region. Otherwise, our overall agenda in the region for food security and achieving some of our very important sustainable development goals will be a great challenge. We strongly urge the consideration of initiatives aimed at addressing our water issues and fostering sustainable water management practices. In addition, St. Kitts and Nevis reiterate the previous requests made in 2018 and 2022 for the FAO to consider establishing a position within the OECS Commission. We believe this would ensure integration of our activities and provide vital support for implementation in areas such as the Food and Agriculture Systems Transformation Strategy, abbreviated FAST, particularly in addressing capacity challenges. By working together and addressing these critical issues, we believe we will be able to make meaningful strides towards a more sustainable and resilient future for all in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. Now I give the word to Santa Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, St. Lucia wishes to endorse the regional priorities proposed by the FAO in support of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. More specifically, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the Food and Agriculture Organization for its unwavering support in the realm of fisheries development and management, particularly the focus on advancing fisheries and aquaculture towards sustainability under the Blue Transformation approach on the Program Priority Area 1, Better Production. The initiatives and assistance provided by the FAO have been instrumental in advancing sustainable practices and addressing the challenges faced across the globe, more specifically, St. Lucia and the OECS countries in managing our fisheries resources. Through collaborative efforts and expertise shared by FAO, significant strides have been made in enhancing the sustainability, productivity, and resilience of fisheries sectors. The guidance and resources offered by FAO have not only bolstered our capacities, but have also fostered greater cooperation and knowledge exchange, thereby fostering a more robust global fisheries community. As we continue to navigate the complexities and evolving dynamics of fisheries management, we recognize the critical importance of institutional strengthening. Effective governance structures and capacity building initiatives are indispensable in empowering nations to respond effectively to the multifaceted challenges confronting our fisheries sectors. In this regard, we call upon the FAO to further extend its support in bolstering institutional capacities of national fisheries administrations with the aim of strengthening its institutional and human capability to improve effectiveness by examining key areas such as the scope of work and mandate, organizational structure, policies and procedures, staffing, workforce development, infrastructure, equipment and technology, and data and information management system. In keeping with resolution number MC-17-2 of 2023, made at the 17th Ministerial Council of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, the CRFM. The challenges ahead are formidable. Notwithstanding, with FAO's continued commitment and support, we are confident in our collective ability to address them comprehensively and pave the way for a more sustainable and equitable fisheries future for our fisheries and communities rely upon the fisheries sector towards better production, better nutrition, better environment, better life, leaving no one behind. Once again, we express our deepest gratitude to the FAO for its invaluable contributions, and we look forward to our continued collaboration in advancing fisheries development and management. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Santa Lucia, for your intervention. Before giving the floor to Bolivia, I would like to consult the plenary if we can continue. If there is no objection, although we are overdue, I suggest that we continue this meeting. I see no objections. Tiene la palabra delegación de Bolivia, seguida de Trinidad y Tobago.
Of Trinidad and Tobago.
Bolivia.
Bolivia. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be able to be part of such an important event for us, Bolivia. And I'd like to congratulate all the organizers of the event and also all the participants. The plurinational state of Bolivia is very happy to have been invited to this event. And on behalf of the Vice Minister, I'd like to thank you for inviting me. It's important to mention that the pressure of demographic population growth of the economy and climate change have placed our country under pressure because we need to strengthen our food systems in order to provide livelihoods to our population and to do so in a way that is comprehensive and sustainable and respectful of the environment. In order to face these challenges, we need to become aware that it is sometimes food systems that are not practiced properly that are leading to the problems. And so it's important to adopt approaches that are resilient and sustainable by adapting to climate change and mitigating climate change. In Bolivia, we appreciate traditional food systems, which is a legacy, a millenary legacy of our Afro-Bolivian and farming indigenous peoples, which has given our country and the world a food of great nutritional value, which contributed especially to our country's food sovereignty. In this food system, in this traditional food system, we focus not just on tradition, but on the fact that it is the transmission of knowledge and culture, and it links up humans and the planet. It's not a past system, but it's a system of the present and the future because it is in balance with the Mother Earth. In order to achieve food security and also socio-environmental security and equity, our food systems that were based on ancestral traditions and knowledge of the many peoples that have solutions to the great ailments that affect contemporary society. We believe that it's important to recognize that there is a food system based on agri-industry, which is connected to the many different dimensions of the agri-food systems that have to do not just with production and food, but also with the economy, with jobs, the well-being of people, and the health and biodiversity of our people, and other systems of the environment and Mother Earth. And they're connected to the huge challenge of our days, i.e. climate change. But we believe that it's really important to look at both dimensions to begin the transformation of food systems as a way to drive towards concrete solutions that will be sustainable and inclusive. Thank you and congratulations to all. Thank you, Mr. Rotomayo, for your presentation. I now would like to give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago.
Good morning, Chair and delegates. I wish to firstly thank the FAO for its strategic direction and interventions aimed at supporting the 4 identified regional priorities of member states of the region. The FAO has signaled, rightfully so, that to achieve Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, and 10, we must reinvent the way we work and deliver on the 4 betters. These SDGs are also incorporated as part of Trinidad and Tobago's National Development Goals, aimed at ensuring economic resilience, food safety and security, equality for all, and building climate and environmental resilience. Chair, Trinidad and Tobago has prioritized a number of areas for strengthening, modernizing, and sustainably growing our agri-food system. These encompass digitalization, where we aim to enhance our capacity for e-extension services and online repositories. This will not only boost the efficiency of service delivery to our farming population, but also support the application of precision agriculture techniques. Additionally, we are committed to developing both crop and fishery sectors, emphasizing the commercialization of high-yielding indigenous germplasm and the establishment of production systems geared towards value-added end products. In the area of livestock, we are investing in improved technologies for animal feed production and pasture management. Trinidad and Tobago is also focusing on sustainable forest and natural resource management, aiming to implement technology for the development of an inventory management system. More of our efforts extend to pest and disease management, with a particular emphasis on combating pernicious pests and emerging diseases to increase adoption of integrated pest management, biopesticides, and bioinsecticides. Waste management for agriculture is another priority, where we seek to enhance water harvesting and storage capacity to support irrigation, mitigate flooding, and improve drainage. Additionally, we are working on establishing food storage facilities to stabilize commodity prices during supply shocks and mitigate food security threats. Finally, our agenda includes initiatives for climate-smart agriculture, such as the introduction of low-cost shade houses, high-yielding varieties resilient to temperature fluctuation, and soil conservation programs. Chair, Trinidad and Tobago supports the 4 identified regional priorities and also acknowledges that adequate funding alone cannot ensure the successful execution of our strategic country-level programs. In alignment with the 4 regional priorities, therefore, we ask FAO for support in seeking greater prioritization of dedicated human resources to support our endeavors in enhancing resilience, managing disaster risk reduction and mitigation, and addressing the impacts of climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baricali, for your presentation. Thank you to that Tobago. Ahora tenemos 2 inscripciones de miembros, Argentina y Perú, para
Argentina and Peru, to conclude before we give the floor to observers. I'd like to ask other members, if they're interested, to please let me know as soon as possible. I give the floor to Argentina, to be followed by Peru. Thank you, Vice Chair. Please allow me to make a clarification really quickly. My second intervention is due to the fact that we received the agenda, and it was clear that there were 2 documents with a discussion for each one. The idea of merging both documents in the single discussion is a decision that we're not objecting to, but our interventions had been prepared for each one of the documents separately. So I asked the Secretariat that the statements regarding the first document be captured at the appropriate time. And now my statement. Thank you for giving me the floor. We think it's valuable to include inputs drafted by different technical committees to possibly be able to develop specific and innovative proposals that will stimulate agri-food systems in our region. In this sense, for example, we especially appreciate the inclusion of the proposal made by Code de la LARC and ICA when it comes to promoting sustainable livestock, including silvopastoral systems and others to stimulate local economies and to strengthen the regional livestock value chains in order to consume healthy diets. Of course, I'm speaking in my capacity as chair of the Livestock Committee of FAO, and I want to very clearly support the International Year of Camelids, an initiative that was promoted by our dear colleagues from Bolivia. And allow me to also say that we'd like to highlight the work being done by FAO in fisheries and aquaculture through the promotion of sustainable practices, the fight against IUU fishing. But however, we do feel that it's appropriate to point out that in paragraph 25A, reference ought to be to the management of shared fisheries resources and avoid the use of the term multilateral governance when referring to fisheries resources in the high seas. With regard to processes and form, we believe that the document talks about incorporating or bringing on board recommendations to the program of work of FAO, which might lead to overlaps or juxtapositions with the programmatic priorities. For example, those identified in the San CELAC plan or in the document of priorities that the members shared with the Secretariat before the meeting. So we once again feel it's necessary to have information on the concrete possibility of the regional office to implement these recommendations, especially avoiding to create expectations around many different initiatives, which in the best of cases could only be able to attract earmark contributions. Let me conclude by saying that it's necessary to remember that the recommendations are extremely important and that they need to be taken as input by FAO, but then members need to have the opportunity to guide FAO along the achievement of common goals. The approach that we are requesting is bottom up. Thank you very much, and we take note of the document. Thank you, Ambassador. Your original statement is duly noted. And now I give the floor to Peru with regard to item 10. Thank you, Chair. We are thankful for the opportunity to be here, and we cordially greet all representatives in the member countries in the region and delegates of the different agencies, as well as the organizations of civil society. With regard to the document on the recommendations of the regional committees and COFLA, Peru, at its 33rd session, discussed the items like the value chain of timber products, the updating of the implementation of the UN Decade on the Restoration of Ecosystem 2021-2030, and more. In this respect, Peru recognizes the social, economic, and environmental benefits of the aggregate value chain and believes that it has the capacity to supply the international and national value chain. And it's important to comply with international agreements like the Paris Agreement and SDGs. Peru has been implementing the Sustainable Forest Project, tackling a number of challenges, as for example, the improvement of the productivity and sustainable use of natural forests. Peru recognizes the importance of financing for sustainable forestry management because of its impact on society and the environment, as well as the development of added value in wood and non-timber value chains. Peru is trying to close the gap that exists and tap into the existing value chains. And that's why we invited FAO and its members to establish the synergies to maximize the impact of funding for forestry management. Peru approved the national strategy for the restoration of degraded lands and forests in order to restore 330,000 hectares by 2030. In spite of the normative advances, funding continues to be a hindrance for restoration initiatives, especially for native farming communities. In this regard, we feel it's necessary to provide technical and scientific support, and this by FAO and other international organizations to facilitate access to funds for environmental restoration. Also, our country, unfortunately, has been exposed to many forest fires because of different practices. In this regard, our office has implemented preventive measures and provided technical assistance to mitigate forest fires. We are interested in strengthening local governance through prevention. We also have an early warning and monitoring system. This definitely has contributed to the situation, especially those that try to manage forest fires in the Amazon. We also encourage FAO and the Forestry Committee to look at different issues that interest us. For example, the restoration of forests, dry forests, secondary forests, mangrove forests, among others. Peru also agrees with the recommendation of COFAC and believes that it would be necessary to consider other issues concerning forestry. Finally, with regard to the summary of the Commission on Small-Scale and Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture of Latin America and the Caribbean, we request through different mechanisms, support to member states to drive forward aquaculture programs with a special approach to empower small-scale fishers and to drive forward artisanal fisheries. And this also through access to sustainable and innovative technologies that will improve resilience to climate change. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Mr. Calderon, for your comments. On the part of Peru, I have the last member, Peru, to be followed by observers. Honduras, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Honduras would like to applaud this report along with others that have been shared, and we are interested, of course, in achieving these goals. We applaud the fact that the biennium 2024-2025 will be devoted to water, water being a basic commodity for most of us in the country, but also a region. And this is because of the impact of the dry corridor that we are affected by because of climate change. So we are super committed to this, and we are extremely happy about this emphasis. There are several items under item number 9 that are very important to us. For example, artificial intelligence or protected agriculture. Now, this development of new technology should be accessible to all. In our country, so we work with many small-scale subsistence farmers, and we know that having a small irrigation system and having a broader technological system can change the life of families and can actually become livelihoods of providing quite an income. Only this way will we be able to break with this multi-generational chain of poverty. There are many other items that we would like to promote, although, for example, some of them don't necessarily appear in the documents. I'm especially thinking about the rural youth, which does not necessarily appear in the paper, or school orchards and gardens that are connected to school meals. Part of our work should be focused on this. We have to make sure that we have more fresh rations in school feeding programs. And I think that this might be possible with the work done by FAO in Honduras and with partnerships with other public and private organizations. And this way, I think we'll be able to achieve this goal. There's another point that I like to raise under 10 and fisheries. Fisheries continues to be a challenge. Most of the people that live in landlocked areas should be able to have a greater access to consumption of fish as part of their basic diet. Usually the consumption of fish happens only in coastal areas, but fish is seen as a luxury commodity, food commodity. We need to change that. And finally, an important point has to do with forestry and the need to promote agro-silvopastoral systems, which is so important, without losing sight of the fact that in forests we also have water production areas, and this cannot be neglected. That's why we need to do more work to raise the awareness of people and protect resources and promote adequate use and management of water. We need laws to guide this work. But once again, let me go back to the need for greater public and private investments, as well as in natural resources, in order for us to be able to keep ensuring food for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suazo.
I would like just to be sure that no other members have wish to have the floor. I don't see anyone, so now we move to official observers and representatives of non-state actors, starting with Laura Hernández from the civil society. Señor Hernández, tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señor presidente, por darme la palabra. Desde la sociedad civil organizada e integrada por una diversidad de sectores dedicados.
On behalf of civil society, we agree with the recommendations to strengthen the areas mentioned. We think it would be good to create a regional mechanism which is participatory, multi-sectoral, and a permanent one in nature, where civil society can make contributions when it comes to policies in countries. As the FAO priorities document says, it would be possible for civil society members in the region to complement the activities of governments. We would like our participation to be considered in all the working groups of the platform of the CELAC group, where relevant themes are addressed, like climate change, food security, and it's very important that our views be taken into account in these areas when it comes to our communities and indigenous peoples. We highlight the importance of governance and the importance of free, prior, informed consent. This is very important when it comes to fighting against climate change. In family farming and indigenous family farming, we work in the forests and we have proposals to address these issues. We think the use of innovation and technology needs to be based on agroecology and traditional knowledge and the cultural relevance of the particular territories, looking after water quality, for example, protecting biodiversity, protecting the land. This is all very important. We think in order to achieve efficient and effective production and reducing inequalities, we need to recognize food sovereignty and agroecology. We need to strengthen local communities which put women at the center of issues being addressed. And finally, we reiterate our concern with the recognition of artisanal fisheries as being central for food security, as mentioned by several countries. Food sovereignty for people. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Hernandez, for your intervention. The representative of the private sector now has the floor. Mr. Hector Basigualupo. Thank you very much, Chair. We agree with the FAO's strategy and the 4 regional priorities to address the challenges, to address food insecurity, hunger, and poverty. The most important one for us is number 3, mitigation adaptation in relation to climate change. Without all of this, all of the other goals will not be able to be achieved, especially when it comes to the second goal, sustainable use. So we need to do this to reduce inequalities. We agree with the need for innovation and technology use based on science. This is very important. We thank FAO for the Blue Transformation Initiative, focusing on the fight against climate change and working with coastal communities. In that case, we need to recognize that the value chain includes oceans. Climate change, of course, needs to be central to FAO's initiatives. Fighting against IUU fisheries is very important. There's also the need for land management, avoiding disputes in relation to access to water, land, and other resources. A lot of progress has been made, but much more progress remains to be made. We welcome the work being done and the proposals in relation to monitoring of fisheries operations. In this regard, the use of artificial intelligence and technology are very important. That's why we strongly support the Blue Transformation Program of FAO to work in that area. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Basigualupo, for your intervention. We now have the representative of the scientific and academic sector as the last speaker on our list. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. We'd like to say that in the previous consultation with the scientific and academic sector, the first conclusion of the analysis that we carried out was that agroecology was not mentioned both in FAO's priorities for the 2024-2025 biennium or in the report presented. We think that this lack of a reference to agroecology is inconsistent with various processes which are happening in FAO. We'd like to mention a few of them. For example, FAO carries out regional work in agroecology since 2016. There is Resolution 7/2019, an FAO resolution called Mainstreaming of Sustainable Agricultural Approaches, including agroecology, across FAO's future planning activities. In 2023, FAO carried out a process at the request of Palatino to draft a framework law on agroecology. And yesterday, countries like Colombia mentioned agroecology in their agriculture and food strategies, and other countries stressed related issues like Brazil regarding socio-biodiversity. In addition, there is abundant and growing evidence on the multiple functions of agroecology. Scientific evidence indicates the capacity of agroecology at different scales to help the restoration of biodiversity, soil health, nutritional quality of food, locally adapted technical and social innovations, and others. Therefore, we think mentioning in FAO strategic priorities sustainable agriculture is not enough. It's not clear enough. It's not concrete enough. We think we need references to agroecology to be mentioned here because it's important to transforming food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. Our proposal also includes making explicit policies and programs that promote healthy diets based on fresh, biodiverse, culturally adapted foods that protect native agrobiodiversity. Programs and policies that provide greater support for the co-building of knowledge to strengthen food security and sovereignty. And finally, ensuring the sustainable use and protection of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture and associated traditional knowledge following consultation and benefit sharing processes, and as indicated by existing national and international regulations. I thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Ms. Catacora Vargas, for your intervention.
I will give the floor to Mario Lubetkin, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative of FAO, followed by Maya Tagaji, FAO Regional Program Leader, to hear their reactions to the interventions we just listened. Mr. Lubetkin, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot, dear Chair, señores, señoras representantes.
Representatives, ministers, representatives of the 33 countries. I'd like to thank you for the contributions on these elements. We took note of the comments you made yesterday and today. I would like to highlight 3 aspects, and then I'll give the floor to my colleague Maya, who will focus on 2 or 3 very concrete aspects. Firstly, I'd like to indicate that I think we are all aware that we are seeing a permanent process of change when it comes to agri-food systems, and we have clear guidelines that you have supported very strongly this morning during this debate. So we don't need to adjust things. We need to, colleagues of the 33 countries, look at the results of the SOFI report, SOFI 2023 report, where we see that we were the only region that was able to reduce, even if it was just by a relatively small amount, the number of people suffering from hunger, between 2 or 3 million people who were in a situation of hunger. So we have the plan of action for the coming period. We see that this was a positive aspect of the SOFI report, but we see in 2024 another positive result. So we can see we are in a trend process where we are reducing the instance of hunger, and we are reducing Latin America's burden when it comes to the contribution to hunger. So we also saw a lot of support from you with the adjustments you suggested as well, which we've taken note of, the appreciation for our work. There are also the proposals we have made which need to be adjusted based on the evolving situation, of course. I think the result of the last 2 years, the last biennium, is that we have seen a lot of progress. We have seen support from you as well. We need to work on that and continue to work better, to continue to work forward in this situation of trust that we have with you. Now, we have the 2024 results, which show us that we have adjustments which have been made in line with the guidelines that you have highlighted. We have talked yesterday and today about the results of the CELAC plan. We have already achieved agreement and consensus as 33 countries in CELAC on working towards a framework hand in hand with FAO's programs, and that's something we will be working on with the pro-temporary secretariat of CELAC. And we'd like to refer to the debate in the UN Security Council from mid-February, which focused in a special session on the issue of food insecurity and climate change and peace. This was organized by the government of Guyana, which had the presidency at the time. And this is something we were called upon to highlight, highlighting the initiative of the G20 work when it comes to Brazil's proposal, for example, for the Global Alliance to address hunger and poverty. And we know that a lot of action is going to take place there thanks to Brazil and the G20. We're going to have the upcoming COP as well. We've heard from the Colombian authorities requesting support. We know there's going to be a COP in Belém as well. So all of these things are things which have relevance at many different levels, local, regional, and international. And that's why I think that these days of debate for us are very important. The draft, which is being prepared now, it's going to be approved by the ministers next week in Georgetown. This will highlight actions moving forward. So I'd like to thank you for the support you've provided to us, highlighting the importance of the indicators that you have proposed to us and the contradictory things that may exist. We are adjusting things as we go. The situation is evolving. There are synergies, there are some overlaps, and we need to address those. We're going to address those as the situation goes on as well, because of course we know that a lot of these things are evolving very quickly. You have provided us with indicators, and they are going to form a roadmap for our work moving forward. And I now will give the floor to Maya, who's going to continue on with the intervention period. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to all the member countries and the observers who have provided us with many rich comments and suggestions for areas for us to focus on. I would just like to underscore the fact that we have taken note of all of your comments, and I would like to underscore the fact that the previous LARC asked FAO, or gave FAO the mission of localizing the framework when it comes to the region and focusing on what is being done in the region itself. And that's why we have put forward the 4 priority areas for the region associated to the 4 betters. We'd like to thank you for the support you've provided for them as well. All of this will provide us with guidelines and guidance for the 20 PPAs. These 20 PPAs are in the strategic framework, and they are completely aligned, fully aligned with the issues and subjects raised by you, the member countries. So rest assured, the issues, I need to repeat this, of course, these issues are being taken note of, and we thank you for raising those issues with us. I'd also like to highlight the fact that there is the issue of the accelerators for financing in the strategic framework mentioned by Argentina. The accelerators, according to the strategic framework, are a means to achieve an end, as opposed to the PPAs. So they are not separate. They are completely mainstreamed and inserted within our plan of work. which is completely aligned with the strategic plan of FAO and also completely aligned with the regions plan from the conference, as mentioned by Argentina. So we have results here which explicitly include the issues of accelerators, the use of data, science, innovation, and technology. And of course, the complements, capacity building as well, which is also included in our work. Just wanted to clarify that. Of course, there's the concepts mentioned by Argentina, water governance, and perhaps having a footnote to clarify a definition of those. Of course, we can work together on that. And of course, also having language based on the proposal from GRULAC, as mentioned by the ADG. We can work on that, and thank you very much, of course, for that. We will continue to work on that. Thank you. Thank you both for the comments from FAO. I'd like to thank the members and observers for their comments.
Adjourn. Resume the conference at 2:15 Guyana time. Thank you very much. Session adjourned.
afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque, también que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región. Tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO's mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 Agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
L'eau pour moi.
我是马颖，来自中国。
المياه بالنسبة لي.
El agua para mí.
Вода для меня это.
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu Dong-yu, recorrió la finca agroecológica Vista Hermosa, que produce hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, a capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto cuantitativo, incluso de concepto, Con Coviman lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que se necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a una escala pequeña productiva. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy el mundo es digital prácticamente para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Es realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vistahermosa.
Esta finca tiene todas las características por los temas ecológicos, por los temas del género, por los temas de las buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones para una concreción ya de la ley de soberanía alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES emplea esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son las jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil-FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar aún más las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en las discusiones y talleres, integrando así actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al caso de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, se reactivaron 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 550 mujeres comercializadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kay kan kiralilya kay kisnan yang kasakyam ni kay kisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah kalupya sa kipawi sa wa imayana era bara yang kasaklilya kay kisna
mayrin na ni sutni na yang upal lilias na an yang tingki wisna sakuna mala daw kay ka kumsin ay kibangwan sa busal karay baikan batalya rasal ka baplapis sa bamna wartakiya tabitaw kaya.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes Punta Arenas, en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica, y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, llevarle sustento a nuestras familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al Gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar la cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Creo que uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de una forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, las mujeres venden empanadas, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para comer y pagar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva de las mujeres. Hemos comprendido que nosotras tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno, derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida y más aún que en las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food imports, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, St. Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formal agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity among public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy-in. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems as we look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector ganadero a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, resilient and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the 4 betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the Mesoamerican corridor, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. Better life for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal region, with persistent levels of rural poverty that disproportionately affect women and indigenous peoples. Exposure to multiple and rapidly increasing risks is making agri-food systems vulnerable to different crises and shocks, affecting rural livelihoods, especially in countries with high rural poverty and extreme poverty levels. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 25% of the population identifies as indigenous or Afro-descendant, while women constitute 36% of agri-food system workers. Inclusive rural transformation and enhanced resilience in agri-food systems are a priority. Together, we can achieve these priorities: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life for all. Let us unite for a sustainable, inclusive, and brighter future in Latin America and the Caribbean. Según el informe Panorama Regional de la Seguridad Alimentaria y la Nutrición 2023, 43,2 millones de personas actualmente sufren hambre en América Latina y el Caribe. A pesar de que se registra una leve mejora en el último periodo, los niveles de hambre continúan por encima de las cifras de 2019. Esto producto de las consecuencias de la pandemia, la crisis climática y los conflictos armados, así como la desaceleración económica, el aumento de la inflación alimentaria y la desigualdad de ingresos. La situación varía en las subregiones. A diferencia de Sudamérica y Mesoamérica, en el Caribe se observa un aumento en la prevalencia de hambre e inseguridad alimentaria en comparación con 2021. 247,8 millones de personas en la región experimentaron inseguridad alimentaria moderada o grave en 2022, es decir, 4 de cada 10 personas de la población, afectando principalmente a las mujeres y personas en situación de pobreza o con alguna condición de vulnerabilidad. No solo eso, la región enfrenta una contradicción importante. Los niveles de sobrepeso y obesidad superan las estimaciones globales. El 8,6% de los niños y niñas menores de 5 años tiene sobrepeso y 1 de cada 4 adultos padece obesidad. Además, el costo de una dieta saludable en la región es de $4,08 al día por persona, limitando el acceso a ella al 22,7% de la población. La seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición es parte fundamental de la salud de las personas y para el desarrollo de los países. La situación es crítica, pero juntos podemos marcar la diferencia. Es hora de actuar.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 30th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from FAO's 3 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into FAO state as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergies to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 agenda promoting better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos a...
donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces, es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque, también que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos que brotan. Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra, que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red, que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales, que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta desean compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero. Tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, biodiversidad y agro. Te esperamos.
Latin America and the Caribbean recorded progress in reducing hunger and food insecurity compared to other regions of the world, according to the latest estimates presented by the Food and Agriculture Organization. However, the scenario continues to be worrisome, with 43.2 million people suffering from hunger. The reasons are multiple: poverty, climate change, the socio-economic consequences of the pandemic, and conflicts, among other factors, continue to affect the most vulnerable. It is time to move from commitment to action. In March 2024, the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. For 3 days, heads of state and government, ministers, parliamentarians, representatives of civil society and the private sector from 33 member countries in Latin America and the Caribbean will meet to address regional priorities, translated into a mandate as an objective, clear, and realistic response to combat hunger in the region. Multiple actors from across the region have forged synergy to contribute to national efforts towards more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, and support the 2030 agenda promoting better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. We can create a new reality and build a Latin America and the Caribbean free of poverty, hunger, and inequality, leaving no one behind.
المياه بالنسبة لي
Water to me is life.
Humans, animals, plants all depend on water.
Water to me, well, it's everything.
It's our food, our energy, and even the clothes that we wear.
Water to me is a scarce resource. We need to use new technologies for rational use and water conservation.
We need to recycle used water to reduce water scarcity.
Water is fundamental to grow and produce our food.
We need to produce more with less water.
Water to me is fun. I like to play and swim in the water.
Water to me means sustainability. It keeps life on our planet in balance.
We need to keep the water clean to have a healthy life.
Water to me is a human right.
In my region, people struggle to get water.
We need to distribute water evenly and make it accessible to everyone.
We need to preserve water for the life of our planet. We have to start now.
We will always need water.
En su visita a Cuba en el marco de la cumbre del Grupo de los 77 y China, el director general de la FAO, Chu, recorrió la finca agroecológica de hortalizas, leche, productos lácteos y carne, según los principios de sostenibilidad social y ambiental, en línea con las 4 mejoras promovidas por la FAO. La finca se beneficia de varios proyectos implementados por la FAO en el país y forma parte de la iniciativa 1000 aldeas digitales, que promueve la organización desde 2020 para ampliar el acceso y uso de herramientas digitales en los sistemas agroalimentarios.
FAO nos permitió a nosotros, pues, de alguna manera acceder a conocimiento, capacitación y sobre todo también a recursos que nos han permitido a nosotros, pues, poder diversificar nuestras producciones, poder humanizar mucho el trabajo y poder dar un salto incluso de concepto. Lo que hicimos fue incorporar equipamiento con un criterio que permitiría poder ilustrar y demostrar a otros productores lo mínimo que necesita para dar un salto productivo importante a la pesca. Las aldeas digitales nos abre otro mar de oportunidades de muchas cosas que hasta ese momento nosotros ni pensábamos, ni sabíamos que existían. Hoy es digital para el comercio, para la búsqueda de información, para promoverse, para interactuar incluso con los clientes y con posibles proveedores. Realmente un cambio sustancial de cara al desarrollo de Vistelós.
Esta finca es característica por los temas agroecológicos, por los temas del género, por buenas prácticas en la producción, por los temas de diversidad que tiene, por el uso de la materia orgánica. Además capacita, tiene también el trabajo con los jóvenes, con los niños. Usted reúne aquí todas las condiciones. Es una concreción ya de la ley de soberanía alimentaria, con las mejoras también que la FAO promueve, o sea, con calidad en los alimentos, con buena nutrición, amigable con el medio ambiente y por tanto da una vida mejor, porque eso da ingresos, da soberanía, da alimentos, da seguridad y eso al final es más vida, mejor vida. Y la FAO en eso ha sido decisiva y seguirá siendo.
El marco estratégico de la FAO busca respaldar la Agenda 2030 mediante la transformación sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Experiencias como la de esta finca trabajan por la necesidad de satisfacer la creciente demanda de alimentos, reducir la presión sobre los recursos naturales, proteger la biodiversidad e incrementar la resiliencia mientras se asegura empleo decente y acceso a dietas saludables sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Desde el año 2018, el gobierno de Brasil impulsa la Red de Alimentación Escolar Sostenible, la RAES, en América Latina y el Caribe. La RAES es resultado de los esfuerzos del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO para el tema de alimentación escolar y es ejecutada de manera conjunta por la Agencia Brasileña de Cooperación, el Fondo Nacional de Desarrollo de la Educación y la FAO. Para crear soluciones a los desafíos de la alimentación escolar en la región, la RAES hace esfuerzos para promover el diálogo, desarrollar capacidades e intercambiar experiencias e información entre gestores y otros profesionales que actúan en los programas de alimentación escolar. Una de las innovaciones de la RAES es la plataforma virtual disponible en 4 idiomas. La plataforma es un espacio para compartir todas las informaciones relevantes en tema de alimentación escolar en la región. Son publicaciones, legislaciones, videos, cursos de capacitación, entrevistas, noticias, artículos y una serie de iniciativas exitosas de los países, entre otros. Todo esto desarrollado para promover más diálogo e intercambio entre los más de 20 países que forman parte de la RAES. Otra innovación impulsada por la RAES para fortalecer la alimentación escolar son jornadas de capacitación de docentes. Estas jornadas están en marcha en más de 10 países para que los docentes puedan implementar acciones de educación alimentaria y nutricional junto a la población estudiantil. Una de las bases de este trabajo es la metodología de escuelas sostenibles desarrolladas por la Cooperación Brasil-FAO y gobiernos socios desde hace más de 10 años. Para ampliar la difusión de esta metodología que ya está presente en 23.000 escuelas de América Latina y el Caribe, la RAES lanzó en 2023 una serie de podcasts. La serie es una nueva estrategia de información y capacitación que ofrece la oportunidad de profundizar las habilidades profesionales por medio de contenidos en formatos digitales, como es el caso de los podcasts. Agradecemos a la alianza entre ABC, FND, FAO y gobiernos de los países socios por el apoyo a estas iniciativas que contribuyen para mejorar las vidas de los niños y niñas de América Latina y el Caribe. El cambio climático tiene efectos tangibles sobre la seguridad alimentaria, nutrición, pobreza y sistemas agroalimentarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Estos impactos repercuten en la producción y medios de vida rurales y en la producción agrícola, dado una menor superficie cultivable, la sequía y escasez de agua, la pérdida de tierras costeras, entre otros. Hoy en día, se juega la capacidad de asegurar alimentos, erradicar la pobreza y lograr un desarrollo sostenible y resiliente en América Latina y el Caribe en un contexto de aumento de la población y de crisis climática. Es por ello que tanto la reducción de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero como la adaptación a los impactos futuros en distintos niveles es clave. En este contexto, los planes de adaptación al cambio climático representan instrumentos fundamentales en favor de la acción climática. Chile ha avanzado integrando armoniosamente sus planes con las políticas públicas relevantes en materia climática, tales como la Estrategia Climática de Largo Plazo 2050, la contribución determinada a nivel nacional y la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático. Este proceso comenzó hace más de 10 años con la primera generación de planes de adaptación, incluyendo un plan nacional y 6 planes sectoriales. Con el apoyo de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación Cultura, FAO, y el financiamiento del Fondo Verde del Clima, Chile está actualizando algunos de estos planes y desarrollando nuevos, como el Plan Sectorial de Recursos Hídricos. Para junio de 2024, se espera que Chile haya desarrollado un nuevo Plan Nacional de Adaptación al Cambio Climático, junto a 12 nuevos planes sectoriales. Esta labor ha generado una serie de lecciones aprendidas desde la fase de integración de los planes de adaptación con las políticas públicas, el diseño de estos instrumentos y la búsqueda de financiamiento para su futura fase de implementación. Un aspecto fundamental que ha caracterizado este proceso ha sido la participación activa de múltiples actores y partes interesadas en discusiones y talleres, integrando a cientos de actores clave y de gran influencia en las 16 regiones del país, entre los que destacan grupos de mujeres y pueblos indígenas. Las lecciones aprendidas de estas experiencias han sido compartidas con otros países de la región y se espera que sirvan de guía para que estos puedan avanzar de forma similar al de Chile. Los resultados obtenidos a la fecha representan un logro clave para Chile en avanzar en adaptación al cambio climático a nivel nacional. Esto solo ha sido posible gracias a la coordinación y generación de sinergias entre diferentes instituciones e instrumentos de política pública del país. Más de 1.700 familias pescadoras de la región autónoma Costa Caribe Norte de Nicaragua han mejorado sus condiciones con el proyecto Apoyo a la Recuperación de Medios de Vida y Generación de Ingresos de Pescadores Artesanales afectados por huracanes ETA e IOTA en noviembre de 2020. Los huracanes afectaron a casi 5.000 pescadores de la zona. La FAO en Nicaragua pudo llegar a 17 comunidades indígenas de la región, ayudarlas a superar la ola de la emergencia y enfocar sus esfuerzos en la recuperación de la cadena de valor de la pesca artesanal en las zonas afectadas. El proyecto entregó 67.400 materiales, equipos e insumos para la pesca, acopios, salas de proceso y comercialización, apoyando así la recuperación de los medios de vida junto con capacitación y asistencia técnica. Con esta iniciativa, 97 acopios y 10 salas de procesos. Además, 50 realizadoras fueron apoyadas con bienes y capacitaciones.
Las mujeres sí podemos salir a abarcarnos, a trabajar, a salir adelante en cualquier área de trabajo, porque sí podemos.
Yang kay kan kiralilya kay kisnan yang kasakyam ni kay kisna mayrin na ni sinsel baha miski ba na ilah la kalupya sa kipawi sa wa imayana era bara yang kasaklilya kay kisna.
Mayrin na ni sutni na rayang upa lilias na an yang tingki wis na sakun mala daw kay ka kumsin ay kibangwan sa kabu sal karay bay liara sa lapis sa bam na warta ki daw kay.
Mi nombre es Araceli Jiménez Mora, soy la presidenta de Copemolusco Chomes. Vivimos en Chomes Punta en la costa pacífica de Costa Rica y les vamos a mostrar cómo es nuestra labor diaria en la extracción de moluscos. Recolectamos mejillones, pianguas, almejas y choras. Estos productos se comercializan en la comunidad y esto nos ha ayudado, ¿verdad?, a llevarle sustento a familias.
Entre el año 2017 y el 2018, mediante un proceso de capacitación y acompañamiento técnico, con apoyo de la FAO, junto al Gobierno de Costa Rica y Coop Solidar, las mujeres lograron asociarse y conformar una cooperativa compuesta por 40 mujeres y 12 hombres.
Uno de los retos más grandes que tenemos es poder comercializar el producto de forma justa.
Para complementar sus ventas y la captura diaria, ceviche, pescado y platos precocinados con productos locales. Reciben los pedidos a través de aplicaciones de mensajería o las redes sociales.
Porque con esto no solamente nos alimentamos, no solamente tenemos un salario para cobrar nuestros gastos, también hemos podido ayudarle a nuestros hijos que se superen.
En la actualidad, la cooperativa no solo depende de la riqueza del manglar, sino que también se dedica a la preservación y restauración de estos ecosistemas, avanzando hacia un enfoque de manejo sostenible y resiliente, tal como lo promueve la FAO.
Nosotros comenzamos primeramente limpiando los manglares, construimos el vivero, después fuimos a buscar las plántulas y se deja alrededor de 1 mes y medio, 2 meses. Y después se va a reforestar a una zona donde no haya tanto mangle y que sea una zona apta, ¿verdad? El taller de trabajo y empleo decente cambió la perspectiva. Hemos comprendido que nosotros tenemos derecho a tener un trabajo decente, derecho a tener un trabajo digno derecho a tener un seguro social, derecho a ser reconocidas, que nuestra actividad sea reconocida y más aún que las mujeres creímos que nuestro trabajo era tan digno como cualquier otro tipo de trabajo.
Throughout the Caribbean, there is a rich history of agriculture and an ever-growing food import bill, plus high susceptibility to the impacts of climate change. By using a market-oriented approach for the sustainable development of food value chains, FAO is supporting Caribbean countries to reduce their food import, increase exports, and attract private sector investment in high-potential value chains. In Belize, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, St. Lucia, and several other Caribbean countries, the FAO Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean is working with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to transform food and agriculture industries using this market-oriented approach to value chain development. The highly participatory and inclusive approach relies on the effective engagement and coordination between private and public sector value chain stakeholders to promote ownership of the development of high-potential value chains. It combines market research, a rapid production assessment, an examination of the roles of women and youth, and the risks of climate to identify the range of critical constraints and the opportunities to overcome them to build resilient industries. So far, using the approach has led to the design and implementation of industry upgrading strategies, selection of best fit solutions to improve production, which increases opportunities for formalizing agreements between buyers and farmers, as well as increased technical knowledge and capacity in public and private sector stakeholders. This multi-pronged approach also involves the development of business models to demonstrate the income-earning potential for farmers and is vital in securing investor buy. Investment and development finance in various industries will strengthen them and provide the requisite funding to ensure industry sustainability. Working on high-potential value chains offers direct economic benefits to those involved in these industries and to consumers who crave quality products originating from the Caribbean. FAO continues to support governments in transforming and building more resilient and competitive agriculture and food systems and look to a future of lower food import bills, secure livelihoods, and thriving economies. El proyecto Ganadería y Clima se planteó contribuir a enfrentar los desafíos del sector a través de un enfoque integral que abarca la mejora de la productividad y la sostenibilidad de los establecimientos ganaderos. El objetivo del proyecto es promover el aumento sostenible de la productividad y el ingreso en la producción ganadera y a la vez contribuir a mitigar el cambio climático, restaurando tierras degradadas en pastizales naturales y mejorando la resiliencia de los sistemas a través de un proceso de coinnovación con enfoque de género. En 3 años de trabajo de campo, el proyecto logró el aumento del 28% del ingreso neto familiar, con un 2% de disminución de los costos, el aumento del 8% de la producción de carne vacuna y 17% de la producción de carne ovina. Aumentó 1% el porcentaje de destete y de preñez y aumentó 1% el peso al destete. Mejoró un 64% el índice de buenas prácticas ganaderas. Se redujeron un 7% las emisiones totales de gases de efecto invernadero y un 8% las emisiones GEI por kilo de carne producida. Aumentó un 35% la altura de pasto y 7,4% la biodiversidad vegetal en comparación con los vecinos. Estos resultados son los insumos para el desarrollo de una estrategia nacional de ganadería climáticamente inteligente y un plan de mitigación para la ganadería que está diseñando el gobierno del país. El programa realizado en colaboración con el gobierno canadiense mitigó el impacto socioeconómico del COVID-19 en productores y productoras en situación de vulnerabilidad. Más de 19.000 familias, en su mayoría pertenecientes a pueblos indígenas y afrodescendientes, mejoraron sus medios de vida y su seguridad alimentaria y fortalecieron su resiliencia frente a impactos futuros. El programa benefició de manera indirecta a más de 49.000 hombres y mujeres rurales. El proyecto buscó de manera especial entender y responder a las necesidades de las mujeres para disminuir brechas de equidad. Las personas que participaron en el proyecto recibieron asistencia técnica, capacitación, insumos y apoyo para el desarrollo de cadenas productivas y acceder a mercados en un enfoque integrado y con resultados visibles en corto plazo. En Perú, el proyecto fortaleció la resiliencia y seguridad alimentaria de los pueblos indígenas en Atalaya y Satipo. Se brindó asistencia técnica en 43 comunidades nativas para apoyarlas a implementar buenas prácticas de producción agrícola y pesquera. Esto se logró mediante 21 escuelas de campo, conservando sus tradiciones y cosmovisión ancestral de los pueblos indígenas. Además, se capacitó equipos de drones para que pudieran llevar a cabo monitoreo forestal y establecer alertas tempranas ante incendios. En Nicaragua, el proyecto se implementó en el corredor seco del país, apoyando a familias vulnerables a reducir los impactos socioeconómicos del COVID-19 y de la sequía, promoviendo prácticas sostenibles y resilientes para enfrentar mejor futuras amenazas. Se crearon y fortalecieron emprendimientos. Las familias productoras recibieron bonos para la reactivación productiva. También se crearon 60 bancos comunitarios de semillas. En Bolivia, el proyecto se llevó a cabo en 34 municipios de La Paz, Chuquisaca y Santa Cruz, áreas con altos niveles de vulnerabilidad, desnutrición y frente a choques climáticos. Se desarrollaron 34 centros demostrativos de capacitación, empoderando a productoras y productores y facilitando la transferencia de saberes técnicos y tradicionales a mujeres y jóvenes para una producción sostenible y resiliente. Se respaldaron emprendimientos individuales, mejorando su comercialización mediante ferias locales. Además, 23 gobiernos autónomos municipales impulsaron sistemas de información para la preparación ante desastres, formando a un total de 103 comunicadores populares. En Honduras, el proyecto se ejecutó en 3 mancomunidades, Manorcho, Mamsepaz y Amfi, caracterizadas por el alto nivel de vulnerabilidad social y económica. Se incrementaron las capacidades productivas, brindando insumos y asistencia técnica para la recuperación de los medios de vida de las familias productoras, tomando en cuenta la participación activa de mujeres, pueblos y nacionalidades, y sobre todo adolescentes y jóvenes. Además, se logró potenciar 2 centros financieros de desarrollo, facilitando el acceso a crédito de 265 emprendedores. Al igual que en los otros países, las mujeres fueron empoderadas para participar activamente en todas las actividades. El proyecto se basó en un modelo de cogestión, articulado con organizaciones de base locales. Esto permitió responder de manera eficiente a la compleja coyuntura socioeconómica de hombres y mujeres productores como resultado de la pandemia. El proyecto promovió un enfoque de recuperación con transformación, priorizando la inclusión y el empoderamiento de mujeres, jóvenes y pueblos indígenas. Rescató la importancia de promover el uso de tecnologías y saberes ancestrales, reconociéndolas como herramientas de desarrollo, resiliencia y sostenibilidad. Identificó oportunidades para empoderar a mujeres y jóvenes, generando oportunidades de ingresos, reduciendo brechas y visibilizando su potencial como agentes de cambio. La iniciativa además dio a una emergencia y logró fortalecer la resiliencia de los sistemas sanitarios en un contexto de crisis compleja. Además de los impactos continuados del COVID-19, la incidencia de otros factores económicos como la inflación, choques climáticos, conflictos sociales y la inestabilidad política conllevaron a la adaptación operativa de las actividades para poder garantizar el cumplimiento de las metas programadas. La red de gerentas y gerentes de FAO en América Latina y el Caribe surgió en julio de 2022 como un espacio para fortalecer las relaciones, el diálogo y el aprendizaje entre quienes quienes dirigen proyectos en todas las áreas de acción de la FAO.
Con más de 200 integrantes, la red congrega a responsables para la ejecución de $700 millones en proyectos FAO en toda la región.
Las y los gerentes son los que tienen contacto directo en los territorios y comunidades, son los que abren camino y producen cambios.
Son quienes enfrentan los desafíos, las exigencias de los gobiernos, de nuestros socios y también las necesidades de nuestros beneficiarios.
En su primer año de vida, la red ha organizado 17 encuentros para compartir conocimientos, oportunidades y buenas prácticas.
Para los proyectos de cooperación sur-sur, esta red es un excelente espacio para el intercambio de informaciones técnicas y de gestión.
En los encuentros no solo se abordan temas técnicos, sino también habilidades blandas como el manejo de equipos, la solución de conflictos y la comunicación asertiva. La red ha servido también para reconocer el trabajo de nuestras gerentes y gerentes de proyectos, que son esenciales para que los objetivos de la FAO se conviertan en acciones concretas y transformadoras. La red de gerentas y gerentes de nuestra región es una experiencia sin precedentes en la FAO, una herramienta de construcción de soluciones innovadoras en conexión directa con los territorios y con nuestros beneficiarios, para no dejar a nadie atrás.
I invite delegates to take their seats to continue. I invite delegates to take their seats as we are now going to begin the next item. And before giving the floor to the chair, I just wanted to make one announcement for your planning purposes. Tomorrow morning's session will begin 1 hour earlier at 9 a.m. Guyana time, 10 a.m. Chile time, and 2 o'clock Rome time. This will allow a longer space between the final substantive item on any other matters, that's item 5, and the adoption of the report at 6 p.m. So all the items will be moved forward 1 hour, except the final item, the adoption of the report, which will begin at 16 p.m. Guyana time. This will allow adequate time for translators to translate the report of the regional conference that has been negotiated here in the 3 languages prior to its adoption. So thank you very much for your understanding. I verify that we now have a quorum, I confirm. And with that, I would like to turn the floor over to the chair, who continues to be Brazil. Brazil?
Thank you, Dr. Crowley. Dear friends, thank you, welcome. I am sure we all have a refreshing break and all ready for this next session. Following the agenda and the revised timetable, we'll begin item 4, the review of financing to end hunger for today and tomorrow, which corresponds to document LARC34-6. The challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition in Latin America and the Caribbean are critical, exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, global conflict, economic slowdown, regional inequality, and persistent poverty. Food security has deteriorated, surpassing pre-pandemic levels. Despite concerted efforts, the region is not on track to achieve SDG 2 and World Health Assembly targets, with projections indicating stagnation in the fight against hunger for the next 7 years. Addressing this complex issue requires a multifaceted approach that integrates productivity enhancement, access to nutritious food, and sustainable agricultural practices. Urgent, targeted interventions are needed, along with innovative financing mechanisms to bridge funding gaps. The discussions in this section will focus on financing for food security within agri-food system, emphasizing the interconnectedness of sectors. I hope that through this session, members can commit to partnerships, innovative financing, and inclusive solutions, capable of paving the way for a future where every individual, every community, and every territory in the region has dignified access to nutritious food. Ms. Daniela Godoy, FAO's Regional Senior Food Security Policy Officer, will present this item. Ms. Godoy, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas los delegados, especialmente, y por supuesto todos quienes nos acompañan en esta conferencia.
All those who are following us in this conference. I'm going to now deliver this presentation on financing the eradication of hunger, and the focus will be on the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 1 and 2. Latin America and the Caribbean are not on track to achieving SDG 2, as has already been mentioned by our regional director and also by many of the delegates to this conference. It has been estimated that the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic and the conflicts in the world will lead to hunger remaining at a steady level throughout the world, affecting 44.5 million people throughout the world, as you can see on that figure. The COVID-19 pandemic, along with the climate crisis, conflict, economic slowdown, also inflation, food prices, and income inequality, which severely affects our region, have really had an impact on the 4 dimensions of food security and nutrition in our region. While between 2021 and 2022, according to the SOFI data, there has been a decrease in the prevalence of hunger and food insecurity. Both of these indices continue to be at higher levels than the pre-epidemic period, and the prevalence of food insecurity is higher than the global estimate. Moreover, the prevalence of food insecurity for women is at a higher rate than for men, and it is also higher for rural populations compared to urban populations. It has been estimated that the cost of a healthy diet is higher in the Latin American Caribbean region with respect to the rest of the world, and that is explained also by the high cost of this diet in the Caribbean. And this leads to a lack of access to affordable, healthy diets, and also overweight and obesity. Food security and malnutrition are generating a considerable burden for our region. We do have some studies and figures on this, but they have some limitations, and we don't know what the exact costs are. That is why it's important to develop evidence in this area. According to FAO data, for instance, food and agriculture systems have hidden occult costs or negative externalities, which are generated by market inefficiency, institutions, public policies. And there are also factors that are associated with malnutrition and dietary habits that cause illness. And according to FAO's State of Food and Agriculture report in 2023, it has been estimated that these hidden costs amount to some $780 billion annually. Another estimate is attempts to quantify the cost of inaction relating to the double burden of malnutrition, including undernutrition and overweight and obesity. And that includes also costs relating to health, to education, and productivity. Data for the region show that this cost can rise to $63 billion USD annually for 8 countries, according to ECLAC and WFP data. These, of course, are approximate data, but they do show that the cost of the issue are well in excess of the cost of the solutions, taking into account all of the benefits that achieving food security and better nutrition would mean for our societies and our populations. According to an estimate by CEPAL, ECLAC in 2023, the approximate cost of ending hunger, not referring to food insecurity, would total some $12 billion. And that was calculating the basis of extreme poverty. FAO, along with ECLAC, WFP, and ICA, are working to publish estimates of the cost of ensuring access to a healthy diet to the people. And the SOFI report will offer a definition of financing to achieve SDG, and the first figures relating to the funding gap that exists. It is, however, difficult to define food security and nutrition, and a lot of work needs to be done by FAO and agencies to understand what financing is available to achieve food security and improve nutrition in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it is crucial. Here we see some estimates that don't correspond to the exact figures of financing flows, according to information available to FAO Stat and CEPAL, but we see, for instance, public expenditure relating to food security, the flows of international aid, and of the banking system. Public expenditure in agricultural production comprises 3 basic spheres: agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fisheries, also environmental protection, and research and development in agriculture, livestock, etc. And here we can see that the total public expenditure for social protection programs, which is included in the analysis, would be approximate to 1% of the GDP of the region in 2021. The flows of international development as investments in agriculture, livestock, forestry, fisheries, agro industries, food safety, rural development, and food assistance, protecting the environment would be 0.09% of GDP in 2021. We also have banking flows, which includes loans credit granted by the banking sector to farmers, cooperatives, rural households, agricultural cooperatives, or any other businesses related to agriculture. And that would amount to 1.37% of the regional GDP in 2021. If you look at the financing flows for social protection and banking loans to agricultural, forestry producers, fisheries, and rural households, and agricultural cooperatives, we see that from 2001 to 2021, there was an increase, but public expenditure in agriculture decreased as countries went through structural transformation and faced also fiscal challenges. Now, to address the financing of food security and nutrition in the framework of agri-food systems, we can identify three major opportunities. The first is that an understanding that information is limited. Therefore, there is an opportunity in data collection and evidence generation to understand what the real financing is. And not only in the agricultural sector, strictly speaking, but going beyond that, it's important to have information also on the different phases of not only the primary production, but also the investment sources in later stages, considering the supply chains, the food environment, and also consumer behavior. Second, it's important to optimize public expenditure in food security and nutrition in the current budgetary framework, which would mean reassigning support to agriculture and food to promote production and consumption of nutritious food. According to the state of the world's food security and nutrition, in 2022 in Latin America and the Caribbean, an efficient reallocation of fiscal subsidies from producers to consumers could reduce the cost of a healthy diet by 3.07% in 2030 and generate more jobs, as well as contributing to reducing poverty and greater affordability of a healthy diet. Decisions on financing and financial flows can reorient demand and have an impact on the supply of food, shifting it towards healthy diets. There can be improvements in the production and supply chains, for instance, through subsidies or regulatory frameworks that do not create distortions and promote the production of healthy food and food trade. We can also have adequate environmental conditions, working conditions that can meet social objectives, also through support to family farming and artisanal fisheries to improve access to inputs and innovative technology in agriculture can be another way of improving production. Reorienting financing towards consumers can also have a very positive impact. For instance, there can be ways to ensure greater affordability and access to by having an influence on consumers' consumption patterns. For instance, we could generate incentives through a taxation of ultra-processed food with critical levels of nutrients, or subsidies to increase access to nutritious food and access to healthy diets. Also, social protection networks aiming at nutrition, and also education in nutrition and food, regulations on front labeling of food, and regulations also on publicity of food. A few recommendations now on how to improve financing for food security and nutrition. First of all, mobilizing resources to access multilateral financing with the aim of also addressing the risks of climate change through adaptations of production food systems. There's a need for solutions that aim at adaptation, reducing the climate footprint and emissions. It's also important to have investment in the private sector. For instance, in the region, we have thematic bonds. For instance, we can have social bonds that can help finance projects that can promote food security and nutrition in the more vulnerable population. Also green bonds that can support projects for sustainable and resilient agriculture. Also, the implementation of impact funds may be important. It can include a mix of financial resources coming from different sources. There can be taxes on telecommunication services or private donations or international support. And these can, for instance, finance school feeding programs. Also, the international cooperation platforms may be very important. And here, promoting and attracting financing for food security and nutrition through platforms that can foster integration and cooperation. There's the ECLAC plan that was adopted by the heads of state and government, which sets out recommendations relating to financing mechanisms that are very important. Another recommendation would be to expand the access to microcredits, to insurance schemes and guarantees for the vulnerable population that normally are excluded from traditional banking. To increase the level of financing from banks, it's necessary to understand and eliminate the obstacles that limit the access of small-scale farmers and family farmers by increasing also the guarantees and insurance schemes. The flows of international development are also important. They can be expanded. For this, it's important to eliminate the systemic obstacles that limit the supply of funds for financing, in particular towards family farming and artisanal fisheries. And also, collective forms of financing can be very important. And to conclude, I only have a few minutes left. Looking at the current situation, scenario of food security and nutrition in our region, and the context that is associated with the recommendations, we can establish that it is very important for our regional conference to make these considerations, to develop the collection of data, and to promote all of the different processes that are associated with evaluation, optimizing and repurposing financing for food security and nutrition. It's also important to acknowledge the importance of public financing and support high-level policy dialogue and commitment on financing for achieving food security, nutrition, the sustainable development goals that are associated with food security and nutrition in the region, and consider the outcomes of food security and nutrition in the financing mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Godoy. Next, government delegates that wish to have the floor, please raise their hands on Zoom. For time being, I would ask to speak only for 3 minutes because I guess we have a long afternoon today, well, afternoon for me in Rome. We start with Argentina. Embajador, usted tiene la palabra.
Muchísimas gracias, querido vicepresidente.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear Vice Chairman, Argentina recognizes the fact that the need for financing in the region is a huge challenge. And we firmly believe that addressing this challenge will require an integral approach that will consider a variety of innovative financing mechanisms. And here, a combination of innovation and technology is essential.
¿Usted está segura que de mi lado, secretaria?
The audio is not very good. Are you sure that it isn't good, Secretary?
Verifique, secretaria, acá está funcionando bien, ¿eh?
Sí. Yo también. Acá también lo escuchamos.
Lo escucho perfectamente.
Embajador, por favor, prosiga.
Voy a empezar de nuevo, vicepresidente, si me permite.
If you allow, we'll start again.
Muchísimas gracias.
We'll set the clock to begin with. And Argentina recognizes the fact that financing is a huge challenge in the region. And we believe that addressing this need will require an integral focus that will consider a variety of financing mechanisms that are innovative. And it's important to have the right mix of innovation and public and private investment with multilateral credit organizations. And in this way, to bridge the funding gap in the region. We recognize the shared responsibility for the promotion of innovation in technology and knowledge transfer, technology transfer from developed countries, in alignment with the commitments that have already been undertaken in multilateral fora to improve agricultural productivity and face the challenges of climate change and food insecurity. And I would like to highlight a few concepts that are set out in the report on the challenges to financing. Indiscriminate and arbitrary use of criteria that consider the so-called hidden costs of food could exclude in an unfair and just way some fundamental factors in the production systems of countries. Nonetheless, the intervention of states through policies based on subsidies is one of the most important hidden costs, with social, economic, and environmental impacts that are often underestimated. But the document does not focus on this, despite the fact that many countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are food exporters and are seriously affected by this issue. And this is a form of discrimination in financing. And subsidies have a very severe impact on the food system. There may be some immediate advantages, but they also carry many negative impacts, including deficits in production, market distortion, increase in food prices, and maintaining agricultural practices that may be harmful for the environment and public health. And these can have an impact on food security and nutrition in countries and undermine their ability to ensure affordable access to healthy food for their entire population. I will conclude by saying that we believe that a virtuous cycle to support sustainable food system is important through financing for food production and adaptation to climate change, through platforms for cooperation, including South-South and triangular cooperation. And we urge FAO to provide greater support to these mechanisms that contribute to unity in diversity. And I would like to say that it is essential that we have financing, but with a focus on a plurality of different food systems, with a variety of focuses and approaches. And this is essential to build the resilience that we all seek. Thank you. Thank you. Brazil has the floor, to be followed by Panama and Ecuador. Thank you. Brazil welcomes the presentation. Here, the audio is very poor. The interpreter is trying, but it's almost incomprehensible. It's important to mobilize resources to address the food security crisis. The document, however, does not address fully the complexity of financing systems for development and the challenges that our countries face. In particular, the challenges based and with the increase of flows to development aid, fragmentation of these flows in development assistance. There are more than 200 donor agencies now, but this has led to a great fragmentation in the environment, and only 40% of international resources are funneled through the national budgets. So many countries are facing difficulties in aligning the official development assistance and their aids with their objectives. We need a clear approach to address financing in critical areas. Vice Chairman, the most vulnerable countries are those that are most affected because of their limited institutional capacity and their relations with a host of different donors. We think that FAO can contribute through harnessing thematic funds and supporting national systems in their adaptation to climate change. Only 3% of the climate funds now are targeted to food systems. It's important to recognize the contribution of the Brazilian proposal of a global alliance against hunger and poverty, to mobilize resources and technical capacity and support the adoption of national policies to combat poverty, reduce inequality, and contribute to food security and nutrition. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Brasil, por su intervención.
Thank you, Brazil. I'll now give the floor to Panama, followed by Ecuador and Venezuela. Panama. Thank you, Vice Chairman. Panama welcomes the document that was prepared by FAO that addresses the crucial issue of financing to end hunger today and tomorrow. At this point of time in which we're facing unprecedented challenges in terms of food security and nutrition, it is imperative that we explore and foster innovative forms of financing to achieve a sustainable impact, eliminating hunger throughout the world, with a special focus on indigenous peoples and with special support to family farming. Panama agrees with the need to mobilize financial resources at a national and international level, and underscores the importance of adopting an integral approach which involves multiple actors, including governments, private sector, civil society organizations, and international community. In this context, innovative forms of financing play a fundamental role in creating effective and sustainable solutions to address the global food crisis. Among these innovative forms of financing that are proposed in the document, there are social impact bonds, voluntary carbon markets, results-based funding mechanisms, public-private partnerships, the use of financial technology that is innovative, and responsible investment in sustainable agricultural projects. These tools offer unique opportunities to mobilize funds, supporting collaboration among different actors and ensuring that the resources are used in an efficient and effective way to achieve the sustainable development goals relating to food security and nutrition. In this sense, Panama urges FAO to provide member countries with the technical assistance that is needed to adopt innovative forms of financing, such as voluntary markets for bonds and the different social impact bonds. And these are promising approaches to bring about the transformation of our food systems. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the delegation of Ecuador, followed by Venezuela and Chile. Greetings to all from Ecuador. We believe that it's important to mobilize significant financial resources to address hunger today and in the future. We recognize the importance of an integral approach, and in this sense, we agree with what has been stated by many other countries, involving international cooperation, public investment, private investment, the active participation of civil society in the agricultural sector. It is essential that we have innovative financial mechanisms, as already been illustrated throughout this conference, that will enable fair access to resources for sustainable development, adequate technology, and capacity building of smallholder farmers. We affirm our commitment to work with other countries in the region and international organizations to ensure that the financing to eradicate hunger is a long-term investment and can work for the food security and nutrition of our populations. Regarding the impact of measures in this area, in particular for small-scale farmers, we underscore the importance of a balanced approach of opening of the markets for the protection of the rights of these farmers. We want to have mechanisms for international trade that recognize and promote the diversity of agricultural systems, ensuring that commercial mechanisms do not bring about negative impacts on the subsistence of these farmers, but can contribute to achieving food security in our region. Moreover, we also express our interest in regional strategies to be implemented that will address the need for financing for climate change adaptation for the agriculture in our region, in complementarity with technical advance and supporting also the social uses of the water resource. It is another important area for us to achieve agricultural resilience and sustainability. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. I'm going to give the floor to Chile, to be followed by Peru, and then Trinidad and Tobago. No, I've made a mistake, says the chair. We have Venezuela before Chile. Venezuela has the floor. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Perdón, Venezuela, no se escucha.
Apologies, there, now we can hear you. Good afternoon. This conference is addressing the issues of poverty, hunger, malnutrition, and we have to look at the lessons learned from the COVID-19, fragility of global logistics, as well as the impact of conflicts, the new commercial wars, and the imposition of coercive unilateral measures on countries. All of these situations which have an impact on the supply chains of food and therefore have an impact on the lives, especially of the most vulnerable. All of this needs to be seen also in the light of climate change. In our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, we must prepare ourselves to ensure the access of food to our people with new measures, with the aim of producing more in the areas that already exist, while preserving and indeed recovering the environment and increasing the productive parameters, not only in terms of quantity, but also quality. Producing healthy, safe food that is adequate in quantity and affordable. A lot remains to be done, and food sovereignty is very important in our region. To achieve it and to provide our world with what is needed, we need to have food systems as well as livestock and fisheries that are efficient, that are sustainable, that are inclusive in all their aspects. We understand the proposal in paragraph A of the document and also the recommendations, but we don't think that it's enough. It goes far enough. This paragraph should be expanded so that FAO should, in a short term, convene working meetings with the financing institutions to encourage resources being made available so that they may be able to meet the processes that the countries are trying to implement in their national territory and provide assistance with greater levels of efficiency to the most vulnerable populations. We agree with proposals B and C in the document. However, we insist on the fact that we must not limit our understanding to the food systems. In the current reality, we think that these paragraphs should also refer to the fact that resources for the good of humanity must be seen in terms of their impact on SDGs, the regional prerogatives, and the CELAC plan for food security and nutrition and eradication of hunger by 2030. Family farming, fisheries produce more than 50% of the food that is consumed, more than 70% of rural jobs. They are the guarantee of the availability of safe and nutritious food. And through forestry and regenerative agriculture, we can also mitigate climate change and also encourage people not to migrate and make life in rural areas more attractive. And it can provide dignity to the producer in different forms of production. And therefore, we propose that FAO, in the framework of the CELAC plan, consider efforts in an urgent way, along with the United Nations system, to generate programs for the access of resources to be made available to family farming, and should be included in, and these aspects should be included in the evaluation of financing. And finally, we endorse what is set out in the 2030 agenda, in particular SDG 17.2, which calls for developed countries to fully meet their commitments relating to official development assistance, including the commitment of many developing countries to achieve the target of 0.7% of their GDP to be given to ODA for the development of developing countries, to support the developing countries. Thank you. Thank you, Venezuela. And now I'll give the floor to Chile, followed by Peru, and then Trinidad and Tobago. Chile. Thank you.
Bueno, simplemente nuestra delegación quiere
Our delegation would like to say that we welcome the report and highlight the outcome of the second meeting of the Ministers of Agriculture that was held in Santiago a couple of months ago. Our country appreciates this plan, and we have promoted its content with the support of other countries in the region, and also presented it to the FAO Committee on World Food Security. The aim is to contribute to the negotiations underway in the open-ended working group for the development of the document on the reduction of inequalities for food security and nutrition. And I would like to highlight the need for FAO support to Latin American Caribbean countries to make progress in financing to promote the access to healthy diets. And finally, we think that improving mechanisms for public and private sector financing and promoting also South-South and triangular cooperation are challenges that we need to meet together with FAO and as a region. And I will conclude once again by thanking FAO for this document. Thank you, Ambassador, for your statement. And I'll give the floor to Peru and then Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Thank you, Chairman. We are thankful for this opportunity, and greetings to all those in attendance. Ending hunger is our target, and we have all witnessed the trends in recent years and the impact that they have had. And of course, that includes the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact of climate change. It has been exacerbated, and therefore we call on FAO to help us develop social protection of our populations, in particular most vulnerable, with bearing in mind the special circumstances in the different areas and promoting the autonomy of regions. And we have challenges in terms of our national policies. We need to review our frameworks to support a more effective role of the state and support the consumption of healthy diets by people in situations of poverty and other vulnerabilities. We need to have public policies for financing and insurance in agriculture to help farmers deal with the impact of climate change. So considering we need to work on both sides, on supply and demand side, and work to have a rapid impact, and this could be also through microcredit, through guarantees to deal with risk of credit, to facilitate investment programs, investment schemes in smallholder farming. In Peru, we hope that these policies can help some 90,000 agricultural households with investments of about $400 million, and we're looking for mechanisms that can include agricultural insurance schemes dealing with insurance for natural disasters. And we need also to strengthen our approaches to reduce food insecurity through programs such as our national program for school feeding. We're now reaching some 4.2 million school children on a national scale. It's important also to have financing for the more vulnerable population. So we do have programs in Peru, and we're reaching also out with financial support to 40,000 households to promote their access to food and healthy diets. We recognize the importance of FAO's regional conference. We think it is essential to assess, evaluate, and reallocate financing to deal with hunger, considering the existing gaps in Latin American and Caribbean countries, and the need to have an integral approach with innovative financing mechanisms to end hunger and malnutrition. So for all of these reasons, we think that financing and technical support from FAO is essential to improve our mechanisms and our policies. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago, followed by Guyana. Trinidad, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair and delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to make this intervention on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago. Chair, it's imperative to acknowledge the transformative potential of financing and access to financial services in uplifting the livelihoods of our producers, our farmers, fisherfolk, and agri-entrepreneurs. This assistance not only helps in mitigating and managing risks within the sector, but also addresses the major obstacle farmers face in accessing loans from financial institutions. We express our gratitude to the FAO for consistently prioritizing funding aimed at transforming our agri-food systems. Such efforts are an instrument as we strive to enhance production, nutrition, environmental sustainability, and overall quality of life for all. Notably, the FAO's initiatives on its South-South and Triangular Cooperation deserve commendation. Trinidad and Tobago recognizes the significance of public financing and regional collaboration in achieving food and nutrition security. This commitment is evidenced by the endorsements of CARICOM heads of government and the dedicated efforts of CARICOM member states in pursuing funding and investment for the region's 25 by 2025 initiative. At a national level, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has also prioritized financial support for the development of our agricultural sector to the creation of an agricultural stimulus package. In 2024, some of the priority activities include improving rural infrastructure and fostering new development in agriculture. Furthermore, efforts under our National Development Program will ensure funding to improve the provision of planting material to farmers, the implementation of our comprehensive crop biodiversity conservation program, strengthening surveillance and control of pests and diseases. However, there are several priority areas requiring targeted financing for development, notably innovation, research and development, infrastructure for irrigation, including storage facilities. Chair, recognizing the critical importance of data-driven decision-making, Trinidad and Tobago calls upon the FAO to provide technical assistance in developing robust systems to facilitate the availability of data on food and nutrition security initiatives to achieve SDG number 2 by 2030. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barika Ali, for your presentation. Now I give the floor to Guyana, followed by Colombia and Mexico. Guyana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates. Guyana welcomes the paper and wishes to underline that the issue of financing within the agri-food system remains key with respect to interventions aimed at alleviating hunger and food insecurity in Latin America and the Caribbean. We must therefore be mindful of the repercussions of inadequate financing in the context of reducing food and nutrition insecurity, hunger and malnutrition. Initiatives such as the Republic Bank Limited CARICOM Sustainability Agriculture Credit Facility, which provides $100 million credit facility for financing agricultural projects within Guyana and CARICOM member states, underlines the commitment to enhancing financial accessibility for the agriculture sector. Nationally, over the past year, there has been commendable increase in access to finance for agricultural producers. In fact, a substantial growth of 37.9% in private sector lending to the agriculture sector was observed for the period 2020 to 2022. Guyana's commitment to mitigating food insecurity is reflected in its strategic budgetary allocations to the agriculture sector. In 2024, approximately 8.5%, or $467.2 million, was allocated to the development of the agriculture sector. The year prior, it was 4%, and Guyana targets 10% in 2025. I believe the global average over the last 2 decades was 1.8%, and in the Caribbean, 3.3%. This therefore strongly indicates the heavy importance that this government places on agriculture and its demonstrates a resolute effort to accelerate the sector's development. As a region, we must remain steadfast in our commitment to ensuring the prosperity, resilience, and sustenance of our region through strategic agriculture initiatives fueled by the necessary financing. Ghana joins, therefore, the request for the FAO to develop data and evidence-based approaches to optimize, evaluate, and repurpose financing for food security and nutrition. Further, we look forward to the FAO providing technical recommendations to consider food security and nutrition outcomes into financial mechanisms that are innovative and scalable and can contribute to bridging the financing gap to end hunger for today and tomorrow. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bird, for the intervention. Ahora paso la palabra a la delegación de Colombia, seguida por México y Guatemala.
Followed by Mexico and Guatemala. Colombia. Thank you, Chair. Colombia is concerned that our region is not on track for the achievement of SDG 2 and achieving the Agenda 2030. We need to make efforts to transform agri-food systems and ensure that consumption is more sustainable and efficient. And we, first and foremost, need to make sure that people all over the world have access to healthy food. Colombia is committed to the 2030 agenda. We are committed to eradicating hunger, and this year we produced a report producing our progress on 5 SDGs. We think that the mobilization of resources is very important. It's fundamental when it comes to our achievement of the 2030 agenda. We also highlight that reliable and accurate data are very important for the design of policies that FAO works on with statistics institutions when it comes to then working on issues related to SDG 2.1. In Colombia, hunger is something that our government works on very closely. We have initiatives which have allowed for our country to make progress in ensuring the right to adequate food for our people. The work that we do does require close collaboration with FAO and other governments and partners to work with and for people who have historically been marginalized in our communities. It's very important to ensure their food security. To end hunger, we do need innovative strategies and technology, and we need to ensure that women and indigenous peoples have their rights respected, and we need to focus here on family farming as a way to improve the livelihoods and lives of producers. We also need to work on training for people. It is urgent to work together to address the root causes of malnutrition around the world and in our region specifically. Of course, conflicts are one of the most important sources of the problem, and this is something that needs to be looked at as well. Colombia is committed to addressing the root causes of food insecurity and malnutrition. We are committed to working towards sustainable agri-food transformation. Colombia has made the right to adequate food one of the most important pillars of the country's policies. We have divided this into 3 pillars that work in a cross-cutting way with each other. The aim here is to ensure present and future generations have access to food. Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. Before I go to the next speaker, I can tell you that we have 2 speakers, Mexico and Guatemala, before we move on to the observers. So if any other delegations would like to take the floor, please raise your hand in June while Mexico and Guatemala are taking the floor. Mexico, Guatemala, then the observers at the moment. Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Greetings, everyone. As it's my first intervention, The interpreter apologizes. The quality of the audio is insufficient for interpretation purposes.
Creo que las intervenciones que me han antecedido presentan las necesidades de cada país, que prácticamente si las ponemos juntas van a ser interminables. Yo quisiera hacer una reflexión sobre dos temas. El primero es con referente a los costos reales de los alimentos. En este sentido, FAO pide que los países le ayuden con datos. Yo quisiera saber cuál va a ser la contribución de FAO a los países, cómo podemos medir que realmente atendemos este tema con la ayuda de FAO, cuáles van a ser los indicadores, cuáles son el programa de acción. No me queda claro. Me queda claro que pareciera un ejercicio académico, pero no un ejercicio que se aterrice en la realidad. Y algo similar con la inversión. ¿Cuáles serían en esta propuesta, que no me queda claro, los mecanismos para evaluar que la FAO realmente ha hecho un trabajo y ha servido a los países? ¿Cuáles son los indicadores? Tenemos una línea de base que diga antes de la ayuda de la FAO, después de la ayuda de la FAO. ¿Cómo los vamos a evaluar? La otra cosa que me preocupa es que en todas las presentaciones que he escuchado, son muchas hoy, ayer y muchas en Roma, en el tema de financiación, pareciera que la FAO ignora totalmente a otra de las agencias en Roma, que es el FIDA. ¿Cómo va a trabajar con ella? ¿Y cómo se van a integrar esto dentro de los procesos que nos preocupan? Es el proceso de financiamiento de la FAO con recursos extra quota. Entonces, quisiera invitar a los países a que antes de dar una carta blanca a la FAO en este y en otros programas que vamos a ver más adelante, tengamos claridad en cuáles son los indicadores, cuáles van a ser los mecanismos de medición que realmente podemos utilizar para ver si es efectiva. Muchas gracias y seguimos conversando.
Muchas gracias, México, por su
Thank you very much indeed, Mexico, for your intervention. I now give the floor to Guatemala, the last speaker on the list. Before we move to the observers, Guatemala, you have the floor. A very good day to each and every one of you. It's an honor for me to represent the Deputy Minister of Rural Development of our country.
Platicar un poco sobre hacia dónde va el Ministerio de Agricultura sobre el tema de los
here I've come to speak a bit about the issue of financing and SDG 2. Our government has worked on a plan, and we have created a national program for rural financial inclusion, and we have provided credits as well through funds. We have funds provided through the public sector and the private sector in an innovative way. This promotes agriculture, which is highly efficient with technology, and it's also environmentally and socially sustainable. We link consumers with producers through the markets, and we bring smallholder producers and SMEs to a point where they can increase their incomes. When it comes to the operation of the fund we set up, the government will create incentives which facilitate the provision of these loans. We also have this working with many different areas of the economy. We also focus on ensuring that populations have access to services, including indigenous people, women, young people, peasant farmers, and other people in rural areas. Our national program for rural credits includes the participation of the public sector and the private sector. The funds that we have created work digitally as well through digital platforms. This makes the whole thing more efficient, and it costs less to operate. We also have incentives for the inclusion of technology in agricultural production, including loans and microcredits. We also have policies aimed at producers and consumers that are not able to have access to certain products to assist them to do so, and the various social factors that contribute to low production are addressed, and we include soil management, land management, and water management aspects in our criteria as well. With this, I conclude my statement, and I recognize and acknowledge the fact that the tools that can be used are not enough to achieve the SDGs, but we reiterate the need for FAO support throughout all of these government initiatives. I thank you. Thank you very much, Guatemala. I do apologize to the observers, but I do have another member who wants to take the floor. Saint Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. St. Lucia welcomes the work of the FAO's commissions in identifying and elaborating critical areas for further collaboration and support in our fight against hunger and poverty. St. Lucia wishes to reiterate the contributions and interventions proposed by Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana in continued support through technical cooperation programs and projects, strengthening rural funding mechanisms. We urge that all efforts be expanded to strengthen and support artisanal fishers and also mariculture. We have emerging mariculture of CMOS in our region, and I think it deserves some support, recognizing the contributions of these emerging livelihood opportunities to food and nutrition security and livelihood security. We call also upon the FAO to support the work of the CARICOM through its 25 by 25 initiative in support of regional feed sources for feed for livestock. We recognize that we have emerging livestock enterprises, but we rely on heavy supplies of feed from international sources, and perhaps the 25 by 25 initiative is one that deserves support in order to ensure that we have locally and regionally supplied sources of feed. And finally, Chair, the strengthening of the sub-regional office in Barbados, I think, is critical, particularly recognizing the particular condition of the small island development states and the appointment of a professional officer within the OECS office, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, to support the work of the OECS FAST strategy to help to further bolster food and nutrition security. I think this is critical for the sub-regional office to get that kind of support to ensure that we have additional personnel to provide guidance in our quest to ensure food and nutrition security in the region. For this, I'd like to thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, St. Lucia, for your intervention. Now we go on to the observers, starting with the civil society observer. Ms. Lorena Ortiz, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Con respecto a la financiación, desde la
financing, civil society mechanism believes that access to a healthy and varied diet based on real food is very important, but it's very difficult with the increasing costs of food. But governments are taking measures with the private sector. This includes the use of monocultures and highly processed foods. We would like to also draw attention to the fact that the right to food needs to be a priority for FAO and all actors. This needs to include a reduction in the consumption and production of highly processed foods, promoting real foods. This should also be based on family farming, indigenous peasant farming,
para la producción de
which
alimentos.
also involves the participation of women.
Necesitamos gobiernos que
We
protejan
need governments that protect real food.
quienes la hacemos posible. Frenar en la financiación de los bienes comunes y proteger la alimentación
We
real.
need to protect real food,
Promover que los gobiernos
and we need to make sure that governments
de los productos comestibles y bebibles ultraprocesados. Sobre todo,
do not facilitate the marketing and advertising of highly processed foods to the population, especially to children. We should focus on fishery products and ancestral products. We need to focus on food as a human right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ortiz, for your intervention. We now have the last observer's intervention, which is the scientific and academic sector. Thank you, Chair. I'm Silvia Luna. I'm from the scientific and academic sector. Our sector's proposal is to support policies and programs that grant non-repayable financing and low-interest loans to the most marginalized sectors to build infrastructure that will make it easier for peasant family farmers to sell their food in local markets. Policies and programs that provide support to peasant producers for agroecological production through economic incentives and tax exemptions that consolidate a conversion process towards agroecology. Policies and programs that invest in education and outreach for the scaling up of agroecology through schools, the training of technicians and professionals, men and women, and as well as young people. Policies and programs that stimulate productive conversion and transformation towards resilient systems through incentives. Policies and programs that provide strategic financing for the development of technologies for peasant family farming that improve their productive base, land, water, seeds, or other components of biodiversity, as well as their living conditions, and that guarantee access to basic services, thus contributing to reducing emigration towards urban areas due to the lack of decent work opportunities. And also policies and programs that guarantee financing for equipment and infrastructure for community use rooms for processing, transformation, and storage, which meet the necessary conditions for the production of reserves, avoiding food waste and generating added value, preferably prioritizing the inclusion of young people and women. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Ms. Luna, for your intervention. Before I conclude this item, I incline Ms. Daniela to respond to the comments and questions that have come out of the interventions. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to tell the member state delegates that we have taken due note of all of their recommendations and comments. We are grateful for the recognition of the fact that financing is very important to end hunger and achieve SDG 2 and the other SDGs. We also welcome the fact that the CELAC plan has been highlighted for 2030 and the working group for the Global Alliance that Brazil has created has also been highlighted. We'd like to tell the member countries that we will continue to make progress on all the matters raised today, data generation, technical support for policies to bridge the funding gaps which have been mentioned today, promoting financial inclusion, and also looking at access to credits for peasant farmers and other smallholder farmers, and also looking at women's empowerment. There's also the issue of costs which continue to rise. We'll continue to look at that. There's the various climate and environmental funds as well, and we'll look at that in order to help countries increase access to healthy foods and healthy diets. And the relevance here is to develop methodologies and indicators. And in this context, we are working through various years on reports looking at measuring costs. And finally, we highlight the reference to technical support to evaluate the matter of financing, how it can help the situation in our region to end hunger, to increase food security, and to make sure we can curb the upward trend in obesity and overweight and malnutrition.
Thank you, Ms. Godoy, for your comments. Just to inform the audience that the summary of this item will be done together with the summary of the next one. According to the agenda, it's now time for item 6, decentralization, which is contained in document LARC38-4 revision 1. The effectiveness of FAO to support countries in reaching Agenda 2030 requires an efficient and modern FAO decentralized office, which follows efficient and transparent operational procedures and facilitates the implementation of country office programs and projects in keeping with international standards of accountability and a high level of technical support. FAO country offices are key to advocate, inform, and support policies and investment related to FAO's mandate, provide technical assistance to member countries, support and catalyze partnerships for resource mobilization towards sustainable and resilient agri-food system. This document presents proposed measures for improvement related to country office functional needs, flexibility, and increased agility for an effective response to country-specific needs. Before giving the floor to FAO to present this topic, it's my pleasure to acknowledge the presence on Zoom of Laurent Thomas as a special representative of FAO's Director General. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for joining us.
Perdón, punto de orden.
Por favor, Argentina, si me escucha, tiene un punto de orden.
Gracias, vicepresidente. Estoy levantando la mano antes que usted.
I raised my hand before you started to mention the next subject, the next item. I do apologize for interrupting you, but my hand was raised as soon as we finished listening to the response from FAO, from Daniela Godoy. I do apologize. I couldn't see your hand raised. No, it's no problem. This is the problem with working virtually. We are all working together to try to make this work. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I raised a very important point of the fact that the document didn't include a mention of distortive subsidies in agriculture for international trade. This is an issue for our region. The document doesn't mention this. And I thought the FAO representative would be able to include this in her final remarks, but her silence on that matter was of great concern to me. And that's why I wanted to bring back this issue to the floor. Perhaps she would be able to refer to that issue, which was not mentioned when she responded to our concerns. I do apologize for the interruption. Thank you, Argentina. If there's no objection to this in the plenary, if there's an interest from the Secretariat to clarify this point, then they have the floor. If not, we will continue on with the next item. The Secretariat has the floor. The FAO representative has the floor. Thank you very much. I do apologize if I didn't mention to each and every one of the points raised by the delegates. I tried to do a general overview. Of course, within the recommendations, of course, this is in there, and this could be part of various measures which do not generate distortions and that can contribute to food security and are linked as well to climate change and improving livelihoods. Of course, we will continue to work on developing work on all of those items mentioned, improving data, improving technical support to make sure that we can have policies which are efficient and effective. Thank you very much for raising that point.
The point of Argentina has been fulfilled. So while acknowledging the presence of Mr. Thomas, I now give the floor to Ms. Beth Crawford, FAO's Assistant Director General and Director of the Office of Strategy, Program and Budget. who will present this topic. Ms. Crawford, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and it's a pleasure to be here with you virtually today. So I will share my screen for a brief presentation on this topic of the country office network and the current status and way forward. There's a document that has been prepared on this topic, and I will take you briefly through the document. So the decentralized offices network transformation has been underway for some years, starting with the regional offices, the sub-regional offices, and now moving on to the country offices. Over this period, we've had guidance from the FAO governing bodies, including the following elements. Governing bodies asked us to seek greater flexibility and efficiency in the use of financial and human resources. They asked us to better respond to member countries' needs in consultation with the affected member nations. Governing bodies also requested that any changes proposed would be done on a cost-neutral basis and without negatively impacting the technical capacity at headquarters. The Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, in their 2020 report, specifically requested FAO to review the structure of the country office network to optimize the presence of the organization at national level. So it is with this background that we have prepared the document that is currently before you, and it proposes the approach to strengthen work at the country level, to address current challenges, and to prioritize and tailor support to the specific needs of the countries. So sort of the vision behind this country office network proposal is really the following, that we would like to ensure that we have a modern and efficient network. So a network that is appropriately adjusted to the current ways of working and to the current context of the countries. A network that is able to deliver at scale at the country level. And this is in particular looking at the growth in a lot of the extra budgetary resources that we are seeing at the country level. A network that is responsive to countries' aspirations in attaining the SDGs, in line, of course, with the FAO Strategic Framework. And we want to ensure that we have effective accountability, internal control, and good management. So we have prepared this proposal with 5 overarching principles. The overarching principles are the following: that the proposed adjustments would need to reflect countries' evolution, specificities, capacities, and needs. So that is really responding to that request for no one size fits all. We need to look at the country context. We would like the adjustments to have built-in flexibility, improved agility, and strengthened capacity. And this includes looking at the balance of resources between staff and the more flexible non-staff resources so that we avoid too rigid of a post structure. We also want the adjustments to reflect modern office staffing structures for operating and delivering. So this includes looking at changes that have come in with the evolution of digital modalities or more modern work modalities. Changes or adjustments would be implemented in a progressive manner. So that means taking into consideration current staffing realities. And finally, as requested by the governing bodies, that there would be no change in the overall regional budgetary allocation to the FAOR network. So no shifts in or out of the regional FAOR network budget. Now, the reason why this is becoming more, let's say, urgent or necessary at this point in time is that there have been a number of drivers of change. There's been an evolving context both externally and internally. So some of the external drivers of change include, at the country level, changes in income levels, changes in economic development, and changes in the development agendas. That includes responding to evolving demands under sustainable development goals, new ways of looking at agri-food systems transformation, and of course we are seeing increasing vulnerabilities across many countries, including vulnerabilities to climate change in the small island developing states, for example, conflict, other increasing vulnerabilities. There have also been a number of changes in the internal, so the internal FAO context. One is that there's been a significant change in the size, complexity, and type of operations managed by the FAO country offices in the last decade or so. Currently, of course, in many countries, a significant portion of the resources comes from extra budgetary resources, and we have been looking at a context of a flat regular program budget for 12 years up until this current biennium, where we have received additional resources for cost increases. But this has changed the way that we need to operate and are operating at country level. As mentioned before, of course, there's an evolution of digitalization and evolution of work modalities, and an evolution of programming modalities, including, for example, the new elements coming from the UN repositioning at country level and the UN country planning that is currently taking place. So what did we see as some of the challenges and gaps in the current country office setup? One is that the criteria for regular program resource allocations is not always clearly and transparently determined. We also see that the the regular program staffing profiles do not always adequately reflect the current realities. So that includes sort of current complexities and evolving demands. The structural, budgetary, and administrative setups are not agile. We have a large portion of the resources, up to 97% of resources, are under the staff resources, meaning that we do not have a lot of room for, in an agile way, responding to new requirements. The allocations are, or the setup of the offices is not country context specific, so we haven't looked at what are the different needs of the countries, and the capacities for delivery at scale are not fully in place. So with this in mind, we have proposed a number of measures for improvement. One is a renewed business model reflecting country context based on these agreed principles, or these proposed principles and the criteria. We're looking for increased flexibility via strategic adjustments in the staffing profiles and enhanced allocation of non-earmarked resources. Here I'm talking about the regular program funding, so building in more flexibility in that regular program funding. And in addition, an increased agility through a share of resources, again, of the regular program resources, being pooled at the central level for specific country level needs. That means that that would be a pool of resources where we could respond to new dynamics, new demands that might be arising during the implementation cycle. So as you would have seen in the document, we are proposing 4 country models. So here I'm discussing the adjustments to country coverage, country office structures, and the regular program allocations, which are being proposed in this document. So we would have 4 country models taking into consideration a combination of factors, including factors such as the country income level, the specific vulnerabilities of a country, the size of the program, the location of the country office in respect to the regional or sub-regional office. So these are all elements that are taken into consideration. For each model, there is a proposed staffing level to be funded by regular program resources. And within that country office model, approximately 10% of resources would be available under non-staff resources for more flexible expenditures. So as I mentioned before, currently that is closer to 97% under staff resources with only 3% flexible. So we are proposing to increase that to around 10%. In addition, a further pool of resources equivalent to approximately 12% would be held at regional level for rapid allocation to country offices as needed. We would also want to have a regular review of these models and the countries they're in to ensure that we remain agile. So again, just to say that the proposals here are all related to the regular program resources, but we are, of course, also looking at the integrated management of resources at the country level. And I will in a minute come to a few proposals on the extra budgetary resource side as well. So the four models are what you see in this table here, which is also in the document. Model 1 are countries with large programs and or countries with major economic, environmental, or social challenges. So for this group of countries, we would like to gain agility in terms of the regular program funded resource allocations through a strong core support and larger non-staff resources for that additional flexibility that I mentioned. The one in the group 1A, which is countries with large programs, we also want to make sure that we strengthen internal controls and compliance monitoring, which is so important in the implementation of a large program. Model 2 are countries with middle income level. And there we really see a progressive enhanced ownership and cost sharing in line with national capacities at the country level. So our recommended approach there is a progressive enhanced ownership at the country level. So for the lower middle income countries, we would propose 5 core staff being allocated, and for the upper middle income countries, 1 core staff, the international FAO representative, and additional contributions encouraged by the country office, by the country. Model 3 is this special group of vulnerable countries with additional needs, small island developing states and landlocked countries. There we're giving that special intention to ensure that they have sufficient resources, even if still a small budget, but nonetheless sufficient resources under non-earmarked resources to respond to the needs and the working modalities that are necessary to make sure that they can build up a program and have the support they need to address their growing vulnerability and climate change threats. The Model 4 is related to country offices that are co-located with the regional or sub-regional office. And there what we're really saying is that these offices would be taking full advantage of their co-location, and either the deputy regional representative or the sub-regional coordinator would act as head of the office, and there would be 1 national professional officer also allocated to the country office. And these offices would then further benefit from the staffing that is available there at the regional and sub-regional level. So all of these models imply an evolution in the staffing composition of the FAO country offices to adapt to current realities and ways of working, and to really address that there's no one-size-fits-all approach. Not shown on this slide, but one other element in our document is that high-income countries may wish to strengthen partnerships with FAO through the hosting of regional knowledge hubs to really leverage, fully leverage FAO's advanced innovation-driven transformation of agri-food systems. So here I want to say a few words about further measures under the extra budgetary program and project management, because what I was just speaking about was under the regular program. So as mentioned, we have an increasing number of countries which manage large, complex extra budgetary programs. And in these cases, to ensure that we have timely and high quality delivery and that we have an adequate and compliant management of extra budgetary resources, we are proposing to introduce minimum standard extra budgetary funded staffing and specific compliance and internal control measures. So here we would be working with the donors who are providing these large extra budgetary resources to discuss and agree what would be the minimum funded staffing that we would require in order to have such a large program, including requirements to ensure that we have good internal control measures in place. We're also moving forward on some measures in the managerial environment. So one is the strategic transformation of the enterprise resource planning system. So that is our IT system to make sure that it is fully fit for purpose, modern, flexible, that it works in a coherent fashion. This is one big activity underway currently. Also, the vertical integration of the servicing work. So that means to look carefully at what can be done most appropriately by the Shared Services Center in Budapest, freeing up time in the country offices for work that could be servicing work that could be more appropriately handled there, so that both frees up time for staff in country offices to work on more substantive matters and also helps with internal control measures. We also want to introduce more capacity and career development for the country office staff. And we're undertaking a strategic review of the project cycle and the operational modalities to ensure that we have fully fit for purpose processes. So in conclusion, the suggested action by the regional conference would be, of course, to provide your feedback and guidance on the proposed measures. Then we're asking your in-principle support to the set of proposals, and in particular, the five I just blanked on the word I'm looking for, but the five, let's say, elements that we're looking at. So this is things like no change in the budget, making sure that we're more agile, etc. We would then also ask you to request us to proceed with this transparent process of consultations with countries, because we do strongly believe that we, after this, would need to move country by country to have that conversation, and that we then move to the progressive implementation of the proposed arrangements. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will stop sharing now.
Chair, we do not hear you.
You don't hear me because I'm muted. Very good reason for that. Thank you, Ms. Crawford, for your enlightening presentation. Government delegations are now invited to comment on this item. And I invite you all to raise the hands on Zoom, those interested parties. Mr. Secretary, do you have any hands raised already?
Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago, you have the floor.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, good morning to colleagues from wherever we are joining. Trinidad and Tobago, I really want to say thank you to FAO for bringing forward an issue of such fundamental importance. We agree on the importance to consider carefully how precious staff resources are deployed so as to ensure that FAO optimizes its impacts on agriculture and the agricultural transformation of all of our countries. The vulnerability of SIDS is well known to all. The statistics and the trends presented by FAO over the last 2 days in relation to food security are evidence of the urgent need to build resilience in the Caribbean countries, which continue to suffer more than other sub-regions and have been unable to really recover at the rate at which we would like to in relation to other regions. Given this, it would seem important to ensure that any reorganization of staff resources consider the demonstrated need in the Caribbean SIDS. It does not seem that the proposed model stem to do this, and there are some ambiguities, and we really look forward to the proposal of FAO to proceed with a transparent, so I welcome that move for a transparent process of consultations with countries. I want to really underline in the Caribbean, 12 of 13 countries are serviced and served through multi-country offices, as recognized in the document LARC38-24, reference 1. And this geological reality creates significant challenges to coordinating among the countries and overseeing implementation of projects and programs. So on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago, I really look forward to discussing this issue further with FAO at the ministerial session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank Trinidad and Tobago for its intervention. And now I pass the floor to Brazil, followed by Argentina and Panama.
Muchas gracias, señor vicepresidente.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Brazil would like to thank the Secretariat for the proposal on FAO's country office network. We also recognize the change in extra budgetary resources for the implementation of the country programs and recognize the challenges we must face with dwindling budgets. We would like to ensure that we optimize FAO's presence at the national level in line with the outcomes of LARC38 so that we can all support SIDS. It's also not clear to us how the measures suggested can respond to the different situations on the ground in the countries in the region. We must ensure that more flexibility and agility do not undermine the effectiveness of country offices. More specifically, Brazil is not clear on how the proposed models for country offices in Table 2 of the document before us could lead to more agile, effective programs at the domestic level. We would like to ask for additional information on the criteria used to define the country office models for Latin America and the Caribbean and the rationale for the selection of these criteria. We are therefore not in a position to agree on the conclusions under this item. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot fully hear the speaker. FAO should conduct a transparent consultation process with a view to identifying country needs and priorities before making any changes to the country office network. We propose that the language that we will send through to the Secretariat be included as follows.
That reflects member states' needs and priorities, agility and flexibility. Y la otra propuesta sería, requested a transparent consultation process with member states on the proposed approach, taking into consideration countries' specificities, priorities and needs, recognizing the importance for FAO to foster programmatic actions while balancing the distribution of the overall regional budgetary allocation to the FAO country office networks. Como dice, voy a enviar entonces las contribuciones de Brasil al
I will be sending Brazil suggestions through to the Secretariat. Once again, thank you, Vice Chair, for giving us the floor. Thank you very much, Brazil, for your statement. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, I would like to tell the delegates that in line with information provided by the Secretariat, anything posted in the Zoom chat will not be taken into account for the final report. Only those read out in plenary will be taken into account. Thank you. I will now give the floor to Argentina, followed by Panama and Mexico. Thank you very much, Chair or Vice Chair. Please allow me, first of all, to endorse and approve everything said by Brazil. As an initial comment, I would like to say that this document is almost identical to those put forward in the Near East and Asian Pacific conferences, which leads to the question, what is the regional specificity through which our regional priorities will be addressed? If these are not tailored packages, then we do not feel this is the best way forward. According to our understanding, the criteria that are set out have not been multilaterally agreed, including in COP meetings, where country specificities are supposed to be taken into account. Our region is characterized as having many upper or higher income countries, which we do not feel is in line with the reality on the ground. Suffice it to read the SOFI report or look at some of the criteria used by IFAD. We are the most unequal region in the multilateral system. I would like to be very clear and emphatic. Argentina and I specifically have been very vocal here in Rome in defending the interests of all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, given the invisibility of our region. Therefore, I am not willing, because I have advocated for this everywhere, at each occasion in Rome. There are no categories for the poor. Any region that is being divided internationally has lost. Other regions with great vulnerabilities stepped forward in a united front and truly enjoyed the benefits of international cooperation. Also, the new business model proposed by FAO is seeking to redistribute resources through the country offices so as to prioritize some areas over others. We're wondering how exactly we can reconcile this with the regional priorities that we set out in the previous documents that show that all countries need more resources and support from FAO. The short sheet dilemma, through which we need to figure out which part of the region will be left out in the cold. Therefore, we would like to request that the Secretariat provide more information on paragraph 37 and its appendices, which talks about extra budgetary resources and what they will be funding. We feel it is necessary to have more information and a greater debate, including the governing bodies in Rome, such as the FAO Council. I believe this is also what happened in the Near East Conference and the Asian Pacific Conference, who asked for more time to continue discussing this document. Thank you very much. As far as Argentina is concerned, we would like to support Brazil's proposal. We are not currently in a position to endorse this document. Thank you. Thank you very much, Argentina. Panama has the floor, to be followed by Panama and Peru. Thank you, Vice Chair. Panama, too, would like to support Brazil's proposal. This document could provide analysis of the current situation on the ground and might provide a way forward. However, we feel it is fundamental that the work of the offices be supported at all levels, given that their closeness to fieldwork is one of the organization's greatest assets. The importance of having solid and well-connected office networks cannot be underestimated in the region. These offices are the concrete expression of FAO on the ground. They're in charge of executing the actions and projects that have a direct impact on rural communities in our region. Therefore, we should focus efforts on guaranteeing resources and the support necessary to fulfill their mission in an effective, efficient, sustainable fashion. Panama reiterates its commitment to decentralization by providing local technical assistance, recognizing that it is at the local level where tangible change can be effected and where sustainable, equitable development can be built. Thank you, Panama. Mexico has the floor, followed by Peru and Colombia. Thank you, Chair. I do admire your persistence.
Creo que este documento es uno de los documentos más importantes de la.
Unfortunately, the audio quality is insufficient for interpretation purposes with the feedback and echo.
Nosotros también estamos, como Brasil, como Argentina, Panamá, seguramente otros, un poco inciertos de apoyar la propuesta como está y darle el endoso que se nos pide al documento. ¿Por qué lo digo en este sentido? Primero, porque el proceso de descentralización, como se plantea, no puede verse aislado, tiene que verse visto en conjunto con otras de las políticas que se han venido insistiendo en atender, particularmente el tema de financiamiento por recursos extraordinarios, cómo se va a manejar. Segundo, me parece que es muy delicado que empecemos a tomar datos en función del desarrollo de los países. Esto nos ha metido una serie de problemas. Ciertamente es una respuesta al cambio de los países, pero no necesariamente separar a los países por su estado, darles beneficios por su estado de desarrollo es lo más deseable. Creo que necesitamos un poco más de reflexión, necesitamos un poco más de análisis. Este es un tema que no puede ser tampoco resuelto solamente de la región, es un problema mundial. Por lo tanto, necesitamos el consenso de todos, por lo que mi propuesta, una de las partes de nuestra propuesta, es que esta discusión se eleve al Consejo, para que sea el Consejo, de una manera conjunta, como pudiéramos avanzar en este tema tan complicado. Ante esto, apoyamos la propuesta de Brasil, apoyamos las visiones que hemos escuchado de otros colegas, y nuevamente reitero, no estamos en posición de endosar la propuesta que se nos pide. Reconocemos el esfuerzo, agradecemos el documento y en especial agradecemos a la subdirectora general Beth Crawford su apoyo. Beth, siempre es un gran trabajo en presentar. Pero me parece que esto tiene que ser discutido al Consejo y nuestra propuesta es que se haga una presentación que se discuta a nivel del Consejo, puesto que es tiene que ser mundial, no puede ser visto. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias, embajador, por la intervención de México.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I would now like to give the floor to Peru, followed by Colombia and Barbados. Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to thank FAO for the information provided on the changes proposed to improve the operational efficiency and effectiveness of its work in the region. Chair, Peru welcomes the statement delivered by Argentina. Namely, the new business model proposed by FAO requires more information and a deeper debate. Before we take any decisions on this proposal, we're concerned, for instance, to see that the concept of funding human resources through extra budgetary resources would mean that we would have to seek support from donors to support our country offices. The representatives of the multilateral system would be undermined And also FAO would be turned into a payment for services organization. We're not clear on how the proposed models under table 2 in document 2 would lead to more agile, effective programs at the domestic level. We'd like to have some information on the criteria used to define the country offices model in Latin America and the Caribbean and the rationale for the selection of those criteria. In order to approve these models, we would need an open consultation model with members. We hope to receive complementary information and take part in future debates on the proposal. And thank you on this note for giving us the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I give the floor to Colombia, to be followed by Barbados and Venezuela. Thank you, Chair. Colombia endorses the proposal made by Brazil, Argentina, Panama, and Mexico. And also, Colombia would like to say that it appreciates the work done by FAO in the country since the establishment of its office in 1977. That was the first FAO office to be established in the region. Over the past 40 years, the organization has been a key partner to cope with the challenges that we face in the field. FAO is also an important part of our peace agreement, the implementation of point 1 of the peace agreement, and has provided for the agricultural development, but also the development of resilience and livestock raising and fisheries and aquaculture. Over the past few years, Colombia has really made a lot of headway, and nevertheless, it still has significant budgetary constraints, and we have gone on with the reform of our financial architecture. Hopefully, we as developing countries will be able to transit through cleaner economies and therefore share the various goals of the whole of the UN system. We greatly appreciate the presence of FAO and the work done by FAO over the many years. We do appreciate also the exchange of ideas, and we we hope to continue to be able to keep our conversations open, transparent, and inclusive with all the stakeholders involved in the various countries, always bearing in mind the particular features and national realities. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Colombia, for your statement.
Barbados, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Barbados would like to thank FAO for recognizing the need to examine the structure of the country office network. However, Barbados requests greater elaboration of the proposals of the models and the budget allocations to have greater discussions at the country level with examples. For example, what is the current structure, let's say, in the Barbados sub-regional office, and how the models proposed will reflect in changes. Hence, Barbados, like the previous speakers, is not in the position to endorse this document as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbados, for your intervention. I now give the floor to Venezuela, followed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Antigua and Barbuda.
Buenas tardes. El Estado venezolano valora la presencia, asesoría y apoyo de los distintos proyectos que implementa la FAO en Venezuela para garantizar la alimentación y contribuir en la erradicación del hambre en el mundo. Expresamos todo el agradecimiento por el trabajo conjunto que viene realizando la oficina.
Great thanks for all the work done by the FAO office in the past few years. In 2023, we signed the new country programming framework for 2023-2026, which will bolster technical assistance and provide support to the state and its institution in defining policies and ensuring agricultural, aquaculture, and fisheries development so that it can continue to be a priority and it can contribute to the achievement of the SDGs and goals established by the country, especially under the Homeland Plan 2019-2025. 2025, the Great Agro-Venezuela Mission, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We feel it's necessary to bolster the technical capacity of the office in the field and provide it with necessary economic resources to support the work so that the country can achieve the SDGs. Our President, Nicolas Maduro, on various occasions has urged us to embark on a great forestry revolution with different initiatives in order to increase the levels of production and consolidate the great economic model of Venezuela. This is why we attribute great importance to linking the work of FAO with our communities and villages through a greater presence in the field and greater advisory work and technical assistance. We would like to actually receive more technical assistance, and we would like FAO to continue its cooperation with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in order for it to strengthen its development agenda. Thank you, Venezuela, for your statement.
Followed by Antigua and Barbuda. St. Vincent, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I wish to begin by thanking the sub-regional office and the regional office of FAO for their excellent work and cooperation over the years. As Minister of Agriculture of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the last 14 years, I've worked very closely with the OECS, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, and also CARICOM. At this moment, there is the OECS FAST strategy that is in significant need of support. Further, there is the CARICOM 25 by 25 strategy, which we are implementing to ensure that we have a transformation to our agri-food systems in the CARICOM region. Our national budgets have been pushed to their limits as it pertains to issues touching on concerning the financing of food security and food sovereignty. At this moment, taking into consideration the vulnerabilities as a result of climate change and the vagaries of climate change that we continue to grapple with, the fact that because of the unceremonious removal of our trade preferences, because of the World Trade Organization ruling that removed those preferences, we are seeing a significant reduction in the sustainability of agriculture production in many of the small island states. We are speaking about SIDS that are extremely vulnerable. And the suggestion and the recommendation coming from St. Vincent and the Grenadines is that we have to do whatever it takes, not only to strengthen the OECS Secretariat with an extra officer and the platform at CARICOM 2525 with an extra officer, but we also have to give greater financing to the office in Barbados and the Grenadines responsible for the development of not only agriculture, but rural development in the OECS. I look forward to ensuring that we do whatever it takes to work with the FAO so that we can deliver these to the family farmers, to the youth, and to the vulnerable communities in the OECS and in CARICOM. I speak very vehement on this issue because it is one that goes straight to the root of economic development in the OECS and in CARICOM. Thank you.
I thank you for your intervention and now pass the floor to Antigua and Barbuda, followed by Costa Rica and Honduras. Antigua and Barbuda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on this matter. And Antigua and Barbuda totally supports the position and the comments made by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we are always in welcome of any movement towards flexibility and modernization of systems. However, we are very unsure as to how the current proposals would address this because they are not very clear. We would also consider, for example, that when we speak of food, we were speaking of food security and nutrition security as well. And how would that the proposed mechanisms ensure that specifically we would achieve those. And we want to support the recommendation by St. Vincent and the Grenadines that an officer placed within the OECS Commission would indeed assist with the achievement of FAST, that is a mechanism to assist with our achievement of food security and nutrition. And we would also want to consider just the wider context in which Antigua and Barbuda operates. So development is not necessarily just within this framework of agriculture, but we look at the wider considerations as well. And just one other consideration and observation with respect to the proposed models, there seemed to be a suggestion that there is a greater co-financing demand that may be placed on some of the territories, as appears to be outlined in the current proposal. So for those reasons, Antigua and Barbuda is unable to support the proposal that it has given, and we see there is a chance for further dialogue and discussions of the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda, for your intervention. Ahora paso la palabra a Costa Rica, seguido por Honduras.
Gracias, presidente. Perdón que si ven moverse la cámara es que tuve
Guys, I'm sort of in motion here because I had to connect by phone, and unfortunately the camera is not working on my computer. First of all, please let me thank those who presented this new business or these new models. But I'm concerned about the uncertainty. How are the changes going to be made? How is that going to pan out? And I think that this dovetails with what was said by other colleagues who spoke before me. All this deserves a lot more analysis and reflection. It's not so easy just to jot it down on paper and justify the changes. In our case, we have an office which represents a subregion of a region. I don't know, but I think that this new model would perhaps make FAO more distant from our areas or give our region less visibility, and that concerns me. So I'd like to echo the proposal made by Brazil in the sense that we should speak more calmly and let us take the time to analyze all this with specific data and sources. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. And now I give the floor to Honduras, to be followed by Dominica and Ecuador. Honduras, we can't hear you. I think you need to unmute yourself. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Chairman. In the case of Honduras, we too would like to very warmly thank FAO for the work that we've been able to do together and for their support. In our case, and well, particularly, we are implementing a state policy for the agri-food sector that's going to span 20 years after a reform of the agricultural system. But there have been historical milestones that we have achieved, partly thanks to the support of FAO. Right now, we need to review and analyze this proposal in greater detail. And I think that there is a general feeling about this, but we also need to review the type of work that we're carrying out, especially to overcome the threats of hunger and food insecurity. I think it's possible that decentralization might help us out, but we do need to analyze this matter a little bit more. Possibly with decentralization, we'll be able to enjoy greater technical support and assistance, and that's fine. But as this happens, we need to really achieve a consensus. I think that this document will prompt us to review all the issues that we've discussed here, how to accelerate change, how to accelerate food security, how governments together with FAO will able to manage funds together, because we can do so more effectively. So my opinion is that there are pros and there are some cons. Here, in general, what I am most concerned with is how to speed up change and how to make sure that there is a greater technical assistance in the offices. Thank you. Thank you, Honduras, for your statement.
Dominica, followed by Ecuador and Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to be very brief. Dominica would want to be on record that we support the recommendation intervention by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We believe that the OECS and other seed countries would have unique vulnerabilities when we speak about climate change and issues of market access. And so we believe that this proposal does not adequately consider our plight in the OECS, and we strongly believe that more support is needed for the OECS countries that have some unique vulnerabilities. And at the same time, we want to thank the Office of Barbados for providing support in terms of food and nutrition security. But obviously, we're talking about 6 to 8 countries, and to be coordinated by one office in Barbados that requires. These countries have unique trading issues, food security issues, and so we would want to support greater financing for the Barbados office so that we can coordinate and transform our food security. So, Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, we in the OECS countries, we have difficulties in supporting the decentralization model that is proposed. We believe we need more time to analyze and make greater recommendation. But obviously, there is a need for greater support for the Caribbean region in terms of human resource and the ability for us to move forward. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Now I give the floor to Ecuador. Ecuador, usted tiene la palabra.
You have the floor, Ecuador. We cannot hear you. I think that you need to unmute. Can you hear me now? Okay. First of all, thank you for giving me the floor, Chair. Ecuador thanks FAO for presenting this document. We understand that it tries to improve the presence in the region. Nevertheless, we agree with Brazil, Peru, Argentina, Panama, and other countries that suggest that the document be analyzed more slowly and calmly in order to make decisions regarding it. Finally, Chair, we take note of the document and we hope that there will be further discussion in the governing bodies of FAO. Thank you.
I don't have any other member that raised their hands to speak, so I pass on to Jamaica. I'm sorry, Jamaica, before we start, I have already received new speaking slots. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Jamaica takes the floor to thank the FAO for the comprehensive presentation on the country office proposal on the structure. We also want to thank the FAO for the work that has been done by that organization over the years, particularly in Jamaica, and we have enjoyed the support from the FAO office here that not only serves Jamaica, but also serves 2 other territories. Like our colleagues, Chairman, we also would want some further clarification and time to analyze this proposal a little further. We too are unsure of how this proposal will allow for flexibilities, and we would want to do some analysis, Chairman, on how the current structures will impact programs in the respective territories and the implementation of such programs. Like our colleagues, Chairman, we are also calling for a little bit of explanation on the clarification or the considerations for each of the models proposed. And also want to be able to assess how the current co-financing models will impact on our respective national budgets, especially in Jamaica. So, Chairman, we too look forward to the further clarification and further discussions on the and like our colleague, Chairman, is unable to support the proposal at this time. I rest and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. I have now República Dominicana as a member, and I don't have any observers that asked for the floor. So I'll give the floor to the Dominican Republic, and I think that will conclude, unless any other countries or observers wish to speak. República Dominicana tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, señor presidente, distinguidos delegados.
Chair, distinguished delegates, the Dominican Republic
de quizás dar una oportunidad a una
agrees with what's already been said. The interpreters apologize, but the sound is very difficult. The audio is very poor. We will try to do our best. The Dominican Republic wishes to point this out, not only because of the proximity that we have with FAO. The Ministry of Agriculture has been very close to FAO, but we have to say that we are going through time in which innovation is very important, as well as investment. The interpreters apologize, but the audio does not allow for interpretation. Apologies.
Tantas propuestas que tenemos como desafíos, que cambio climático, que resiliencia, que agricultura familiar, que seguros paramétricos. Y el comercio no se ocupa de nada de esto. Nosotros necesitamos encontrar ese repensar, ese nuevo rediseño de cómo nosotros podemos hacer que nuestra agropecuaria siga siendo una actividad atractiva para la inversión, pero que podamos asumir a través de esta sostenibilidad, podamos mantener nuestro comercio dentro de esta sostenibilidad social, económica y ambiental que nos exige el comercio mundial. El otro aspecto es, hoy más que nunca, después que nuestras ciudades se formaron, de que se dio los procesos de industrialización, de que nuestra agricultura ha cambiado y que hoy no solamente se nos exige productividad para sostenibilidad económica, sino también inocuidad como elemento de la sostenibilidad del comercio. Nosotros tenemos un desafío enorme, que es el tema de la mejora del capital humano. Y ahí FAO ha sido trascendental con su acompañamiento en toda Latinoamérica. Desmontar capacidades nacionales pone en riesgo precisamente ese gran aporte y ese legado que la FAO ha dejado en nuestros países. Nos sumamos a un poquito la sensatez de conocer mejor el proyecto y que nos permita aportar un par de elementos más. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, República Dominicana.
Very much, Dominican Republic, for your words. I now have Guatemala on my list. Guatemala, you have the floor. Thank you very much, and good evening. We too would like to
para evaluar la propuesta.
Say that we need to be prudent. We need a bit of time to evaluate the proposal country by country. For us, the office is very important. It's one of the largest offices that FAO has. And so Guatemala would like to be given a little bit more time to assess the situation and not look at the general picture, but the country by country situation and look at the details of the document. I mean, now we can read the document and we could actually even approve it, but then the impact would be visible only further down the line. And so I would like to endorse the proposal made by Brazil. I second that, and I do hope that it be taken into account in order for us to find the best solution for the organization and for the Latin American and Caribbean region. Thank you very much, Guatemala, for your statement. That was the last speaker on my list, and I don't have any observers who have requested the floor or non-state actors. So I'd like to thank everyone. I'm ready to close the session, but before I do that, I will give the floor to Beth Crawford and see how she reacts to the comments. Ms. Crawford, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. And thank you so much, members, for the very interesting discussion here. And as the chair mentioned earlier, the special representative of the DG Laurent Thomas is also here, and he may also wish to come in. But I think what we heard from you actually reflects exactly how we are hoping to move forward on this topic. So we fully understand that this first document here is not enough for you to give a full yes, go ahead. But indeed, what we're looking for is primarily, first of all, an agreement with the principles, with these 5 principles that I mentioned in the beginning. And listening to the speakers, I believe that those principles were very well reflected, which is that the proposals need to reflect countries' evolution, specificities, capacities, and needs. And what I heard from many of you is that you need to see, understand, discuss more if the proposed approach would do that for you. And so this is where we would be very happy to take that next step of discussion. Also to have that built-in flexibility and improved agility and strengthened capacity. So many of you mentioned the importance of your country program, the importance of being able to implement that program under the regional priorities that you discussed earlier this week. And how will the change in the setup in the office support you there? So again, this is something that we hope to discuss country by country with you to show how we want to build in that flexibility of decision-making on what types of positions, what types of special, maybe technical roles do you see that you need in the office within the resources that are available. The topic of reflecting no change in the overall regional budgetary allocation was also underscored by many of you. Taking into consideration that does mean that there may be some shifts between countries, but I think again, this is where you as a region would need to discuss once we're a little further down the line to see if you all agree that this is the way that we can make the best use out of the very limited, the relatively limited resources that we have, in particular under the regular program in the region. I also heard a few questions about the proposal under the extra budgetary program. So really what we are saying there is that it's important when we set up a large project in a country that we have the right type of support provided by that project. So this means, for example, if it's a very large emergency program, that there should be an emergency coordinator funded by that project. If there is a large amount of procurement being undertaken, if it's a large, again, probably emergency program with large amounts of procurement, that maybe an international procurement officer would need to be included in the project proposal. So it's more providing that type of guidance to the country office and the resource partners and the government to say, this is what we need to be able to deliver this in a way that will meet your needs and make sure that we have the proper controls and approaches in place. So really just to underline again that what we're looking for from this initial discussion is indeed a general agreement on these principles that I just recalled again, a general agreement that we want to try to strengthen, build in flexibility, et cetera, in the structure, and then to move towards a country by country discussion to see country by country exactly what that would mean. I believe one distinguished delegate mentioned we had two other regional conferences that have taken place so far, Asia Pacific and the Near East. And indeed, that is the guidance that we have received from those two regions to say, yes, we agree with the overarching principles, and please move forward with a transparent process of discussion with country by country discussion, so that we can see where this would come, where we would be moving next. And of course, this will be a continued dialogue between management and members. Already the council in, I guess it's June of this year, has asked that we report back to council on what each regional conference has said about this topic. So we will be doing that, and we'll be going step by step. So I believe those were the main things that I wanted to respond to. And Mr. Chair, with your agreement, I know that Laurent Thomas would also like to come in. Thank you.
More than my agreement, it will be a pleasure to hear Mr. Thomas speak. Mr. Thomas, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, for your very, very useful feedback on the papers that we presented today. Let me add a few words on the very clear and fully supported reaction from ADG Crawford. Number one, some context. I am today special representative of the Director General. The Director General has given to me, amongst a number of tasks, the responsibility to follow up with Bess Crawford on this proposed transformation, and it is something that I am doing with passion. We have been working on the transformation of a decentralized office since the start of the mandate of this Director General. You have seen in the report that we have been progressing on the transformation of the regional office, then on the sub-regional office, and now it's time to move to the transformation of the country offices. We have no doubt that this proposal is long overdue. Things are changing. Bess presented this very clearly in her presentation in the needs of the countries, and you have been, I think, over the past 2 days expressing very much what are the evolving needs you have, but also in terms of your capacities. Latin America region is one of the regions of the world that has been progressing, probably amongst the region, more progressing in terms of the number of countries graduating to the middle income status. But as you debated over the past days, we still a huge problem of food insecurity for some segment of the population. Latin America and Caribbean is also a region hosting a large number of seats with the vulnerabilities very specific that we know for this country. So what we are proposing here really is to try to modernize the offices, to use better the resources available, knowing that we have limitations, that we cannot propose to bring more resources, which would be welcome, but we have the limitation of the budget of the program of work. And we are trying to make a proposal that is really, to use the jargon of the tailors, tailor-made. One size does not fit all. We know that some of the countries of the region would be interested by seconding staff to the offices, strengthening the capacity of the office, so to allow young staff to be acquainted with the work of the organization and provide their expertise to the work of FAO. These are things that will help strengthen the capacity of the office. But in any case, what we are proposing is something more, better, where we have no doubt that as a result, we would have a staffing cadre more, let's say, in line with what a modern office is expected to host to deliver at scale. And this is, I think, another key word, to deliver at scale. You have all expressed the need for FAO to support you more in terms of increased investment in transformation of agri-food system. This is what we are looking at. And we believe that it's timely to transform the country offices to have this capacity to deliver at scale, which is not necessarily the case everywhere, since in fact the staffing, the capacities of the office is a result of historic processes, and that no major transformation was done over the past decade. You have told us that you like the principle, but you want to understand better. You want to understand better what are the implications for your country office, because you want to be sure that FAO helps you more and not less. And this message has been understood well. I think we need your support explicit, as the other regional conferences have done, the one for Asia Pacific, the one for the Near East and North Africa, to support the principle, to support the approach, to support the fact that we need to transform the country offices for better, and then to initiate a dialogue, a very specific dialogue with you, country by country, to see how together we can design a proposal where you will feel that you are really comfortable, and that the end result to address the challenges is better really for the support to your country. So this is what I wanted to say. The proposal is budget neutral. It's a framework. It's very different from what we are proposing. Not very, but it's different what we are proposing in other regions, because the specificity of the Latin America and Caribbean region is different of the specificity of the Near East, or Africa, or Asia Pacific. And we are looking forward to continue the discussion with you for progressing in the transformation of the country offices that you deserve to support your national priorities. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Somos nosotros que agradecemos su presentación, señor Tomás. Yo tengo un pedido de palabra.
Mr. Thomas, for your presentation. I have a request for the floor from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Could I please ask you to be brief, because we're running a little bit late? You have the floor. Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Good evening to those of you in Rome, and good afternoon to those on the other side of the ocean. Venezuela would like to support Brazil's position as well as that of other countries. This document requires a broader discussion. Therefore, before we fully endorse it, we would suggest that we have a broader discussion, especially in line with what has been set out by other countries. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Venezuela. I can see that this is a very popular item. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mario Lubetkin, the regional representative. Thank you very much, Chair. I would simply like to add one point. I would like to express thanks for the spirit, the frankness with which this debate has been conducted, which has allowed us in the last year and a half since I took up this post to be able to build and take steps forward. This is the only way to do that. This is the only way to build a better FAO, through direct dialogue. Also, like my colleagues Beth and Laurent also said, I would like to say that if we are truly discussing a new strategic plan for the next 2 years with a very specific mandate on the part of you all and very specific guidance, it's clear that we need to improve efficiency in the implementation of the strategic framework and the country programming frameworks. If not, we will not be consistent in terms of the objectives we've set ourselves and the technical and human capacity we have with which to implement those goals. Now, in line with what members have said, if we do not have transparent participatory work which ensures technical assistance is provided, there's no doubt that we will not be able to guarantee results in terms of the resolutions we will be adopting during LARC38. It stands to reason, therefore, and this is not the first time, I believe, that when there was not full clarity or there were doubts of any kind, broader consultations were undertaken with countries so as to guarantee a functional structure and have full guarantees for the process in terms of inclusive national capacity that are both inclusive and agile, so that FAO can play the role that you require of it for the future. This process begins today with the presentation of the document, and this is the best way to capture the spirit of transformation that we need and the process for dialogue and consultation so that we can strengthen FAO globally and, of course, here in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Mr. Lubetkin, for your comments. Before we move on to the last item on our agenda, the chair's summary, I suggest we take a 10-minute break and come back at 10 to 5 Guyana time. We will see you at 10 to 5 local time. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the 38th FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, an instance where the 33 countries of the region unite to achieve more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems. Today, we are thrilled to discuss FAO's regional priorities that align with our strategic framework of the four betters. We need better production for the people, for the planet. Latin America and the Caribbean contribute 13% of the world's agricultural and fishery products. However, 33% of arable land is moderately and highly degraded, and the loss of more than 40% of production is related to pests and diseases. Innovation for agriculture production systems so that they are more productive, sustainable, resilient, and competitive, as well as enhanced and more equitable access of small-scale producers and family farmers to economic and natural resources, markets, services, information, education, and technologies will be critical to transform agri-food systems in the region. Let us work together towards sustainable production for a brighter future. We need better nutrition for the people, for the planet. The region faces significant challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition. People suffering from hunger slightly decreased in 2021, but 43 million people still suffer from food insecurity in the region. The region registers the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to world averages, estimated at $4.08 per person per day, which means that 22.7% of the population, 1 in 5 people, are unable to afford a healthy diet. The transition towards healthy diets and better food security and nutrition for the most vulnerable is a priority in the region. Let's work to achieve a better environment for the people, for the planet. 95% of our food is produced on land, and it all starts with soil and water. However, the region is particularly vulnerable to climate change and affected by environmental degradation. Between 2008 and 2018, agriculture production losses related to climate disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean were estimated at $29 billion. In 2022, climate-related disasters affected 17 countries, and it is estimated that by 2030, climate change could push between 2.4 and 5.8 million people into extreme poverty. Projections show that water scarcity will be exacerbated. Improving climate and environmental conditions is possible by conserving, protecting, and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services for food and agriculture, and integrating climate change adaptation and mitigation into agri-food systems. Our region, with its breathtaking biodiversity hotspots like the Amazon, the Andes, and the
So we are going to now resume, and I'm happy to report that the chair from Guyana will be assuming the leadership for this session. So Guyana, Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you very much kindly. And first, let me thank both Ecuador and Brazil for doing a wonderful job taking us thus far. Thank you very much, Ecuador and Brazil. We'll now begin with the general summary from today's plenary discussion to conclude these sessions. For this, I will ask the support of the rapporteur to guide the discussion.
So again, a good afternoon to all. And we will be going directly, in the interest of time, to take up item 9, priorities for FAO in the region under the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 2031. Item A, expressed alarm at the critical challenges in eradicating hunger and malnutrition, as well as the setback regarding rural poverty and extreme poverty, intensified by the global food crisis. Item A. We have no...
Just a moment.
Okay, Argentina.
Gracias, querido relator. Un placer
Distinguished rapporteur, it's a pleasure to greet you for the first time. I would like to raise a sort of point of order to note what Brazil raised yesterday. In line with their experience, their lengthy experience, they suggested that we use the same methodology that we use in council, namely reading through the entire text so that our colleagues can see the text as a whole and then take it one paragraph at a time so as to establish what the best way to enrich the text might be. Thank you, distinguished ambassador and dear friend.
And thank you so much, my colleague ambassador from Argentina. I missed you yesterday afternoon. We did have the discussion on this, and I made a decision that we would not read through the text, and my preference is that we go through them item by item. So I ask your indulgence in that, please. Thanks. Okay, with no objection to A, we'll move to B. Emphasize the challenges posed by climate change, which threatens food security and rural livelihoods, increasing the levels of extreme poverty by 2030. Item B. Argentina.
Sí, relator, embajador.
Ambassador and rapporteur, I must say with all due respect that I have to disagree. Those of us who work on these matters have some experience in these matters. Given that we might have text suggestions, we need to be able to see the entire text, all the conclusions, so as to best formulate our suggestions. We are negotiating in a language which is not the mother tongue of most countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. We're negotiating in English. Therefore, we feel that we should at least have an opportunity to read through the entire text before us. I believe the intention here is to try to enrich the text through member input. I would therefore, with all due respect, ask that you reassess my suggestion. If not, at the very least, I would like to ask that the entire text be put up on the screen for 5 or 10 minutes so that we can read through the entire text before us, so that we can look at it globally and then make the text proposals that we wish to insert. Thank you, distinguished rapporteur, distinguished ambassador, and distinguished friend.
Thank you, Argentina. I want to take this opportunity to appeal to my colleagues, ambassadors. I don't have a whole lot of experience in this, having done this for only 2 years, and I respect your contribution and your views. I've been advised that it is the responsibility of the rapporteur to guide the process. And I would simply say that, again, to my good friend from Argentina, we have discussed this issue yesterday. I'm not prepared to change my position on this. And I think a compromise would certainly be to to consider whether or not we should put the items on the screen for a few minutes. But I'd allow other members to weigh in on this before we move ahead. Costa Rica.
Gracias, estimado relator. Bueno,
Distinguished rapporteur, I fully agree with the statement made by Argentina. With all due respect, I'd like to ask you to please reconsider your position. It's a lot simpler for us if we can read the whole text, and then we will proceed point by point. This has worked very well in the council, and so with all due respect, I ask you to reconsider your position and to please listen to the majority of the members. Although, of course, you have the authority to decide, ultimately, we as members should be listened to. And the best option, it seems, would be to read the whole text and then move on to an approval point by point. I hope you will listen to our requests. Thank you.
Panama.
Thank you, Ambassador. As my colleagues from Costa Rica and Argentina, I would tend to make that request. I know that for those of us who are here in Rome, time is pressing, it's 10 p.m., but it would be important for us to be able to read the whole document because we do, if we do wish to make contributions, then that would be important. We want to make sure that we can include or add anything, and that will be taken into account. So if we don't want to read paragraph by paragraph, then please do allow us to have the alternative indicated by Ambassador Carlos. Please let us or allow us to read the document so that we can make the contributions that we would like to. Thank you. We hope you'll listen to us.
Okay, thank you, Panama. So the decision is to allow the text to be placed on the screen, and we'll allow for a few minutes for it to be looked at, and then we'll go by that item by item. Thank you.
Le pido por favor que sea más lento, por favor, relator.
Could you please slow down, Rapporteur? Could you please scroll more slowly? Thank you.
One option is that we try to project each page on the screen so those who are present can take a photograph of that and have it at hand. And that way everyone can read the text in its current form at their leisure and spend more time on the sections they need to. So if you could make maybe the screen a little bit smaller so that we can see a page, and then encourage delegates who wish to take a photograph, and then we'll give you some minutes so that you can read it through at your leisure. This is the first page, so those who wish to photograph it. Okay, can you project the second page, please? There it is, to photograph. Let us go to the third page, please. Again, for your photographs. Next page. I take it this is the final section. Okay. I understand the interpreters are concerned about the time, but I don't think there's much we can do. So let us take again now a few minutes in silence for each delegation to review the full document if they feel that is the best for them, and we will take up again in 5-10 minutes. Panama. Yet we're not yet ready to discuss the text. No vamos a empezar con el texto aún, pero
Sí,
si Panama tiene una consulta sobre el
sí,
proceso.
secretaria.
Query? Yes, Secretariat. I'd
Nuevo.
like to propose a new paragraph for point 1, but I will wait for the process to begin. So I will keep my hand raised so that when we move to that, I'll be able to speak. Thank you. Please wait, and we will try to move paragraph by paragraph. You need more time for you delegates to continue to review the text?
We can also, for the sake of photographing, this was just item 9. So we also have items 10 and various other items today. So my proposal is for us to project the other items so that you can also photograph them now and have a chance to review them at your leisure. So this is item 10. So if you can please photograph item 10. Okay, now if you could show item 4, please. Delegates, this is item 4 for you to take a photograph.
No se ve, Secretaría.
Secretariat, we can't see. We can't see to be able to take a snapshot. I think you need to scroll up a little bit more. Thank you.
Just to be reminded, this is item 4. I do think the last part is cut. I think there's another. Yes, there you go. Now, please project item 6. This is still item 4. And now item 6, please. Item 6 is being projected for your photographing. Okay, so if we are ready, then maybe we can begin with item 9 again, and I turn back over to the rapporteur.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Okay, just to take a moment to say that the interpreters can only work until 6 p.m. Guyana time, and that is approximately in 1 hour's time. So I'm just notifying members that that is information we have just received. Now I understand it is the floor with Panama. Is that right?
Señora secretaria, si ya es el momento para que yo pueda dictar el párrafo que me interesa incluir en el ítem 9, sí, con gusto puedo intervenir. Pero porque
I can definitely speak because you said that we were going to go paragraph by paragraph, and so I thought that I would have to wait for F and then yes, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Just 1 minute, please. Please raise your hand if you wish to comment. We're going to begin. Anybody would like to comment on B? Colombia.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Quisiera proponer
I would like to propose that in subparagraph B, we include a mention of loss of biodiversity and environmental degradation as threats to food security and rural livelihoods.
In English, it would be like the challenges posed by climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation, I think. I'm not sure how it would be in English. Yes. Thank you.
Argentina.
Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Rapporteur. We agree with the suggestion that was made by Colombia, but before putting in biodiversity, we'd like to say the following. I'm going to dictate this, and it's a suggestion that comes from the SOFI report, which I think uses language that is agreed because it's an FAO flagship publication, and we should include this. Climate change, conflicts,
Slowdowns and downturns. Economic downs and downturns, economic slowdowns, and inequalities. Gracias, estimado.
Thank you, distinguished rapporteur.
Thank you, Argentina. Venezuela.
Buenas tardes, muchísimas
Good
gracias.
afternoon, and thank you very much. I would like to ask whether it might be possible that before we make changes, we use the same method that we used yesterday, which is to read the paragraph in English with translation, well, with interpretation into Spanish. Thank you. There's a problem.
Yes, I'll speak in English to be consistent for the interpreters. I understand that there's a problem as the interpreters have a hard deadline in 45 minutes. So they will be unavailable after 45 minutes. So we will do our best to advance as much as possible. And we can, it's a point of order here, whether we will continue in English afterwards, or how else you would like to address this. Argentina.
Estimada secretaria, estimado relator, una cosa es
It's
que
one thing for you not to consider the need to read the whole text. It's a different matter,
de orden
and this is my point of order. It's another thing to say that we are deciding not to be inclusive. If there is no translation, there is no negotiation. This is how FAO carries out informal negotiations, except that unless 100% of the members agree, and I can tell you ahead that I do not agree with going on negotiating without interpretation. So I want to clarify something. We're here in Rome. It is 10:20 p.m. and I did not get up from my chair for 1 minute. I understand the situation of interpreters and I respect them in absolute terms, but it's not a problem of the membership for the organization or for the Secretariat not to foresee, to predict this situation. I ask you that it's one thing to consider the methodological aspect of whether or not we read the text. It's a totally different matter instead to jeopardize the whole concept of inclusiveness. So multilingualism cannot be questioned in the Regional Conference of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
We sympathize with this view. Can you please give us just a few minutes and we'll see if we can find a solution. So I would like to ask a pause for 5 minutes to see if we can find another solution. So just what we're trying to look into right now is we would continue with these interpreters for 30 minutes, and then the idea would to be take the interpreters who would have been helping the drafting committee to connect and provide interpretation virtually to us in the plenary, and hopefully then the drafting committee will be much shorter at the end of the day, as was the case yesterday. So that is what we're exploring now, and we will let you know as soon as possible if we have a solution. So taking advantage of the current interpreters as much as possible, as we work on the other solution, we would propose that we continue now with the text. Please, rapporteur. And the next speaker, one moment.
Okay, we'll give the floor to Cuba, followed by Venezuela. Cuba, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Queríamos proponer
We would like to propose the inclusion of natural disasters in subparagraph B. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Cuba. Venezuela. Is Venezuela requesting the floor? Okay, so with no one else requesting the floor, I will read through the revised item B. Emphasize the challenges posed by climate change, conflicts, economic slowdowns and downturns and inequalities, biodiversity loss and environmental degradation, natural disasters, which threatens food security and rural livelihoods, increasing the level of extreme poverty by 2030. Do we have an agreement with the new wording of B? Okay, we have no objections, so we move to C. C, stress the fundamental role of agri-food systems in supporting economic progress, promoting access to healthy diets, generating employment, managing natural resources sustainably, and in accelerating progress towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG in bracket, with special attention to most vulnerable groups. Do we have any objection to C? Argentina.
Gracias, estimado relator.
Thank you, distinguished rapporteur. In the third line of item C, it says achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG of Agenda 2030. This is the way that we refer to it. And after that, in the last paragraph, Agenda 2030, where it says with special attention, we would like to change that because there is no such thing as most vulnerable groups. So all vulnerable groups within the region, do away with most vulnerable groups, and instead what we propose is all vulnerable groups within the region. Thank you. Thank you, rapporteur. I ask you, please, if you could also delete most vulnerable groups, because the two do not work together. We are suggesting that we replace most vulnerable groups with all vulnerable groups within the region. Thank you.
Okay, so Argentina, I heard your request to remove most vulnerable group. I don't know personally if it is inconsistent, but I'll allow the members to decide if that's a language that they're comfortable with. Do we have any requests for the floor? Okay, so it's accepted. And we move then to item D. Item D, recognize the urgent need to reduce inequalities and enhance resilience in the region, particularly women, youth, indigenous people, and people of African descent, and the most vulnerable groups living in rural areas. Item D. No objection to item D. We move to E. Noted the continued efforts, so I'll read that again. Noted the continued efforts by members to prevent, defer, and eliminate illegal, unreported, and unregulated, in bracket IUU, fishing, including through the implementation of relevant international agreements and voluntary guidelines and regional mechanisms, but expressed its concern that IUU fishing is a serious issue in most areas and call for stronger joint efforts in surveillance and control and sharing of information at national, regional, and global levels. Item E, Argentina. Argentina, did you request the floor?
Sí, mi querido.
I did, distinguished rapporteur. I would like to propose some language for the fourth line in paragraph E, where it says, and called for. There, I would like that we insert stronger joint efforts between brackets now. I will read out the specific language proposal drawing on COFI 35, Fisheries Committee 35, and called for at dictation speed.
Action and sharing of information at national, regional, and global levels. Coma. Lo que habría que eliminar o poner.
What we would have to delete or strike through is stronger joint efforts and surveillance. Stronger joint efforts as well as in surveillance. Because this is not a part of the language agreed under COFI 35.
Thank you, Argentina. Colombia is requesting the floor.
Muchas gracias. Quisiera.
Thank you very much. If I may, I would like to go back to paragraph D and propose some language and provide a clarification. Under C, Argentina proposed some language to include all vulnerable groups. Under D, to keep the text consistent, we also feel that we should change most vulnerable to all vulnerable groups. Also, if possible, we'd like to include a reference to peasant farmers under these vulnerable groups for whom we need to reduce inequalities, peasant farmers. We could
It's all vulnerable groups living in rural areas, correct? Yeah. Reports group on E, the section and sharing of information at national, regional, and global levels under E, it's repeated twice in the edited text as well as in the last sentence.
Okay, if we can then go back to item D, which Panama is requesting the floor. Panama, you have.
Sí, sí, gracias, relator.
Thank
Solamente
you,
que
rapporteur. Our colleague from Colombia suggested that we include campesinos. I believe it is peasant farmers, says the speaker, not family farmers. This is the term we are used to using in English. Thank you.
Okay, do I take it with the last amendment by Panama that we can finally move on from D? Is there anyone that objects? So we move, and we were at E. There was a correction or an addition and removal of some of the text. So can we now agree on E? Okay, would there be no objection? We moved. Okay, Panama, we're still on E.
Gracias, relator. Solamente
Thank
que
you,
quisiera,
Rapporteur.
ahora, después del punto E, quisiera yo agregar un
Now,
párrafo adicional.
after D, I would like to add another paragraph, please.
Okay. Le vamos a poner para
We,
facilitar el trabajo de la secretaría, le vamos a
just to make the Secretariat's work easier, we'll be posting the text in the chat. I'll read it out in English for the Secretariat's sake. Stress the need
financial support, and concrete actions to increase the resilience and sustainability of agri-food systems within the dry corridor and arid zones of the Zika region to overcome the impact of climate change and food insecurity. El párrafo está en el chat para facilitar a la secretaría.
Thank
The
you.
paragraph is also in the group chat.
So we'll make the amendment, the additional paragraph, and we'll just to be clear, is there any further amendments needed to E? If there are none, then is there any objection to the proposal by Panama for new F?
I think it's Argentina. Wait, let me just see here. Sorry, one second. Reports group, I'll send you the paragraph right now, just to make sure you have it. One moment, please.
Okay, so just first, before we move on to G, was just asking if there's any opposition to the new paragraph F by Panama. If there is none, oh, Argentina?
Gracias, estimado relator. Le pido
Thank you, Rapporteur. Could I please ask the Secretariat to clean up paragraph E so that we're all clear on what would be kept in that paragraph? Thank you. Also, I would like to support Panama's proposed text. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina, and it was my intention that we, as we did yesterday, to make sure we have clean text before we move on from the paragraph. So thanks. Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Rapporteur. I was just unsure of what arid zones are, so I checked it, but I'm assuming that the 6 countries within the Caribbean would be included in the text that speaks to arid areas, arid zones. Just wanted to ensure that that is the intent.
So drafting committee, not drafting committee, reports group. The question was whether the SIDS are included, and I don't think so. So in paragraph E, stress the need to improve initiatives, financial support, and concrete action to increase the resilience and sustainability of agri-food systems within the dry corridor and arid zones of the Zika region and small island developing states, SIDS, to overcome the impacts of climate change and food insecurity. I think that is the proposal from Antigua and Barbuda. Am I correct?
Thank you. Correct. Thank you.
So reports, if you can add after Sika region and small island developing states.
Colombia is requesting the floor.
Gracias. De parte de Colombia, quisiéramos saber si hay alguna posibilidad de que el párrafo F incluya algunas, es decir, que no se limite únicamente al dry corridor and the arid zones of the Sika region and the seeds, sino que incluya otras regiones, particularmente, específicamente de Colombia, que también, digamos que sufren de problemas de aridez y que están también sujetas a los impactos del cambio climático. No sé si podamos encontrar alguna forma de que el párrafo sea un poco más inclusivo.
Panamá.
Sí, gracias, relator. Nosotros como país presentamos este párrafo a ser incluido en las prioridades de la FAO y estamos abiertos obviamente a que todos
Yes.
los
Of course, we are open to all countries informing it. However, this is something
que se viene trabajando ya desde
we
hace
have
varios
been working on for many years at the regional level under Sika as well as with FAO. It's a project that was presented in the first hand-in-hand investment forum and was also updated by Sika to include all countries from the region, including the Dominican Republic. Therefore, of course, we are open to any additional components that other countries might wish to add, but please bear in mind that this is an existing project and that we have been working on with FAO and is therefore a very important priority for countries in Central America. Thank you.
Okay. As I understand it, the text is not being replaced. It's to maintain within the dry corridor and arid zones of the Sika region and in small island developing states. Is that okay? Or
Sí.
do you want a separate paragraph?
Yo no tengo inconveniente con la inclusión de las pequeñas islas en desarrollo.
Jamaica is requesting the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I am just following on the position put on the table by my colleague from Antigua to question what is the dry corridor on the arid zones of Sika region, and if that would not exclude the other specific regions, particularly the Caribbean, that also needs to improve initiatives and also needs to have financial support and concrete action to include our resilience and impact of climate change. But Chairman, I'm cognizant of the insertion that is being proposed to include and in small island developing states. And if that inclusion is made and it is a separate reference from dry corridor and arid zones, then I can be satisfied, Chairman. So in other words, if the paragraph reads systems within the dry corridor and arid zones of the Sika region and in small island developing states, then I can be comfortable. Because I can be assured that that also includes other small island states in the Caribbean that will also need to improve the initiatives and the financial supports and the pursue the concrete action. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Jamaica. And I was about to comment that the insertion of and we would need to add the word in on the request of Jamaica So it would be and in small island developing states. And I believe that would satisfy Jamaica's concerns. Argentina.
Gracias, estimado relator. Yo quisiera, en principio, pedirle que sea usted el que conduzca el proceso.
I would like to ask that you be the one to conduct the process.
One moment. It seems the interpretation has stopped in English.
Testing, testing. Can you hear the interpretation now?
Yes, the interpretation has been delayed. So over the last few interventions, it's been delayed.
Okay, empiezo.
Go ahead, Argentina.
Gracias.
Shall I begin then? Thank you, distinguished rapporteur. The first thing I would like to request is that you conduct the process as opposed to the Secretariat. May I please ask that that be so that we can have some clarity around the fact that you, with your experience, can conduct the process as common practice would dictate. The second issue I wanted to raise and suggest, because on the one hand, I feel that Panama does have a point, given that we are talking about an existing initiative that's being worked on with FAO. On the other hand, countries such as Antigua and Barbuda, Jamaica, and other small island countries from the Caribbean have a point in the sense that we should try to envisage some sort of paragraph that could be suggested to be included separately in this text so that we can give greater visibility on the one hand to a cooperation action that's already underway, and on the other hand, the ambition on the part of our distinguished colleagues from the small islands. I also feel that Colombia has a point. In any case, if Colombia were to make a text proposal, we would be supportive both of the proposal from Caribbean countries and of that of Colombia and anyone else who is seeking to be inclusive in ensuring that FAO address all vulnerabilities and needs. Therefore, distinguished rapporteur, I think that perhaps it would be best if we not include small island developing states or SIDS in this paragraph, but rather come up with a new separate paragraph for SIDS. In any case, if Colombia has a proposal, we look forward to hearing that. I put this to the other members, of course. I am fully available to support those initiatives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Argentina. And let me also take this opportunity, Argentina, to say that the point you raised about the Secretariat, I disagree with you, of course. It is my understanding that the Secretariat is here for the purpose of lending technical support in terms of understanding language and ensuring that we do things consistent with FAO policy as well as meet the needs of the member states. And so I want to assure you, we had this exercise yesterday and it went very smoothly and we had no issues. And I think I am fulfilling my responsibilities, and I would appreciate if you would appreciate that. There's no need to be concerned about who has the responsibility of conducting the role that I'm doing. Having said that, you have requested that or proposed that a separate paragraph be made for small island developing states. I would wish to find out if there's any members that has objection to that, and if not, we can certainly have the committee, the report group to insert an additional para. So is there any member that oppose Argentina's suggestion?
Chair.
Costa Rica? Oh,
Gracias, relator. No es una
Thank you,
oposición.
rapporteur. I do not have an objection. Quite the contrary, I would like to support Argentina and Panama's proposals because SICA already has a project that is underway, which is what this paragraph that the delegation of Panama suggested is about. So we would be mixing two matters that are unrelated. I would fully agree, like my colleague from Argentina was saying, that of course, if small island developing states wish to have a separate paragraph, or Colombia for that matter, then we would support that. But I would suggest that they be separate paragraphs and that we not merge these two issues, because it's one thing to mention an understanding, a memorandum that's already existing between the region and FAO, and it's another to mix the two. Thank you.
Okay, so again, if there's no objection to the request or suggestion to remove "and in small island developing states" and have a separate item, new G, I imagine, to have wording. I think we had this yesterday, a similar para that was done. So if there is an objection, we'll adhere it. If not, then we'll move to have a separate para.
Hi, Rapporteur, my hand is up. Sorry, you might have missed it.
Antigua and Barbuda.
Thanks, Rapporteur. So Antigua and Barbuda, having looked at it, if another paragraph would describe the same level of ambition as is stated in F, well, the current F, and we would have no problems with a next paragraph to express the same, as I said, the same level of ambition. I just wanted to indicate as well that I think all territories have existing initiatives with the FAO at different stages and so on. And so while Antigua and Barbuda can appreciate that concern for, I guess, it's the dry corridor and arid zones of the Seca region, which we're not sure if it reads as it does now, the level of violence that it will do to the intent to continue the work with those areas. But as I said, once and there's the same level of ambition is expressed in the next paragraph, then Antigua and Barbuda has no objections to that.
Okay, before I give the floor to Colombia, I suggest to members that we can leave Panama's text and insert a new para which would simply address small island developing states. Is that a way out of this? Colombia?
Gracias. En ese
you.
sentido, si el párrafo de los SIDs se
In that
separa,
vein, if we separate the SIDS paragraph from the Panama paragraph, then Colombia would also like to have a separate paragraph that would also highlight the vulnerability that other countries face in terms of climate change and its impact on food security. We would therefore propose a third paragraph that would include the other countries that do not fall under the SIDS umbrella or Panama's proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in that, so let me propose, I know there are others waiting, but in that, I hear a consensus, I believe, around the idea of having 3 paras so that all concerns can be represented. So I simply want to ask, can we agree on having 3 paras so we can have all the groups represented?
The reports group mentions that the issues are more or less the same. Climate change, food security and nutrition, and import dependency. So, but if you choose to have separate paragraphs, that is fine. So we go for separate.
Yes. So if the report group can add 2 separate paragraphs, I think, and we would then, in the interest of time, move to take interventions on what was G. And I assure Argentina and all members that we'll make sure the text is clean before we move from G. Is that acceptable? So, Honduras. Is Honduras requesting the floor?
Yes, thank you very much. Muchas gracias, señor relator. Un saludo a todos los compañeros, sobre todo los que estamos aquí en Roma como a las 11 de la noche. Me
Those of us
parece
who are here in Rome, given that it's 11 p.m., I believe that the solution that has been proposed is truly apt. I believe that those 3 paragraphs would be a very concrete solution here. We are looking forward to seeing those texts and would suggest that we move forward quickly given the time constraints. I fully support Panama's proposal on the dry corridor, especially since there is a project underway with the people in the dry corridor. Thank you.
Just a point of order. So we have found a solution regarding the interpreters. I would just like to first thank the interpreters who helped us today and are now departing. We're just notifying those interpreters, thank you very much. And we have new interpreters who are being connected, who have already connected half an hour ago. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone is informed. Interpreters are okay with that. Thank you very much. And that is over. So let us continue. Apologies for the interruption.
Okay, so if we could, there is still in item D some cleaning up to be done before we can see the full text of F. I have it on my screen. I can read it, but I would prefer for members to be able to view it. So if the report group can clean up D, I think we'd be in a position to move on to F.
Chair?
St. Lucia is requesting the floor.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I was just a little bit concerned about the whole focus of the paragraph. I think maybe I have it all wrong. The paragraph is focused on arid zones and dry corridors, and if other countries within the region, whether it be Central, South America, the Caribbean islands, have similar arid and dry conditions, wouldn't it be useful to just maintain inclusiveness rather than create multiple paragraphs that says the same thing repeatedly? Because I think when I read the paragraph, it looks at the issue of dealing with dry and arid zones within the region. So my recommendation is perhaps to allow that to be the focus of the support that is being requested in terms of the financial support and the other things that are being requested to deal with the climate change impacts as it relates to dry corridors and arid zones. Thank you, Chair.
St. Lucia, if I can get your agreement on this, I think members have agreed that the best way out is to have 3 separate paras. And I noted that there are aspects of the proposal from Panama that seems to be unique, the dry corridor and arid zones. I think if you can accept, we would be better off just leaving the 3 separate paras that address the 3 areas. Is that acceptable?
Very well then, very well.
Okay. Trinidad and Tobago. Is Trinidad requesting the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clear, Minister.
Okay, so I heard you just now, Chairman, just asking to clean up para D. I just wanted to place on record and also ask a question in relation to the term peasant in Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm sure most of our Caribbean nations, we do not use the term peasant. I was just wondering if we can use the more FAO acceptable term. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that term. I'm just suggesting if we can use our terms such as family farming or small scale farming instead of the word peasant. I'm just throwing that out. And also, while I have the floor, I want to also support earlier the conversations of having a separate paragraph for pointing to the need to increase the number of initiatives, financial support to promote agri-food transformation in the Caribbean. So I am in agreement with you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the team for having a separate paragraph. But I also understand the previous speaker in terms of the dry corridor and arid zones, because when we speak to climate change can cover almost all of these points that we are raising. So just for that to be captured. But thank you for the opportunity, Chairman.
Okay, so Trinidad, in the spirit of ensuring that all regions and countries have their concern, could we have a compromise and use both terms, as in peasant and family farm, or family farm, whichever, but using both?
One option is just to say family farmers, which is FAO acceptable speech, and the other is family farmers and small-scale producers. FAO generally does not use the word peasant in English. It has very specific historical connotations associated with peons, with feudal systems. But in Spanish, the term campesino is close to the peasant, the term peasant. So FAO normally refers to family farmers and small-scale producers, which includes peasant farmers as well as fishers, small-scale fishers, and others. So we hope this more inclusive term would be acceptable.
My point exactly, Chairman, if you may. I personally just find it to be a little bit derogatory, but that's the English version. I hear what the annotations is, but I still prefer the term family farmers, small scale producers. But of course, for inclusivity, I would go with the majority.
So we can, the proposal from Trinidad is to remove the term peasant as a derogatory term in English and to adopt the more inclusive term, the most inclusive of all is small scale producers, which includes peasants, family farmers, small scale fishers, and others.
Okay, so do we have an agreement if we were to remove peasants and family farmers and simply use small scale producers? Jamaica.
Thank you, Chairman. I would support the inclusion of, okay, what I say you? I would support the inclusion of small-scale farmers, just to highlight, Chairman, that producers in Jamaica can also include small-scale manufacturers and small-scale agro-processors. So if we are to be a little specific here, I would support small-scale farmers instead of producers. And I associate with the comments made by Trinidad and Tobago in relation to peasants or peasant farmers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. The reports group and the technical group of FAO draw our attention to the fact that because of the international decade, the UN decade on family farmers, it is desirable to maintain the language family farmers and small-scale producers. With regards to the additional term, we can add and small and medium enterprises, which would capture the other concept you wish to include.
Accept that, Chairman.
And we would cut peasant then.
Okay, so before we move on, just to be clear, the proposal for D would read, recognize the urgent need to reduce inequalities and enhance resilience in the region, particularly family farmers and small-scale producers, women, youth, indigenous peoples, and people of African descent in rural areas. So we would remove all vulnerable groups. It's highlighted. We need to clean that up in order to see, so members can see what we're proposing and to see if there's an agreement.
Maybe, and all other vulnerable groups living in rural areas.
Okay.
The only thing is, it doesn't include the small and medium enterprises, which was just requested. Oh, but I haven't, yeah.
Chairman, just for clarity, I can interject. With your permission, Chairman?
Go ahead, Jamaica.
Right, so the reference was not necessarily to include SMEs. It is just that at the point was being made that small-scale producers in Jamaica could be small-scale manufacturers or small-scale agro-processors. So if we wanted to restrict Section D just to farmers, then we should change the word producers to farmers and make it really family farmers and small-scale farmers, but not necessarily to include SMEs.
Okay, so let's see if we have, I hear you, Jamaica. Let's see if we have an agreement on the text as it is on the screen and what proposed changes should be made. Argentina.
Gracias, estimado relator. Recién escuché la propuesta.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. I've just heard the proposal from the Secretariat. I will not argue with you. My dear Rapporteur, of course, the support from the Secretary is very valuable, but I believe that the text proposal, one thing is to clarify, I do not agree in the third, with the third line, all other vulnerable groups. It sounds derogatory, sounds as if we're talking about minorities in a derogatory manner. I don't like it. I would stay with all vulnerable groups. I believe that affects no one. Nobody had objected that, so I suggest to keep the language as agreed before. Thank you.
Okay, Argentina. I believe Dominica is asking for the floor. Dominica? Okay, so
thank you,
Mr.
Chairman. Apologies, I was muted there for some time. My proposal is reading the statement. I don't confess to be an English scholar, but shouldn't it be particular among family farming? Would that read better? Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone else asking for the floor? Okay, so can we have an agreement then on D as is shown on the monitors? If there's no objection, I think we were at E. We had well, F. We had concluded E. So if the monitor can be, if we can raise the text to E. Okay, E reads, stress the need to improve initiatives, financial support, and concrete action to increase the resilience and sustainability of agri-food systems within the dry corridor and arid zones of Sika region to overcome the impacts of climate change and food insecurity. Do we have an agreement on F? No objections? What I'm not seeing is the two new paras, which would have addressed Colombia and SIDS. Okay, so while they're working on that, we'll move to I, which would be the new I. Endorse the 4 regional priorities as programmatic delivery mechanisms to implement the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 31, the medium-term plan reviewed in bracket 2022 to 2025, and the program of work and budget 2024 to 2025, and provide support for resource mobilization to implement the program of work 2024 to 2025 in the region. Do we have any concerns on I, on the new I?
Just a small point of order. I'm going to speak in French. Je voudrais savoir si Haïti est toujours là et s'il y a quelqu'un qui a besoin de l'interprétation en français. Si c'est le cas, s'il vous plaît, il faut montrer votre main virtuelle. Non? Attendez. I'm checking to see if anybody needs the French interpretation. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui a besoin de français à ce moment? Okay, merci. Thank you. So we will let the French interpreters go, and please continue with I, the next.
Okay. There being no objection to I. Colombia. Oh, Colombia.
Oh, yes. No, no tenemos ningún comentario sobre el punto.
No comments, no objections. But in the chat, we included a proposed paragraph for point H. Thank you.
The secretary, the reporting group will be putting in text almost identical to the dry corridor and Sika region for SIDS and for South America, for your information. And then you can look at it in a few minutes.
So with that, we would move to 2 regional conference recommended that FAO is. Can we have the screen adjusted to? I propose we'll come back once that new language, the para is put in, so the members can view to ensure that they're comfortable with what was done. All right, so we'll go to 2A. Argentina.
Estimado relator, quería saber si...
Dear Rapporteur, would you please let me know if we will discuss the paragraph that Colombia has just proposed, or shall we put it on hold?
I was asking for the report group to be able to display properly the 2 new paras, and we continue while they do that and go back to it if that's okay with members.
Para nosotros está okay, relator. Gracias.
That is fine for us. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, sir. So we move on to 2A. Continue the implementation of the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 2031 in support of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to achieve efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems through 4 regional priorities as the mechanism to reach program priority areas in bracket PPAs outcomes under better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. 2A. Do we have any concerns about 2A? There being none, we move to 2B. Provide integrated, normative, technical, policy, operational, and investment planning support to members to implement the 4 regional priorities, applying a programmatic approach for greater coherence, efficiency, and impact, leaving no one behind. 2B. We have good language and everybody is happy. So we move to 2C. Support the effective uptake and technologies. Sorry, let me read that again. Support the effective uptake of technologies, innovations, and practices to improve crop, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture system, encouraging improvements in the enabling environment and in national policies for sustainable agricultural production, including biotechnology, climate adapted seeds, efficiency of irrigation systems, restorative, agroecological, and conservation approaches, as well as voluntary guidelines that entail the responsible use of agricultural inputs. And there should be a spacing, please, if the reporting group can. Thank you very much. Argentina.
Muchas gracias, estimado relator.
Thank you, Mr.
Apoyar el párrafo C.
I would like to support
luego de la palabra agroecological. Luego de la palabra agroecological, en la 4ª línea, pondría coma.
I would like to refer to the word agroecological or
genome editing, comma, no tillage and no tillage, no tillage. Separar. Two words. Son 2 words. No.
N-O.
No.
Space tillage.
That's right.
K-I-L-L-A-G-E.
Gracias, Secretaría. And
No tillage.
other technical tools. Esto, por las dudas, viene de la LARC38.
This comes from the LARC37, paragraph 24, item H. And you want to keep conservation approaches, or you want to replace that? No, there is no objections as far as that is concerned. We could keep that.
Okay, so with the insertion by Argentina is Brazil is asking for the floor. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are very much okay with paragraph B, including Argentinian proposal. Would like maybe to add, after biotechnology, bioeconomy.
Should that be and or just comma biotechnology, bioeconomy?
Just like comma bioeconomy, comma,
Okay.
a comma again, yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we seem to have an agreement on C.
Just to draw your attention, we may do a little bit of editing to clean it up because there's, it doesn't read smoothly in English, but maintaining all of the terminology that you have proposed.
Okay, if that is acceptable, we move on to D. Encourage the effective and sustainable management of all fisheries and promote sustainable. Argentina, I believe you want to comment on C.
Gracias, relator. Estamos de acuerdo con la sugerencia.
Thank you. Yeah, we agree on bioeconomy, but would also like to add an additional paragraph, would be another D. And I will be reading in English.
Support bioeconomy. Bioeconomy.
Is that support or supported?
No, it's support.
Okay, so can we clean, right, okay.
Sorry for my English.
No, it's not your fault.
Support bioeconomy to promote sustainable production of food. To promote sustainable production of food, comma, environmentally sound bio-based products, comma, and services through the use or transformation of biological resources, comma, as well as its essential contributor to food security within the region. Contribution within the region. Within the region, food security within the region. Gracias, estimado relator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have a new D proposed by Argentina, and I will read it. Support bioeconomy to promote sustainable production of food, environmentally sound bio-based and services, no, bio-based products, the screen kept moving. Bio-based products and services through the use and the transformation of biological resources, as well as its essential contribution to food security within the region. On the new D, Dominica has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had my comment was in the chat, so in the interest of time, I will go quickly. Climate adapted planting material. I'm going back to say apologies. I put the comment in the chat, but I think when we're talking about adapted, we also speak about, for example, sweet potatoes that are not propagated by seeds and other comments. So I would strongly put climate adapted planting material that would cover seeds and other varieties that are not propagated by seeds. Thanks, Mr.
So
Chair.
to be clear, you're proposing after climate adapted
Planting
seeds,
materials.
climate adapted planted material. So seeds was, what are you proposing to do, to remove seeds?
Yeah, big planting material would take seeds and other propagated things.
So let's then go back.
Climate adapted planting materials.
Okay, so let's go back and see if members are comfortable with removing seeds and having planting material to cover seeds.
I would just like to draw attention to members that there is a paragraph further down on bioeconomy, but I just draw your attention to that, and at some point it would be good to see which of the ones you prefer.
Is there any, is there agreement on the insertion of planting material as opposed to seeds? If there's no objection, we'll move. We had already got an agreement on D as proposed by Argentina, so we move to E. Encourage the effective and sustainable management of all fisheries and promote sustainable aquaculture, intensification and expansion, under the blue transformation approach with emphasis on Caribbean countries. Colombia.
Gracias. No, solo para proponer.
Thank you. Just to suggest a reference to climate smart agriculture in paragraph C. Climate smart or agriculture.
Where are you referring to?
C. C in English.
C. Paragraph C.
And can you repeat what you're requesting, please?
Nos gustaría incluir una mención a agricultura
I'd like
climática.
to include climate in smart agriculture.
Climate smart agriculture.
And where are you requesting that be placed?
Podría ser después de
Could
bioeconomía.
be right after bioeconomy.
Brazil.
Brazil?
Brazil, do you have the floor?
Yes, I have the floor. Thank you very much.
Sí, sí.
Not that I oppose the adding of climate smart agriculture, but I would like to reserve my position for a few minutes. We can continue on the document, and later on, I promise it will not take long. I will go back to climate smart agriculture if you don't mind.
No problem. Any other concerns? We're jumping back. I'd just like to encourage members to, as much as we can, see how best we can treat with the items as they appear so that we can avoid going several steps back. Any other concerns? We're about to go to F. Okay, we're all good. Highlighted the potential of FAO's Blue Transformation vision in the context of Latin America and the Caribbean region to increase the contribution of fisheries, aquaculture, and aquatic foods value chains to provide a more significant proportion of nutritious food and resilient livelihoods, and the effective management of all fisheries in the region. Argentina.
Gracias, relator. Dos
Thank you,
cuestiones.
Rapporteur. Just two issues here. I believe the exact term would be a blue transformation roadmap, or either blue transformation on PPA, which would be the program priority areas. I do not object to the substance of this text. I believe, though, that from the point of view of the wording, I believe the roadmap term, or else PPA, would be a better one to use. My question, I have a technical question. Shouldn't we...
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just want, before I notice the report group is changing to E, you are referring to F or E?
Talking about Brazil is to that to
Sorry, Argentina, forgive me.
To E, but I will. Yo no tengo ningún problema que me confunda.
I don't have a problem with being confused with Brazilians. We are very close friends indeed, despite our differences, especially in soccer. But anyway, would it be possible maybe to pull item E and B together, since I believe we are talking about the exact same issue, and it might be reasonable to do so? Then I just leave it open to your discussion, reflection. My one request would be, though, that it would be rather as PPA, as ASPPA. Yes, and please, if you could consider maybe putting these two paragraphs together, but I'm fine if you don't. I'm fine with it.
Okay, so the proposal is to condense E and F. There is Brazil.
Just to be fast, as I promised, going back to C, I would like to suggest to reach consensus instead of climate smart, to use climate resilient in order to encompass also the adaptation.
All right, so just to make it clear, Brazil?
Yeah. No, yes, instead of climate smart, climate resilient agriculture. That's my suggestion.
Okay, okay. So we would remove climate smart and put climate resilient. Is there any objection to that? If there is none, we can dispose of C for the third time. So if we can clear the text. And also remove seeds, please, while you're at it. I think planting material was the text that was used. Okay. All right, so we go back down to the issue of whether to condense F and, or the E and F. Is that, am I, yes? Argentina, you had proposed, I believe, that we should condense. You didn't quite say how you see that flowing in terms of having the language read.
I think the justification, technically, for the division between E and F is that E focuses on the intensification and expansion. So the sustainable intensification and expansion and the sustainable management, whereas F focuses on the value chains for nutritious food and livelihoods and resilient livelihoods. So it has more of a nutritional dimension to it, which I think was why there were two separate paragraphs initially. But I just share that technically for the consideration of members.
Argentina, do you accept that there can...
Me parecieron muy claras las explicaciones de la Secretaría.
I think the Secretariat's comments were very clear. I don't have any objections to those comments and explanations. So I'm fine. I'm happy with the two alternatives, either merging or not. And I think that is fine. Thank you. I don't have any objections anymore. I just wanted to, if we may consider the words blue transformation, just don't forget to consider the SPPA or the roadmap concepts, because of what we've been discussing in Rome.
Okay, and before we move, just to be clear again, and to allow other members to comment, Brazil, Argentina, you are asking for the insertion on both E and F. Is that correct? Right after blue transformation.
Correcto. Gracias.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Jamaica. Is Jamaica requesting the floor? If that was an accident, we can move on. Is there any other request for the floor?
There's a question from the reports. We need to go back as there's a query from the reports group in the paragraph where we're speaking of climate smart or agriculture or climate resilient. Right. Gene editing tillage together with biotechnology is what they said. Let's see. So gene editing tillage with biotechnology. Could you, is this okay now? I think I want to just read this section. They just changed the position in the paragraph. So the terminology is the same, but the place in the paragraph is different because it's clearer. But you can look at that in the drafting committee. It's not a substantive matter.
Okay, in the interest of time, we go back to, I think we were done with E and should be now on G. Oh, there was a request by Argentina to consider as PPA his addition to after blue transformation. Is there any objection to Brazil's proposal? There being no objection, we move to G. Okay. Support members in the development of policy and technical measures towards sustainable, productive, and resilient livestock systems, addressing the national capacities of surveillance detection and early response to disease outbreaks to tackle the interdependency of the health of people, animals, plants, and the environment within the One Health approach. Item G. Is there any objections to the wording of G? No objections, we move to H. Enhance the Argentina on G.
Después del G, quería
Yes, if I may add a paragraph to honor what we have been intervening with in Peru, Bolivia, and also other colleagues from the Caribbean. If I may suggest adding a paragraph after letter G, I would like to dictate in English for you.
members to enhance sustainable livestock systems within the region, including small-scale animal farming schemes, animal farming schemes, and camelids producers, camelids producers, schemes and camelids and camelids, before camelids and camelids producers, to contribute to food security, nutrition, livelihoods, and inclusive economic growth, inclusive economic growth, while strengthening the management, of risk of animal diseases, and emerging zoonosis. emerging zoonosis. There's, I think that we need to modify strengthening in the, yeah, that's right. Thank you very much, my dear Chair.
Okay, so thank you, Argentina. I believe there's a minor adjustment with camelid as opposed to camelids producers. So if I can read the new para proposed by Argentina. Support members to enhance sustainable livestock systems within the region, including small-scale animal farming schemes and camelid producers. So that would be camelid producers. So take off the S from camelids. To contribute to food security, nutrition, livelihoods, and inclusive economic growth while strengthening the management of risk, animal disease, and emerging zoonosis. And if we have no objection to that insertion, which we don't, we can then move on to what would be the new I. And this one is quite simple. Enhance the application of the One Health approach through strengthening capacities for biosecurity management and antimicrobial resistance risk management. Is there any objection to I? Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like first to support the addition made by Argentina of paragraph H. And I would like to suggest that we can move with a small change, paragraph A, E in Spanish, to the end of paragraph G. So paragraph G would read as it is, with the addition of comma at the end. I will read it slowly, comma, including by strengthening.
Okay, so first of all, let's correct including. There's an incorrect spelling there. Including by strengthening, so good.
Capacities for biosafety management and AMR management.
Can you repeat Brazil and?
AMR, antimicrobial resistance, AMR management.
Antimicrobial resistance management.
Yes, so you want to spell that out?
It's up to you. That's okay for me both ways.
Okay. You're proposing, so it's your choice. Do you want to keep it in bracket or?
Keep it in bracket. We keep it like that,
okay,
like it's now. And then I would eliminate, if that's accepted by the consensus, of course, we would eliminate the paragraph E. I don't know how to say this in English.
Eliminate paragraph E?
Yes, because the information is already on G.
Okay, so are you done, Brazil?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a proposal to thank you. If there is a proposal to replace paragraph E, where's F? Oh yeah, okay, so I've seen the changes to the screen. Thank you.
No, not that one, the other one, the one down there.
We're going to E.
It was I.
That
yes.
One, yes. Yes, the one that's in yellow now.
Right. So there's a proposal to do away with that and keep what is labeled as J. Is there any objection to Brazil's proposal? There is none. So we'll remove and make the what was I now G. Okay, we should be going to J, or what was J. Can we just correct that so that we don't have any confusion, please? Can we now scroll down to I? Okay. Support access to credit extension. Should that be support access to credit extension services? There's a comma there that seems to throw it off. Okay, credit, okay. Support access to credit, comma, extension services and the adoption of digital innovations and relevant technologies, comma, such as artificial intelligence services, comma, to bring the technology gap for family farmers and vulnerable rural communities, comma, addressing new and emerging agricultural innovations for the region. So is there an acceptance of this power? No objections, we move to J. Okay, Dominica is concerned with J? With I, sorry?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we spoke about insurance as well as support access to credit. I would propose to add in support access to credit, comma, insurance, comma, extension services, if it's acceptable. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll wait for the text to be placed. Okay, so is there an acceptance of the insertion insurance extension services? Is there any objection to the proposal? If there is none, we'll move to J. Okay. Argentina.
Gracias, relator. Sí, apoyamos.
Yes, thank you, Rapporteur. We do support the concept of insurance there. And at the end of this paragraph, after the word region, instead of a period, I would set up a comma. And let me please read in English, including
technology transfer, including by favoring technology transfer from developed countries. Again, including by favoring technologies.
Just a moment, Argentina.
Yes. Sorry.
We could get the text back.
Thank you.
Save the document, please.
We can go on. Okay.
Kindly enlarge the text report group, please. Good. Okay, Brazil, Argentina, you can proceed.
Including by favoring technology transfer from developed countries. It's developed.
Developed, PED.
ED countries. Es parte de acuerdos, y acuerdos internacionales. Gracias.
This is as per the international treaties.
Was that an explanation, or you are expecting to be added as international treaties? Argentina?
An explanation. It's coming
Okay.
from Agenda 2030, but I don't need to. Thank you.
Yes, correct. Jamaica.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just wondering whether there was a paragraph below somewhere that we've not yet seen that deals with financing. This morning, we had a whole set of discussions around financing and support to financing, which would include the matter of access to financing and insurance and those sorts of things, instead of merging it into this paragraph that is really focused on innovations and technology transfer, technology revolutions, and those sorts of things, Chairman. I was just wondering and seeking clarity.
I would not want to open a can of worms. It's, of course, I'm at your mercy in this regard, but I do believe that we've decided earlier not to.
Just to draw your attention to the fact that that will be in item 4 when we begin to discuss the financing note. But so far, we have not yet got there. So if you can hold your comment, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Is there agreement on I with the addition by Argentina? We're all good. So we will proceed to J. Okay, so support the members on the implementation of the 4 pillars, and if I can just ask the report group to avoid moving the screen once I start reading, please, that'll be very helpful. Support the members on the implementation of the 4 pillars and their lines of action, as well as the mobilization of resources for community of Latin, should that be for the community? That's fine, the way it is? So that should be for the community of Latin America and Caribbean states, CLAC in bracket. Plan for food security and nutrition and the eradication of hunger 2030. Continuing to support the implementation, monitoring, and reporting of national policies to reduce hunger, food insecurity, and all forms of malnutrition. Promote food safety and food and nutrition education, and address the access, affordability, and consumption of healthy diets for all, while taking into account the capacities, necessities, and priorities of the members. There seemed to be no objection, and so we move to K. Provide technical assistance to members to strengthen their statistical capacity to produce information on agri-food system for better decision-making. And I'm sure we have no objection to that, I suppose. But do we have any objection to K? We're all good. Let's see if, okay, we do?
Oh, wait, we do. We have Colombia.
Gracias.
Thank
No
you.
tenemos objeciones
No, we have no objection for K, but would like to know whether we could include a reference to information on nutrition and food systems, not just food systems, but nutrition and food systems, agri-food systems and nutrition.
Okay, so we have Argentina.
Gracias, estimado relator. Estamos de acuerdo con la sugerencia.
We would agree with Colombia. Let me add in the first row, provide technical and financial assistance, because actually, besides the technical support, to develop a database with in a specific areas, there are certain things related to infrastructure or technologies which are required, and therefore a technical support is not just enough. That's why technical and financial assistance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Argentina. On that note, Kay, we are all good with those two additions, so we move to L. Okay, so we're doing L. Dominica is requesting the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Dominica, in the plenary discussion, we mentioned the importance of the linkages between the three sectors and needed to strengthen this: education, health, and agriculture. So we are proposing, after social protection mechanism, to add, strengthen the linkages between education, health, and agriculture. To enhance food and nutrition security, or if it's acceptable to stay like this. But it's important that we strengthen the linkages between these three sectors. We propose this for the consideration, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to request that we go back to K for one moment, please, for a technical point. FAO cannot provide financial assistance, but we can assist members in mobilizing financial resources. So provide technical assistance and support to please, we provide technical assistance and support members to mobilize financial resources to strengthen their statistical capacity to produce information on agri-food systems and nutrition for better decision making. So provide technical assistance to members and assist members in mobilizing financial resources to strengthen their statistical capacities to produce information on agri-food systems and nutrition for better decision making. Okay, we've captured the concept, but made it accurate to what FAO is in a position to be able to do. Over.
Okay, with that technical insertion, is there any further commentary on K?
Yes, Barbados.
Barbados, you have the floor.
Right. This morning when I made the intervention, I talked about technical assistance to strengthen the analytical capacity to determine nutritional contents of food. So I don't know if that could be included here, to strengthen their analytical and statistical capacity to produce information on agri-food systems and nutrition for better decision making.
So it's to strengthen their statistical and analytical capacity.
Yes. Because we talk a lot about the diet and the nutritional content, but sometimes you need to have the analytical results of food to be able to make better decisions. So FAO can strengthen us in looking at methods or analytical databases or so to be able to come up with that.
So it now reads, provide technical assistance and support members in mobilizing financial resources to strengthen their statistical and analytical capacities to produce information on agri-food systems and nutrition for better decision-making. So provide technical assistance and support members in mobilizing financial resources. So you would cut the first bracket and financial. Right. So provide technical assistance and support members in mobilizing financial resources. Then you delete assistance to the second assistance to members for, yes, there. To strengthen the statistical, and the rest is fine. Over.
Okay, the amendment to K, is there any objection to the, okay, no, there isn't. So we move to L. Okay, so we're moving on to M because we're backed up to K. M, can we just get the screen advanced to M, please? Thank you. Continue supporting members in modernizing national food supply and marketing systems, boosting the local economy, promoting inclusive markets for family farming, and transforming agri-food systems in both urban and rural settings. M. Do we have an agreement on M? Brazil.
I don't have a problem with M. I have a doubt of the meaning of marketing systems in English, because we tend to mix it with marketing as in propaganda, as in marketing of a product, or we're talking about the market here.
Yeah, market systems.
It's marketing, not market here.
Marketing systems.
No, not marketing, because it's not commerce, it's not publicity, it's market.
Brazil, if I may, with my understanding of marketing systems in terms of food, it's very broad. And I don't think in the context that it's being used, it's referring to marketing, but to cover all forms of getting agri-foods into a market. So it's very broad. I don't know if you are uncomfortable with a broad language. Is that what you're referring?
No, on the reverse. I was uncomfortable with the possibility of this being mixed with publicity.
Yes, no.
Market systems, I'm okay with that, the suggestion.
Yes, yes. In this context, it's clear that it's referring to all systems referring to getting products or produce into a marketplace. Argentina. If we can, first before Argentina, if we can have the text replaced, it should remain for the time being, unless members object, to marketing systems. Argentina.
Gracias, estimado relator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, especially for helping us in the English. Many times it's difficult for us to negotiate in a different language, and we very much appreciate your solidarity with us non-English native. Let me suggest an additional paragraph after settings, that is an additional N, or new N. And let me read in English.
Support members to develop their food, support members to develop their food supply chains and trade with the aim of promoting, with the aim, with the aim, aim of
Yes.
promoting the inclusion of family farming and small and medium size enterprises in markets and international trade to contribute to food and nutritional security. Esto es lenguaje aprobado.
This is language approved by the LARC38, paragraph 20M. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Argentina. But before we'll just leave that on screen. There was a request to go back to M. Colombia was requesting the floor regarding M.
Transforming, me escribe Iga, me dice que hay que cambiar en el M.
We have to change transforming agri-food systems. No, change it.
Forgive me, but I'm a little confused. Can we hear with clarity what is the? We're dealing with item M, just to be clear.
Hay demasiado personas hablando al mismo
tiempo. Too many people speaking at the same time. Please, only one microphone and one speaker on M. Colombia, go ahead. Thank you. Just let me emphasize the importance of urban agriculture in paragraph M, maybe after promoting inclusive markets for family farming. Maybe make a reference to, I don't know, maybe promoting urban agriculture, taking into consideration the fact that urban agriculture is it's an important alternative to be taken into account in agri-food systems. Just as a proposal.
Is there any objection to the insertion urban agriculture in M?
Or perhaps for family farming in both rural and urban areas? Oh, but it's later. And transforming agri-food systems in both urban and rural settings.
So, Colombia, with the wording at the end, wouldn't you be satisfied that that covers at the end both urban and rural areas instead of having another insertion of urban agriculture? Colombia?
Sí, no, estaríamos de acuerdo entonces.
No, we would agree then. And keeping in both urban and rural areas. We would concur to that.
Okay, so we'll keep the text as it was. And we'll move on to the proposal by Argentina for N. Is there any objection to Argentina's proposal? There being none, we'll move on to O. Facilitate climate environmental and food security financing mechanisms to members to support the fulfillment of international environmental commitments, considering the negative impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss. O, any objection to O? Argentina.
Había levantado la mano antes, discúlpeme,
Yeah,
relator.
and I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair, but point M, when we talk about transformation of agri-food systems, we have a caveat we normally use in the formal meetings. But to make a long story short, at this time of the night in Rome, it's a bit late. It's 0:10. As transforming agri-food system as appropriate. Thank you. Because it depends on national realities and contexts and different things. So as appropriate. And with that, we would be happy.
Thank you, Argentina. Is there any objection to the addition of as appropriate? There being none, we move back to item O. And I believe it was read and I was Colombia.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to propose including at the end, right after climate change and loss of biodiversity, pollution, which is the third global crisis. So climate change and biodiversity and pollution.
Okay. Item O with the addition and pollution. So we'll have a comma, a change, biodiversity and pollution. Any objection to that insertion and pollution? No objections. We move on to P. Support the sustainable use and conservation of biodiversity and the restoration of ecosystem services such as soil and water. Now, I'm seeing where there's a line going through services such as soil. Okay, so can we just pause so we can get P? Support the sustainable use and conservation of biodiversity and the restoration of ecosystem services such as soil and water, and promoting an inclusive approach to ensure the delivery of services and the enhancement of livelihoods. P.
It's promote and not promoting in that phrase. Yeah.
With the word being changed to promote, should that be to promote soil and water and promote? Okay. Any objection to P? There being none, we'll go to O.
Yes, Argentina.
Argentina on P.
Gracias. No, sobre el anterior.
Thank you. And just the previous one. We're talking about the current R. I could. Can I refer to that point? R.
We're not done with Q. Argentina, if we could just get through, if we could just agree on Q. Do we have an agreement on Q? Okay, so we move to R. So Argentina, you can make your point.
Muchísimas gracias, estimado relator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were very clear in our presentations that there is no an agreed language on the United Nations or any related agencies on discussing water security or water governance. Therefore, I would suggest, in order to avoid a pointless discussion, to use, as we have agreed in FAO in Rome in other discussions, water and water management, which in a way summarizes the point without the need of opening this Pandora's box in a discussion at this time of the night. We have to eliminate security and governance. That's not an agreed language. And again, we should have to agree on the actual FAO's mandate, and I don't want to go into that. So water management, I believe we all understand what we mean, and that in a way, this was agreed in Rome and was accepted by Maria Elena Semedo, the assistant DG in the last committee.
We'll remove security and governance, and that would suffice. Is there any objection to that proposal? Okay, there being none, we move to S. Moving along. Assist in the development of comprehensive early warning systems for multiple hazards and sectors to prevent, prepare, restore, and recover rural livelihoods, food security and nutrition, agriculture assets and production in disaster, socioeconomic crisis and conflict context. Somehow that's not reading. The last portion of that doesn't sound. And conflicts. It should be left at and conflicts. So remove, in my mind, remove context and just leave conflicts and add an S. Okay, so S. Socioeconomic crises. So that should be disasters, production in disasters. So you add an S to conflicts and you do the same to disaster. Good. Okay, so I think I've done some good in helping to clear that up. Thank you so much. We'll move on from P. Q. Provide
Vamos a literal Q, entonces, proporcionar asistencia técnica. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong channel. I apologize.
Okay, all right. Someone is in the wrong channel. Let's go back to Q, which is now T. Is that being corrected to T? S, yes, so it should be T. So go down and remove Q and T, right. So we're at T. Provide technical assistance for the design, implementation, and evaluation of policies and program in the context of the United Nations Decade of Family Farming in bracket 2019 to 2028, the United Nations Decade of Ecosystem Restoration 2021 to 2030, and the International Year of Camelids, and that is now T. Is there any objection to T? No objection. We move on to U. Provide technical assistance and support policy. Let me read it again. Provide technical assistance and support policy dialogue to promote the social, economic, and productive inclusion with special focus on rural women, rural youth, indigenous people, and people of African descent through improved access to productive resources and services, capacity development, decent employment, and economic opportunities. And that is U. Is there agreement in U? Okay. Colombia.
Gracias. Al igual
Thank
que
you, Chair. Just like in one of the previous paragraphs, Colombia would like to propose the inclusion of the concept of family farming and small producers in letter U, just like it was introduced in one of the previous paragraphs above, where reference is made to these populations as well.
Dominica.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. Just a quick suggestion to just put rural women and youth and not to repeat rural twice. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with those very small insertions of family farmers, rural women and youth, is there an agreement to you? And we seem to have an agreement, and we'll move to V. Continue providing technical support for the implementation of investment plans through the hand-in-hand initiative in coherence with local contexts and priorities. V. Quite succinct. Any objection to V? If not, we go to W. Continue promoting regional technical exchanges, capacity development, and knowledge management through South-South cooperation and through coordinated work between members and their regional and sub-regional organizations. Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. We agree with the paragraph, but I think the agreed language is South-South and trilateral or triangular cooperation.
Okay, so we'll be adding South-South, bilateral, and triangular cooperation. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's it. I think that's
Good.
FAO.
Report group, it's South-South, comma, bilateral,
No.
comma.
No. That's correct.
No?
South and triangular cooperation.
Okay, thank you.
South and triangular cooperation. Okay, if we can have a clean text, and do we have agreement then after Brazil's Dominica?
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. I believe in my comment in the plenary, we spoke about sharing of best practices. So I would recommend after the phrase continue promoting regional technical exchanges, sharing of best practices, and we can continue.
Okay, so with that insertion, do we have an agreement on W? No objections to W? That said, we're almost there. We move to X, at least for this section. Assist the production, use, and conservation of biological resources, including related knowledge, science, technology, and innovation to provide information, products, processes, and services to all economic sectors with the aim of moving toward a sustainable economy in line with the concept of bioeconomy. Seems like we all agree on X. So we move to Y. Provide technical assistance to members for the development and implementation of legal policies and institutional frameworks on food loss and waste, including the generation of statistical data for better decision making. Why? Are we agreed on why? No objection to why. We go to Z. Strengthen Do we have a comment on why?
Yes, Rapporteur,
Antigua and Barbuda.
Just suggesting for why, instead of policies, we have policy, legal policy, and institutional frameworks.
Can we have that insertion? Okay. Is there an agreement on why are we done with cleaning that up? Implementation of legal policies and institutional framework. Yes. Are we all good with Y? With no objections, we move to Z. Last letter in the alphabet. Strengthen government capacity. Can I get some help from my report group in putting the screen back to Z? Strengthen government capacities to support market access for agri-food products and transparency in agricultural markets in the context of dynamic commercial conditions through the collection and dissemination of relevant information on foodstuffs, products and raw material trade in support of national, regional, and global policies. This language, Argentina.
Querido relator, necesito
Dear
de su
Rapporteur, I need your help. I think that in this first line on this paragraph, we would have to add a verb after the word add and before transparency. Enhance is the verb I suggest.
Please.
Okay. Enhance is fine, and enhance transparency in agricultural markets. So the last line, let's see, and the dissemination of relevant information on foodstuff products.
Perhaps dissemination of relevant information on trade in foodstuffs,
and
products. No, foodstuff,
products
products and raw material.
Okay.
And
good.
then you cut the second trade.
Yes.
On trade in, yes. And cut
And take away, right, trade in. Trade, yes. Material in support. Okay, so we'll remove trade only and leave in support of national, regional, and global policies. Dominica? Dominica,
Thank you,
you
Mr.
requested the floor?
Yeah, thank you. My difficulty is foodstuffs. On trade, I had a comment to put in trade. Thank you, Secretariat. But my difficulty is foodstuff. If it's a globally accepted language, I can accept it. But information on trade in food products, and raw material, I would rather go with that language. I have a difficulty with foodstuff.
You're concerned with the word foodstuff, and your requesting is for it to be food products. Food
and food products.
Product.
Right.
So,
but if the foodstuff is internationally accepted, I have no problem. I just have a issue with the word foodstuff. Thanks, Mr. Rapporteur.
So are we replacing then, to be clear, seeking to replace foodstuff with food products? Because we then have products after. So are we removing foodstuff?
Would food just be sufficient? Relevant information on trade in food products or agricultural products and raw material.
So let's remove foodstuff just to see how it reads. And then we would have food, products and raw material in support. Is that acceptable?
Mr. Chairman,
Argentina.
I would propose agricultural products.
So you're asking to ask to, after food, to put agricultural products?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Argentina, I
For the
believe,
consideration
requesting the floor.
Gracias, relator.
Thank you, sir. May I, my dear colleague from the Dominican Republic, in the Basic Products Committee at FAO, the term we use is agricultural commodities. If this is a word that you prefer, I believe it is a better concept. Otherwise, we can move on, and I'm not going to object your motion, but I believe the term we use at the committee in Basic Products Committee is the agricultural commodities. If my dear colleague from the Dominican Republic likes it, maybe we can use this term instead.
Okay, Dominica, can you live with that? Or Dominican Republic, so sorry.
Chair, just a point of order. It's Dominica and not Dominican Republic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominica, for the correction.
Yeah.
So the question is, can you live with the suggestion by Argentina to use agricultural commodities instead of agricultural products just before that? So we're just replacing agricultural products with agricultural commodities. Can you live with that?
Sure, Mr. Rapporteur. Yeah.
Okay.
At this stage, yes.
Okay, so we'll remove agricultural products and replace it with agricultural commodities. And with that, I think we have an agreement. And there being no objection, we will move to what is being labeled as AA. And I'll read. Dominica, I don't know if you recognize your hand is still raised. Okay, so we'll read AA. Facilitate access and equitable participation of rural communities in situation of poverty and vulnerability, such as family farmers, fisher folk, indigenous people, people of African descent, rural women, and rural youth in initiatives and investments related to climate environment financing and other biodiversity and conservation efforts related to the sustainability of agri-food system. And if I might, because this point was made earlier, and it was carried, we might, instead of having rural women and rural youth, we'll just have replace it as we did before, if everybody's fine with that, to have rural women and youth.
And a small editorial change, we could cut in situation of, because in English, that's not a common expression. Participation of rural communities in poverty and vulnerability, such as family farmers, fisher folk. Fisher folk is also if without the S, is a plural form in English. So you cut in situation of, but just keep in poverty. And then you remove the S of fisher folks to fisher folk.
Okay, so with that, do we have an agreement on AA? No objections. We move to BB. Strengthen government capacity to ensure the protection and promotion of traditional knowledge systems of indigenous people, people of African descent, and other traditional communities to ensure the fulfillment of their collective and individual rights and sustainable management of their lands and natural resources and the diversification of agri-food systems in the region. I like the way this is worded. I think it covers everybody. But I take it to the floor if there are any concern or objections to BB. So we all good. CC. Continue supporting members in the adoption of an integrated approach to fire management that protects forests as a source of food and avoid the damaging effects of uncontrolled fires to both the environment and agri-food systems while reducing the risk to both human and animal life. CC. Any concerns on CC? So there being none, we have successfully concluded this segment. And
Okay, I believe we need to take a little break.
yes,
Very short because we have
5
to
minutes.
finish this today and there are 3 more reports to go through and we recognize how late it is in Rome. Rest assured the other reports aren't as long as this one. We saw them briefly. You all have photos of them. So as you take your break for 5 minutes, please review the reports and come in with very concrete suggestions that everyone will accept if possible. Thank you very much.
And let me just thank members for being very cooperative. I know we've had some thorny issues, but we're used to this in council. So thank you for your cooperation and your understanding. Thank you. fisheries and aquaculture of Latin America and the Caribbean, in bracket COPES
We cannot read the footnote from here.
Is there any way to expand the footnote?
Here. You can send it to me if you like, reports committee.
Okay, there it is.
Yes. Mhm.
I think that was Brazil. Can you see the footnote, or do you want me to read it?
Oh, I can see it. I don't have a problem with that footnote.
Okay. So can we now move on then? Oh, Argentina.
Con relator, era la misma preocupación que Brasil. Gracias.
It was the same concern Brazil had. Thank you.
Okay, so I take it you're satisfied, Argentina. We'll move on then to C. So we have an agreement to go to C? Okay. So if we can get the report group to just expand the screen again so we can. Thank you. Call for continuing to ensure that meetings of the regional commissions to be held no later than the first semester of the second year of the biennium, that the recommendations and technical decisions can be timely and adequately addressed by the regional conference.
like to find consensus. I believe this paragraph captures what Panama and other countries have been stating. Inclusive, because it for the whole region, I mean for every single country. So I do believe it's positive. Maybe especially bearing in mind that this is on a voluntary basis, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. Is there any other concerns before we go back to? Go ahead.
So I keep an opportunity, and just as a minor insertion here, a comma after project on line 3 of D, comma after project and after alias. So it's to submit project inter alia, comma, to the Green Climate Fund.
Okay, thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Brazil, just so we can move on, if you are ready, I just wanted to give you the opportunity if there's any further.
I need a couple of minutes more, please.
Okay, no problem. So we'll go to E. Took note of the analysis about the costs of inaction in the region, which exceed the estimated costs of ending hunger and all forms of malnutrition. Probably one of the most straightforward statements this evening. E, any objection to E? I was wrong? Antigua and Barbuda. Okay, all right, so I was right. Okay, F, recognize that the hidden costs of agri-food systems, such as the costs arising from dietary patterns that led to lower labor productivity, non-communicable diseases, and lower academic performance, representing essential elements of the cost of inaction related to not ending hunger and malnutrition in all its forms. Argentina. F.
Gracias, relator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're a bit surprised here, having included this text as a proposal, understanding that it was many members were reluctant relative to this thing of hidden costs, since it is something which is still, there are no agreed indicators. This is just an initial FAO report, and from there, then the whole process that FAO will have to work on together with member countries to move forward and assess having some sort of a material with a scientific rigor so as to be referenced in a paragraph in a regional conference with the FAO governance body. So my suggestion is to strike this paragraph out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so there is a suggestion from Argentina to remove paragraph F. Do we have an agreement on the removal of F? Brazil. Are you back at D, Brazil, or you want to comment on F?
Both, back and D and comment on F. It's okay. We support paragraph D. We support the suggestion of Panama to include paragraph D. And we also support the position of Argentina to eliminate paragraph F for the same reasons that we have expressed publicly at FAO more than once. Thank you.
Okay, accepted. So is there any objection to the removal of F? Or Dominica?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My recommendation was to merge E and F, but I can live with striking it off.
I think I'll encourage you to let's live with it.
All right.
in the spirit of getting the job done. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, relator. Solo para expresar que Colombia también
Thank
apoya
you,
la...
Chair. Just to support the proposal of getting rid of paragraph E because of lack of broad enough discussion yet.
Thank you, Colombia. Is there agreement then? It seems to be a consensus to get rid of E. And we have a consensus. So we'll remove E and we'll go to F, which will be the new E. Stress the need to develop consensus on a harmonized set of indicators associated with SDG 2 related investment financing, considering the different categories of support to agriculture in the region. F. Do we have an agreement on F? Straightforward. Let's go to G. Express concern regarding the high and increasing levels of public debt faced by members, leading to the urgent need to evaluate, optimize, and repurpose financing, as well as the importance of public sector interventions to achieve food security and nutrition targets in the region. On G, do we all agree on G? Yes, I thought we would. H, recognize the role of subnational governments in the promotion and financing of efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems under the frame of local food policies and governance, facilitating access to healthy, safe, sustainable, and affordable diets. Do we have an agreement on H? And we do. Seems like we're on a roll. Get to I. Stress the importance of public funding to address emergencies in agriculture, particularly to rehabilitate productive capacities, sustain food security, and prevent hunger. Do we have an agreement on I? Argentina.
Pido disculpas, relator.
My apologies, Mr. Rapporteur. I insist, I need to drink more coffee. I cannot reach your speed. Can we please go back again to paragraph H? I mean to be very rigorous with the concepts. There is no such thing as a sustainable diet. The word should be healthy, safe, and affordable. Maybe nutritious, but no, we should not use the word sustainable.
Okay, so do you want
Thank
to
you.
replace safe, nutritious, and affordable diets? Is that acceptable language?
Es lenguaje aceptable para mí.
Yes, that would be an acceptable language to me, and I believe the Secretariat will as well confirm that.
So since healthy is there, we probably do not need nutritious as well. Healthy includes nutritious. So access to healthy, safe, and affordable diets, if there are no objections.
Okay, if there are no objections, we had already gone to I. We had an agreement, I believe, on I. Brazil went back to H. So, Colombia.
Gracias, relator.
Thank you,
En
Chair.
el párrafo I,
On paragraph I, we would like to propose changing the word sustain food security and instead we rather use the word improve. Thank you.
Okay, so we're no other comments on this. We will then move to the next.
It's to delete, sustain, and put improve. So we don't have any bracketed text. and everything's clean, and we can reduce the drafting committee later.
Okay. 2A. So this one is the regional conference recommended. So these are the recommendations. A, support members in the development of data and evidence on how to optimize, evaluate, and repurpose financing for food security and nutrition. Argentina.
Estimado relator.
Dear Rapporteur, we are highly surprised to see that on this paragraph, we see the concept which was not agreed by the Basic Products Committee, which is where these issues are dealt with. The word repurpose financing, or the concept of repurposing financing, is not acceptable since it has not been approved or agreed upon at that level. We may either eliminate the full graph or consider just keeping evaluate as the main concept. Repurpose is not an accepted term so far by FAO. Therefore, we suggest to getting rid of that word.
Okay, so we can then have to optimize and evaluate financing for food security and nutrition and just remove repurpose. I believe that would be acceptable, hopefully to all. No comments? We move to B. Okay, so we're at B. Support members in the improvement and monitoring and evaluation systems. Support members in the improvement of monitoring and evaluation systems to determine the effectiveness, efficiency, and inclusiveness of policies and investments for food security and nutrition, as well as their contribution to that should be readjust. Should that be a readjust? Readjust. Can you correct that, please? No, READJUST. So that should be readjust. Oh, so yeah, it's not right. Okay. To readjust or reorient such policies. So that's B. Do we have an agreement on B? C. Support members to mobilize financial resources to contribute to the implementation of the Global Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger and the CELAC Plan for Food and Nutrition Security and the Eradication of Hunger 2030. C. Can we move then to D? Okay. So D, provide technical recommendations to ensure that food security and nutrition, in bracket FSN, outcomes are considered in financial mechanisms. No comments on D. We move to E. Promote the exchange of experiences, South-South and triangular cooperation, and dialogue between members through integration and cooperation platforms, such as the Community of Latin America and the Caribbean States, CELAC in bracket. Identify practices and challenges of the region in terms of financing to end hunger and malnutrition. And we should remove "and" at the end. Strike "and" out, please. Do we have an agreement on E? With that, we move to F. Promote the exchange of experiences and dialogue at regional, national, and subnational levels to improve capacities and policy making on investment and policies aiming to end hunger and malnutrition. F. No comments on F. We move to G. Support members in developing mechanisms to improve and expand the access of family farmers to rural financial services such as microcredit and insurance. G. We move from G to H. Observe the need to continue improving technical and financial cooperation among the United Nations Rome-based agencies, in bracket RBAs, to ensure the transformation of agri-food systems in the region. We move to I. Support countries to, okay, we have Argentina on H.
Gracias, relator. Por favor, para hacerla más rápido, si me
Thank
pone
you,
un
Chair. If we can please write down the footnote just as we have done for the previous paragraph.
Any objection to the addition of the footnote so we can move on?
No.
Okay. So we'll go to I, which is the last item on this. Support countries to mobilize innovative funding mechanisms, such as financial incentives linked to climate change initiatives with food security and education outcomes, as well as private sector investment and scalable financial tools. I. If there are no objections to I, we have completed our penultimate. And now we go to item 6. Which is our final item for the evening. If we can expand the text, please. Okay. Decentralization is the topic on item 6, the regional conference. A, stress that a modern and efficient FAO decentralized offices network is key. Venezuela, are we going back or? Oh, so can I finish reading the item A? Okay, stress that the modern and efficient FAO decentralized office network is key to supporting countries in reaching their targets for the SDGs, while fully observing international standards of accountability, internal control, and good management. Venezuela.
Buenas. Estamos preocupados
Good
porque creo
evening.
que
We are concerned. I believe we are touching upon the next item, decentralization, while we still have 3 pending paragraphs in the previous item.
Venezuela, ¿dónde lo propusieron?
cuando intervenimos.
When did you make that proposal? We did that previously. This is a proposal of adding 3 paragraphs on the previous item. So I think we shall go back to that item to address this proposal from Venezuela. There are 3 paragraphs then proposed by Venezuela.
El primero decía
Number 1 refers to the fact that we request for FAO to organize work meetings to promote financing for its adaptability and facilitate resources, aiming at those resources to address the execution processes of the projects organized by the member countries in their local territories with a better efficiency level for the populations which are more vulnerable. Among the actions of the FAO, there is a call to determine more immediate action and better financing in order to accomplish the 2030 objectives. We must work more expeditiously, and as we are making declarations, we should as well enter into commitments to fast track those ideas.
Okay, so Venezuela, we're just trying to get clarity, having closed the previous item. Can you help us? Venezuela?
Por favor, la traducción.
Excuse me, Chair, would you please repeat that?
Okay, so my comments were we had closed the last item and opened the final item, and I'm confused about your intervention.
Aló. Ok, por favor, habíamos hablado de 3 párrafos.
We had talked about 3 paragraphs. Let me ratify. I don't have an interpreter right now. I'm not listening to the interpretation, but there are 2 additional paragraphs apart from the one which I have just read. Did you propose that in writing? Where did you propose that? Since this is not clear to us, are you proposing it right now? We proposed it already in our previous interventions during the afternoon today.
Durante la discusión anterior propuso 3 párrafos.
So you are saying that you have proposed 3 paragraphs, which we have not worded out.
Entonces, ¿se puede decirlo lento, por favor?
If you can please read that slowly in Spanish so we can translate it.
No se escucha.
¿Podemos mandar los 3 párrafos por alguna vía?
I think we can share those 3 paragraphs, maybe through some means. How can we share them with you?
¿A cuáles párrafos se está refiriendo? Nosotros no lo tenemos.
Podemos mandárselo por alguna vía para que ustedes lo traduzcan.
Ok, en el chat del Zoom, envíalos. Mientras, podemos
Yes,
seguir.
please, if you can upload those 3 paragraphs into the chat, the Zoom chat. Meanwhile, we can, excuse me.
All right, so we propose to go back to Venezuela's 3 proposed paragraph at the end. So if we can get item 6 back, I think we had gone to C. Okay, can you just raise the text to C for me, please? To the top of the screen, please. Thanks. Okay. Appreciated the overarching guiding principles of tailoring the proposed approach to countries, evaluation, specificities, and needs, building in flexibility agility, and strengthened capacity, reflecting modern ways of operating and delivering, implementing changes in a progressive manner, and maintaining the overall regional budgetary allocations to the FAO Country Office Network. C. Is there agreement on C? Argentina.
Primero, perdón, relator, primero pidió la palabra
My
Brasil.
apologies, Chairman. I think the Brazil has asked for the floor first.
Brazil?
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Maybe I was distracted. I probably was distracted. I'm guessing I'm passing from a kind of food insecurity situation around here. But I'd like to go back to letter. I don't have any problem with letter A. I do have problems with B and C. In B, I would like to change appreciated for noted.
That's at the beginning?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, strike appreciated.
At the end of this paragraph, I would propose to add, and I will read it, comma, and recognized the need for further I think it's for.
That should be for, F-O-R.
Yes.
For further.
Discussions on the proposal before implementation.
Any objection to Argentina?
I have an ad also. We stay in B, then we go to C. Okay, that's okay for me.
Oh, yes. So can we just allow Brazil then to just make their comment on C, Argentina, and then we'll come on to you?
C is just in line of B, exchange appreciated for noted.
Okay, and that's the only.
Noted, noted the proposed, to be precise. Noted the proposed. Noted
Repeat.
the proposed. Noted the proposed.
Proposed.
Yes,
SED?
proposed, sorry. Yes, that's it.
No, proposed.
Note that's exactly what's written there.
Say again?
You strike out appreciated and put noted the proposed overreaching guiding and then goes up.
Okay, so we'd have to take out the, okay, yeah, noted the, so the other D would come out. Right.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, on to you, Argentina.
Gracias, relator. Voy a ser muy sintético. 13 países intervinieron durante el debate en la misma línea de lo que acaba de proponer Brasil, así que nosotros respaldamos plenamente lo expresado por el colega de Brasil. Gracias.
Okay, so we'll go to Trinidad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I simply want to add my 2 cents on this entire section. I want to place on record that Trinidad and Tobago, I would have preferred a simpler version that said members considered this on paper, but we were unable to support the proposal. And we look forward to the opportunities offered by FAO for transparent dialogue before any decision is made. I also want to indicate we noted the principles, but considered that more time was needed to examine the proposal. So I think at the item C, really does not reflect the position by most of my colleagues. So simply put, I think we could go on further and say to the FAO country office network, and add the same thing that Brazil. I support Brazil and recognize the need for further discussion on the proposal before implementation. I just want that to be placed on record that I think the general consensus in me upon the conversations is that none of the countries or most of the countries that I heard reflected on decentralization really, confirmed their position on this, and we all agree that much more conversation is needed on this particular before any decision is taken. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, so I take it that on both items B and C, as Brazil had proposed, the word noted emphasized that it was just, as it said, noted. And are we in agreement then that having add the last line and recognize the need to further discussions on this, does this suffice to ensure that this is not entrenched? It is simply noting the information and kicking the can down the road, if you will, to deal with this at a later time? Is that
Chair, I'm
Antigua
not
and
sure.
Barbuda?
Rapporteur, please.
Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to support what my colleague from Trinidad and Tobago said, because Antigua and Barbuda is of the same mind that we really have not heard any support for the proposal as it was tabled, but we would, and we think that should be reflected, and also, but there was a recognition for the need for further dialogue before any consideration for what the mechanisms, what the modalities should be with respect to decentralization. Thank you.
Okay, and I've heard the concerns, and I guess in my explanation, I was simply asking members if the beginning of how the power is phrased and the end seem to suggest that there is nothing entrenched in this. So I'm asking, can we have an agreement, or is there still a sticking point in the wording of it? Barbados.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to A. I'm not sure if stressed is the right word. If we recognize that a modern and efficient FAO offices network is key to supporting countries. I don't know if we agree to FAO decentralized office. And stress themes that we are agreeing that a modern and efficient FAO decentralized office is necessary. So I'm not sure if I wouldn't use the word stressed. But I can agree with my colleague from Antigua and Trinidad that during the discussion, there was no acceptance of the proposals and the models that were proposed, but that we should examine them carefully, and therefore the text that is written could be acceptable in B and C.
Okay, I seem to hear a general agreement on B and C. There is one note, which is to remove the word stressed and replace with recognize back in A. Would members agree on that slight adjustment on A?
Rapporteur, Antigua and Barbuda would recommend that perhaps A be deleted from the as one of the recommendations.
Okay, so Antigua and Barbuda is requesting to remove A altogether. Is there an agreement on that?
Chairman, if I may, Trinidad and Tobago.
Take the floor, Chairman. Trinidad, sorry.
I would also appreciate for consideration the deletion of C as well. Just for consideration.
Okay, we seem to be getting into deep waters. Can we first of all, let's see if we can agree on what to do with A. Is there consensus to remove stressed and have the word recognize, because I know it was agreed to prior to this intervention, removing stress and having recognized. So first, let's see if we can treat with A. Can we agree to remove stressed and have recognized inserted?
Let me just mention from an international language perspective, the issue of modern and efficient UN offices is part of the fit for purpose agreement of member states associated with the UN reform. So we're very much in line with what has been being asked of the UN system to be fit for purpose through more modern and efficient means with better standards of accountability, internal control, and good management. So it's hard to understand recognize makes sense, but it's hard to understand the objection to language that has been internationally recognized, or a direction that has been internationally recognized. Over.
But then
Barbados.
we could probably end, since persons were, however, at the end, you could say, however, greater discussion is necessary, as we have in the others. Because if we just leave it at that, it means that we have accepted the proposals and what, and we've recognized that there's a need for decentralization, but there's need for more discussion on the matter.
So reports group, the suggestion is to add at the end of A, however, greater discussion is necessary. And we maintain the paragraph A. That is the proposal.
Argentina.
Gracias, relator. La verdad que quiero agradecer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank our colleague from Barbados. I believe she is making a great point, an important point. I believe some other colleagues are along the same lines. We're flexible. I mean, we can go for the last proposal by Barbados, or we could, I don't know, we can strike the whole paragraph. I mean, but we are happy with Barbados' proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you, Argentina.
Okay, thank you. In her intervention, that last intervention, it was identified that the modern and efficient operations would be what is internationally recognized. She did not mention decentralized offices. So for me, it is assuming that decentralization is the preferred modality for the region. And I am not so certain that is the case. However, hence my suggestion that it be removed. If we are going to keep it, then I think, however, greater discussion on the specific modalities are necessary before considering, determining how to proceed. And I would also mention in B, the last word that is being recommended is before the implementation. Again, similarly, before making a final decision, I would recommend decision instead of implementation.
I've heard from several members, member countries, and it was my understanding that there was consensus to not radically tamper with what exists or to remove A. Let me put it to the floor. Is there consensus to strike A from this section from the segment? Trinidad?
Mr. Chairman, I still have great difficulty. I want to highly support Antigua because this entire section speaks as though, the tone of this entire section speaks as though we all agree that the decision or the proposal is going to have the same impact and going to have this result. I beg to differ. I think we should leave it as a very simple section that speaks to having had sight of the proposal. We recognize that there should be modern and efficient operation in all offices and whatnot, but it's too strongly worded to me, and that is Trinidad and Tobago's position. While we agree that we want to have modern and efficient decentralized office, right? It should really speak to modern and efficient operation and not decentralized office, because we haven't really fleshed out the decentralized office and what that is going to do. And in terms of paragraph 3, for me, I know I jump in the gun, Chairman, but I just want to put it on record that if it was up to me, I strike off this entire paragraph 3, because I don't know the proposal is going to have guiding principles of tailoring the proposed approach to countries, evolution, specificities, needs, and building, all of that. I am of the strong view that we need to flesh this out. No decision can really be made unless we go country by country, as the presenter promised. And so to come and put this paragraph 3, it gives a false impression that we are going to be achieving all of these things. So I just wanted to be placed on record that I'm not in support of C, and where a decentralized office is referred to, I would want to say modern and efficient operations. I would highly leave decentralized for when the discussion takes place or when country by country position is taken on board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the issue here is that we did not present the operations in the paper. There's nothing on our operations. What was presented was the FAO country offices network. So perhaps we can be precise and change the word from decentralized to country, since the regional and the sub-regional have already been reviewed, and only focus on the country office, which we've agreed here are diverse. Okay, and that way, perhaps we would have agreement on this one. And then the second possibility is instead of striking C, perhaps to say, noted the need to review the proposed overarching guiding principles. And then we maintain C. That's an alternative.
If I can have the report group strike decentralized as it was proposed, just strike it out and see if we can. So that should read, recognize that the modern and efficient FAO country offices network is key to supporting countries in reaching their targets for the SDGs while fully observing international standards of accountability, internal control, and good management. Should we keep in, however, greater discussion is necessary? Okay. On specific modalities, and that should be A&D instead of ON. On should be changed to A&D, and specific modalities are needed. So let's take these one by one, please. Let's treat A and see if we can get a consensus on what's on screen and what I just read. Barbados?
Well, yes, I think A can go. I would support something like this, and maybe, as Trinidad is saying, maybe we just need to go with A and B and not have the C in it at all.
But we want to just treat A first, if we could,
Yes.
please.
Okay. All right.
Do we have consensus on A? Argentina.
Gracias, relator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was a point of order because honestly, I said I don't want to have an argument with the secretary, but the secretariat cannot amend text proposed by the members. One thing is that we request clarifications or according to the wide experience of the secretary in helping us to understand certain things, but the secretary cannot change nor suggest a modification to text supported by the members. And please, Mr. Rapporteur, I would ask you not to have this situation again. I believe we are revolving around something which is leading nowhere. What we cannot do here is to force consensus. I don't see consensus here in trying to add words and to the text to see whether we can force the consensus. I believe some colleagues have clearly said that they either have to strike out A altogether or C. But what's clear is that they want something simple, making clear that this will be a process and that this discussion process will be longer than this meeting. So I believe that's the conclusion of everything we have talked about and interventions of our colleagues. Oh, just request, let's not force consensus where there is none, and let's make it simple. Let's keep it simple so as to try to move forward. It is very late, especially here in Rome, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina, for your constructive criticism. I would like to find out if there is an objection from you, Argentina, with the text as stated in A currently. That's on screen.
Relator, no voy a romper el
Dear
consenso.
Rapporteur, I will not interrupt consensus. If there is consensus, I shall support. If there is no consensus, though, we cannot force it. Argentina will not become a hurdle against consensus, though.
I accept your comments, Argentina. So let me once more ask, can we have an agreement on A? Is there an agreement on A as stated on the screen? Okay, so we move on, appreciate it. And I think we were pretty good with B. I think C was where the contention was. Do we have an agreement on B? If we do, which we do, I'm going to ask.
Chairman, sorry.
Yeah,
I
yes,
think,
Trinidad.
I think Argentina would have indicated to replace the word implementation to decision. I'm not sure if I got that.
You're talking about B?
At B, yes. Before the words implementation, is to replace the word implementation with decision. I think Antigua would have raised that. I'm subject to correction.
Okay, I don't recall that, but if the member wants to intervene, please.
Thank you. And yes, I did say before any decision is made, I remove implementation.
So that you're suggesting the proposal before any decision is made. That's
Yes.
the language you're, okay. So we'll change before the and replace the with any decision is made. And with that, Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so that's satisfactory?
Yes, it is satisfactory in the absence of a simpler stuff. Yes.
Okay, so with that, do we have an agreement on B? Brazil.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being the original proponent of this ad, I would like to support the change that Antigua made. It improved a lot what it had originally proposed. Thank you, Antigua.
Thank you. There's a spirit of agreement in the room. We move to C. Oh, sorry, Colombia. Colombia, did you accidentally request the floor? If there is no contribution.
Un accidente.
Colombia?
Yes, it was by mistake. My apologies. It was a mistake in hand raise.
I think we have cleared A and B. If the report group can simply remove A and B from the screen so we can look closely at C to see how best we can treat that. If you can raise it a little more, please. Thanks. Okay. So item C. There was modifications at the end of the para and at the top where appreciated was struck and noted the need to review the proposal was inserted. Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I think, members have been hearing my mouth for quite, too many times, but on this occasion, I would like to propose striking out all of C. Thank you.
Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without prejudging the suggestion of Trinidad that I think has to be put to the members, if it is not accepted, the proposal of Trinidad, I will have some editorial adds to this C. The first one I see the Secretariat or the writing committee has already done, which is to repeat the end of B and C. And also I would like, in that case, to return to noted the proposal, striking the need to review. Thank you.
Argentina.
Estimado relator, escuché atentamente a Trinidad y Tobago.
Mr. Chairman, I've paid attention to Trinidad and Brazil. I believe that this idea of reaching balance means getting rid of paragraph A or C, either A or C. However, paragraph A has already reached consensus. However, Trinidad is suggesting to get rid of paragraph C, and Argentina may support that motion as well.
Okay, I think we have heard enough on this. It seemed to me that there is consensus to remove C. Do we have consensus to strike out C? Colombia.
Yes.
Colombia first. Colombia.
Gracias, relator.
Thank you, Rapporteur. Colombia agrees with eliminating paragraph C, and we would like to propose getting rid of paragraph D as well. Thank you.
We haven't gotten to D yet, Colombia. So let's, again, I hear consensus to get rid of C. Do we have any opposition to removing C? With there being no opposition, we will. Dominica. Dominica?
No, Chair, it was to agree with striking out
Okay,
C.
so we've heard enough on that. So we'll strike out C and move on to the new C, which states recognize the need for a reward a renewed, operational model for the region that reflects member states' needs and priorities, agility and flexibility. C. Is there consensus on C?
Well, Chair, earlier on in one of the
is this Antigua?
St. Lucia.
St. Lucia.
Earlier on, we were reminded that nothing was said concerning the operational models. We were just told about the country offices, the network of country offices. So I would agree with the colleague earlier on who recommended removal of the new C altogether as well, because we made no determinations on operational.
Okay, so while we're in the spirit of removal, do we have agreement to eliminate C?
Antigua and Barbuda.
Antigua and Barbuda.
Antigua and Barbuda supports that recommendation that C be totally removed.
Okay, so I think we have all the intervention says remove it. So do I have your approval? We remove C. Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, just simply to support the removal of C as well. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's clear. We'll move on then, and we'll move the second C and move to the new C, which I think is the last item. Requested a transparent consultation process with member states on the proposed approach, taking into consideration countries' specificities, priorities, and needs, recognizing the importance for FAO to foster programmatic actions while balancing the distribution of the overall regional budgetary allocation to the FAO country network, the country office network, sorry. So this is C, and the floor is open. Is there any Antigua and Barbuda?
So thank you again. And Antigua and Barbuda proposes that the first line reads, requested transparent consultation process with member states on proposed approaches, remove the and approaches, on proposed approaches, taking into consideration the rest of it. Approach.
Trinidad. Sorry, go ahead, Antigua and Barbuda.
I'm sorry, I was finished. Thank you.
Okay, Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, just to amend the edit, I would probably use the word similar to Antigua. I would probably change the word proposed with possible approaches, because we've all, I think all of us, you know, in clear consensus, agreed that there are different approaches. So there are many possible approaches we can use. I don't know if that word would suffice. Thank you.
So just to be clear, you're asking to remove proposed approaches and to replace with possible approaches.
That's right,
Trinidad?
Chair. That's right,
Okay.
Chairman.
So let's run a line through proposed approaches for now and leave possible approaches. Barbados.
Yes, I could agree. My proposal was to take out the propose and just leave approaches, but I could support Trinidad on possible approaches on that text.
Just for clarity, can the report group just run a line through proposed approaches so we know that currently what's on the floor left is possible approaches? Please. Is the new wording of C acceptable? So with there being no further comments, I think we have come to the end of that and only need to go back to the proposed 3 paras that Colombia or Venezuela had proposed. Venezuela, are you ready? Oh, they already got them? Okay, so they're on screen. So back to the previous.
Just to mention that they were some slight editorial adjustments during the translation into English to keep it as clear and simple as possible. So please pay close attention to be sure it accurately reflects what you hope to express.
Okay, so and just for clarity, this goes back to item 4. And so item 4 would have been extended to, is it 3? So we're dealing with J, K, and L. Can the report group just raise the screen so we're clear about what we're looking at, please? We should only see J, K, and L. Thank you. Promote and facilitate meetings and encounters between members and potential resource partners and international financial institutions to support the mobilization of investment to effectively increase support. That language isn't right. Increase support, the transformation is that off transformation. There should be some other, that should be struck out. Effectively increase support to the transformation of agri-food system as appropriate. Okay, now, if we can look at that, that should be clear. J, any objection to J?
Chair?
There being...
Chair, could I recommend it instead of 2, it's 4 should be inserted, support for the transformation.
Okay. So the letter 4 replacing 2, is there any objection to J?
It's Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Okay. Sí, el párrafo tiene una
Thank you.
traducción.
Yes, this paragraph is acceptable to me in its wording. However, the idea would be to have timely encounters, since at this point we're still really far from accomplishing 2030 goals. We would like to expedite those. This is why I'd like to reinforce the concept of speeding things up and having those encounters as early as possible. We would like to incorporate on that paragraph the phrase as soon as possible.
Okay, so just to be clear, in the shortest possible time or in the short term, what language are you proposing? We're not clear. As soon as possible? I propose that, sorry, I propose that at the end, just for clearing up the language issue, as appropriate in the shortest possible time. Is that acceptable?
Excelente.
If that is acceptable.
That sounds excellent to me. That sounds excellent to me, sir.
Okay.
Shortest possible time sounds great.
Okay, so we have an agreement on J, so we'll move to the penultimate item, K. Support members to ensure that resources are mobilized in accordance to the capacity to in order, so let me read that again, it's just a little confusing. Support members to ensure that resources are mobilized in accordance to the capacity to effectively address SDG targets, the 4 regional priorities, and the CLAC plan for food and nutrition security and the eradication of hunger 2030 to ensure that no one is left behind. K, is there any objection to K? There being none, we move Venezuela on K.
Sí, creemos que cubre lo que estamos aspirando en
Yes,
el
we
párrafo.
believe it does cover everything we aim for in this paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, so we move to L. Support members to mobilize resources for family farming in the context of the CLAC plan for food and nutrition security and the eradication of hunger 2030 in coordination with UN agencies and cooperation agencies. There might have been a request from St. Lucia. Is that regarding K?
Yeah, just a slight change of the word for the proper sentence. Support members to ensure that resources are mobilized in accordance with their capacity rather than to their capacity.
With their
in accordance with their
capacity. So
capacity.
in accordance with.
Yeah, their capacity to effectively address SDG.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the insertion of the word with, replacing to in K? If not, let us finalize L. Any objection to L? No objection to L. I believe that brings us to the end of the. Yes. So let me thank members for their cooperation and support in dealing with the items that we have been through. And I probably have an unusual request, but I would like to ask if, in light of the exhaustive process that we just went through, if members would agree to forego the drafting committee if they're satisfied that this was a rigorous exercise that would make the drafting committee unnecessary. I put it to the members. Venezuela.
Sí, me disculpan una sola observación adicional.
Yes, thank you. My apologies for interrupting again regarding paragraph L, the last one. At the end of the phrase, we may add to create programs which may give access to family farming and fishing.
Hold on, let me see if we can just. Is that insertion, shouldn't that be at the end? That was Venezuela, right? Can we just have Venezuela provide clarity as to where they're asking to insert that text? Venezuela.
Traducción, por favor.
Está preguntando dónde quiere poner el texto. Si quiere ponerlo
Al final, para generar programas de acceso a recursos hacia la agricultura familiar y la pesca.
Should that be family farmers and fisher folk? Farmers instead of family farming? All right.
It's to generate access to resources for programs for family farmers and fisher folk.
So with that addition by Venezuela, just want for one last time to find out if there's any objection from members to the text. Okay, Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you. Just recalling that when we were looking at the segment, I forgot which one it is, that dealt with arid, I think the dry corridor and arid zones, that there was the recommendation for 3 paragraphs. And I recall there were 2. I'm not sure the one on the Caribbean or SIDS was included. So perhaps we could go back so that that can be tidied. Thank you.
Okay. Any objection to L? Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. We're satisfied with the language as is presented to us, and I just take the floor, Chairman, to fully support the proposal you have put on the table in relation to foregoing the drafting committee engagement this afternoon. I rest, Chair.
Thank you. Argentina.
Estimado relator, 3 cosas muy rápidas. La primera.
Mr. Chair, I would support the proposed on the drafting committee and what Jamaica and Antigua have suggested. Second, I'd like to recognize the huge work and the ability to lead this negotiation process, which I believe we are all very appreciative. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for your hard work. And the third point, I'd like to ask that before we adjourn this session, if we could get a picture to each one of the documents, and the secretary helped with that before, in order to go home with so that we know what we will find in the final document tomorrow. And of course, it is very important that the paragraph of the small sits in the missing paragraph. That's very important to include that, because this document and this conference has to be the unity in diversity. Everybody has to be represented in terms of their concerns and their interests. So without further ado, Mr. Pinot, Mr. Ambassador Pinot, when you deem advisable, get a picture of the documents, a snapshot of the documents, and see where we have the paragraph of seats. Thank you.
Okay, so that is acceptable, and we'll seek to do that immediately. Just wanted to make sure we do have no objections. We have 3 members that have agreed with the proposal. Is there a full commitment from members to go along with the proposal? Antigua and Barbuda.
Antigua and Barbuda does go along with the proposal, so that I just would want to say thank you for the skillful way in which you have maneuvered and steered this process. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so just to wrap up, having members agreed to the process of eliminating or foregoing rather, the drafting committee, there are just 3 paras that needed to be looked at having to do with SIDS and the dry corridor. If we can have those on the screen. Okay, so we're going back to item 9. So this will be the last 3 items. If we can get through them, I'll read on F. Stress the need to improve initiatives, financial support, and concrete action to increase the resilience and sustainability of agri-food systems within the dry corridor and arid zones of the Sika region to overcome the impacts of climate change and food security. F. Do we have an agreement on the language on F? Antigua and Barbuda. No? Okay,
Yes,
so we
do.
have,
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
okay. Any objections? If not, we'll move to G. Stress the need to develop initiatives, financial and technical support, and concrete actions to increase the resilience and sustainability of agri-food systems in small island developing states, particularly in the most vulnerable ecosystems to the effects of climate change, loss, biodiversity loss, and food insecurity. G. Do we have an agreement on G? Having an agreement on a G, we move to the final item. Stress the need to develop initiatives, financial and technical support, and concrete actions to increase the resilience and sustainability of agri-food systems in states across South America, particularly in the most vulnerable ecosystems to the effects of climate change, biodiversity loss, and food insecurity. Do we have an acceptance of the final item? We do, and so that brings us to a close. I wish again okay, so in closing, if I can ask the report group to project the screens as was requested by members so that they can have pictures of all that has been agreed to. And then I'll have a final statement. So we'll start with item 9.
Could you, Secretariat, make the screen smaller so they can capture a single page on each screen by photograph? Thank you. So this is item 9 to photograph, the big first page.
Are there any members that have not been able to capture item 9 so we can move on? Oh, sorry, this is page 2 of item 9 that we're moving to. Can we move to page 3? Can we go back so the bottom can be captured? I think the last paragraph was missing. Yes. Okay, if we can move on. Page 3. Okay, we may need to see if there's any more at the bottom. Can you scroll up, please? Okay, so just to just go up a little more. Some more. That's just so we can capture the very bottom,
They
please.
need to photograph the bottom of the page.
That's it. Just scroll down until we have the entire page in view. Can we now move to the next page? No, I think you need to scroll back a little bit. Perfect. Can we now move to the next page? That's the end of it. Okay, so we'll now go to item 10. Was a one-pager, it was a short one. If we have everyone have caught 10, then we can move on now to 4. Again, reduce the text, please, to a full page so we can project it on one page if possible. Scroll up. Okay. That's it. Next page, please. I believe we can move on to the next page. Was there another page in 4? Okay, so now we move on to item 6. Next page. Those were taken out, so it was completely removed, so shouldn't be an issue. Next page. Oh, that's it? Okay. Okay, so just for ensuring that there's clarity and agreement on what I had proposed earlier, in accepting that that we forego the drafting committee meeting, the members would be approving this as the draft to be presented tomorrow as an approved text. I wanted to ensure that we have agreement from members on this. Please, if you can indicate your approval, or if there's anyone who disapproves. I take it that all members fully understand and is in agreement with this. And so with that, we've come to the end of the evening, and I wish to thank members once again for your patience and support in us getting to where we are. Thank you.
So we'll now go to the chair. Just one moment. Yes, we will go to the chair, and then I will have a final announcement. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me commend the rapporteur for skillfully taking us through that segment, and for the reporting team for doing a wonderful job. I'd also like to thank the delegation to ensure that their input and contribution towards this text reflect the discussions and presentations that were made earlier. In addition, to thank the delegation for agreeing to forego the drafting committee meetings today. I now give the floor to the conference secretary to provide updates on various matters.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned earlier, tomorrow's morning session will begin 1 hour earlier at 9 a.m. Guyana time, 10 a.m. Chile, and 2 p.m. Rome time. This will allow a longer space between the final substantive item on any other matters, item 5, and the adoption of the report at 6 p.m. Guyana time. So all the items will be moved forward 1 hour, except the final item, the adoption of the report, which will begin at 6 p.m. This will allow adequate time for the translators to translate the regional conference report in the 3 languages prior to adoption, and this change will be reflected in the order of the day, which will be posted tonight. So tomorrow, we start at 9 a.m. Thank you for your understanding. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Today's session is now adjourned. We'll reconvene tomorrow on the time as presented by the Secretary a short while ago. Thank you all for your kind participation for today. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Noches. O buen día aquí en Roma.
Good evening or